Oh, this is a big one, my friends. This is a big one indeed. Our beloved New Jersey Devils heading to Toronto, looking to win one for Coach Keefe and make it 5 in a row. Welcome back to the fans. Here on Running with the Devils. All year long, subscribe button, smash the like, share with a friend. Thank you very much. And guys, a lot to get to, a lot to discuss. As we all know, the boys flying high, riding a 4-game winning streak. And oh, it is so beautiful, my friends. I am trying to contain my excitement and keep my overall outlook on planet Earth, because right now I would be lying to you if I didn't say that I am nearly levitating. This group, my friends, while it's still early, and it is so early on in the season, this is a marathon, not a sprint, and I'll always keep saying it. It is so early, and I don't want to get carried away. But if you are not fired up for this hockey club, check your pulse. This New Jersey Devils team is not last year's team. And the sky is the limit for this group, my friends. The sky is the limit for the group. We do a little recap, just a reminder. Obviously, not the result the boys wanted in Carolina. Put it in the rear view and go into Tampa, get a beautiful 5-3 win. Go into Columbus, get a 3-2 win. A weird game. Allen gets cramps, leaves after 40 minutes. Markey goes down with a weird injury, really not known in the final 30 seconds. Turns out Markey's injured. Allen back in there for the home opener against the Panthers. Gets a huge dub on home ice, sending the Rock faithful into an absolute frenzy. If you haven't seen my vlog, check it out. You could go on the channel, look under videos, look under the vlog playlist. Home opener was a movie, red carpet, all the things for the kids, the face tattoos, the beers, the sausage and peppers, all of it. Home opener, absolute movie. Devils win 3-1, and then they come back to the Rock, hosting the back-to-back Cup runner-ups and Connor McDavid and the Edmonton Oilers. And what do the boys do? Come up with a massive 5-3 dub in that one. Should have been 5-2. That Lazar goal really did kind of irk me a little bit, but, I'm not going to get too picky here. And the boys are on a 4-game winning streak. Jack Hughes looking like vintage Jack Hughes wizardry, just undressing defenders, undressing goaltenders, leaving all sorts of Oilers looking naked out there en route to the big 5-3 win. You'd love to see it. Connor Brown haunting his former club. And what a game. Another good vlog for your boy, the press box debut of PBA, Press Box Ace. Check out that vlog as well. I have some cool footage in there. What a night at the Rock. What a 2-game little homestand to start off the season after being on the road for 3 in a row to start the season. The boys come home and win back-to-back games at the Rock, undefeated on the Rock ice at the moment through 2. And we go into Toronto looking to win one for the coach. Now, the Maple Leafs, I'm a little thirsty. Shout out to Quick Check. This tonight sponsored by Quick Check. I love the gallon coffees, iced coffees. I want to hit your lips. Last season, the Toronto Maple Leafs did give us a little bit of a problem. A little bit of a problem indeed. For those of you who remember, we'll go down memory lane real quick. The home opener, October 10th, 2024, after a great 2-game showing against the Buffalo Sabres in the Global Series, our beloved New Jersey Devils got on that transatlantic flight, returned to the Rock for the opener, and they foiled the fun. The Maple Leafs came into town and foiled our party out to a 3-0 lead in the first period. Brader ends one. They 3-0 lead. Then late in the first, Brader gets one, cuts it to 3-1. Leafs get the next one, kind of, 4-1 at that point. Not great. And then Timo gets one later in that second. Game ends 4-2. The Maple Leafs ruin the Devils' home opener, give Keefe his first loss against his former club, and it kind of sucked. That one was obviously not a great game for the Devils. We talked about last season, the kind of issues pertaining to the travel and all the wonky stuff, and the stats don't lie. And not to make excuses, but historically, teams coming back from the Global Series don't really do well when they come back, because that is an intense grind, like crazy amount, the crazy flight and all that stuff readjusting. And so I do think the Devils kind of fell prey to that. But that was the first meeting. And then the boys played him again on December 10th at the Rock. And this one, if you recall, Devils 1-0 lead in the second. Toronto ties it in the third, and they beat us in overtime. Austonmatthews, that one I remember vividly. Austonmatthews, guys, a top flight talent in this league, a guy you cannot take your eye off of, and he's dangerous, completely dangerous. Austonmatthews, not much more to say. I do enjoy watching him play, obviously, as a as a fan of the sport. How could you not like watching Austonmatthews play? And I look forward to rooting him on as a member of Team USA for the Olympics in Italy in February. But he haunts the Devils and hands them that loss December 10th. That was the second meeting. So now the Devils sit at 0-1-1 on the season against the Leafs to that point. And then finally, they wrap up their third and final meeting at Scotiabank Arena, the scene of the bout tonight between these two teams. Devils get the 1-0 lead on a goal by Jack. Nylander ties it up in the second. Nico on the power play gives the Devils a 2-1 lead. Then Austonmatthews strikes again to tie it up at 2. Nico again to give the Devils the lead. And then a little bit later in the third, Austonmatthews ties it up before Willie Nylander beats the Devils in overtime, giving them the 4-3 win and dropping the Devils' record to 0-1-2 against them. Winless in 3. The Leafs are 3-0 against the Devils last season in Keefe's first season as New Jersey Devils head coach. Devils go 0-1-2, pick up 2 loser points out of a possible 6. Obviously, the loser points are better than not getting them. And like we always talk about, the margin for error for making the playoffs is razor thin. We made it in over the Blue Jackets by 2 points. And so had we lost I guess, both of these games in regulation, that would have made it a lot tighter. I forget who had the tiebreakers with us in the Jackets. Well, because we were head-to-head, we must have had it. But, every little point counts. So to get 2 out of 6 points is better than nothing. But in the end, we are winless against the Leafs. And I'm sure that was kind of irking Sheldon Keefe in his first season as Devils coach after spending a bunch of years with the Maple Leafs and that core. Devils get 2 out of 6 points last season, and we are looking to get off on the right foot, keep this momentum rolling, and hand Toronto a loss on home ice. The city of Toronto is super jacked up, obviously, coming off of that big Toronto Blue Jays win last night in Game 7, sending them to the World Series. The city of Toronto is on absolute fire, and they're fired up. I'm sure the arena is going to be buzzing. Obviously, hockey is massive in Toronto regardless. I mean, hockey is everything there. But Vladimir Guerrero Jr. kind of what I thought was a little risky given the Maple Leafs. A lot of people were like, oh, my God, when the photo came out, they're like, the Jays are cooked. He's like wearing a Matthews jersey. A lot of people were making a big deal out of it. But I'm trying to pull up the photo here. I'm having a little difficulty. Oh, there we go. But the city's fired up. It's going to carry over into the arena tonight. And, the Devils hopefully can strike early and kind of silence that crowd because I think it is going to be – the building is going to be buzzing, guys. This is not an easy place to win games on the road. Let me pull up the photo. But great exposure for the hockey world there with that – it was going viral last night, obviously. Vladdy Guerrero Jr. rolling up with the Austonmatthews jersey, and people are like, whoa. Kind of courageous given some of the struggles of the Leafs in Game 7s. But great exposure for the Leafs, great exposure for the league, obviously. This thing went viral, like I said, and the energy is going to be absolutely bonkers at the arena tonight, and hopefully our boys can come out and just kind of hit them with a little gut punch early. That's a huge key for tonight, I think, obviously, as many games, but even more so tonight because it is going to be a just foaming at the mouth kind of crowd, I believe, in Toronto tonight. If the Devils could score first, kind of take the momentum early and silence the crowd and kind of get them out of it early, would go a long way. But I'm expecting an absolutely just amazing contest. And I've talked about this before in previous, lives or whatever. I think it was last night or maybe the day before. It's all kind of blending together, guys. But I have not been this fired up for an October hockey game. I honestly don't believe ever. For years when I was younger, obviously during the glory years that I talk about all the time, you just knew that this team was going to make the playoffs, and the expectation was to win the cup. Whether they did or not was another story, but they had the personnel in place with the amazing players we had. that this team is going to the playoffs every year. How far are we going to get? So you don't, I don't want to say you don't write them off, but October games don't have the same kind of significance, I guess I would say. This group, I've talked about a million times, it seems like a very big season for a variety of reasons, but they are looking to take that next step, building off that 22-23 season. We had a couple years, obviously, that we're not proud of, missing the playoffs and then out in the first round against the Canes. With the added veterans to this group, with the guys maturing, getting a little bit older, is it all going to come together? You sprinkle a little Gritsuk in there. Is this the season that our beloved New Jersey Devils take that next step? And for me, that next step is just winning one more round than what you had done in 22-23. Obviously, beat the Rangers in that beautiful 7-game series, get smashed against Carolina. We just weren't ready. I mean, it is what it is. That 7-game Ranger series was a war, took a lot out of the boys, but that was the first kind of step as a group. This nucleus, we won a playoff round, feel good, kind of see what playoff hockey is all about as a group. And then to follow it up with that 23-24 season, obviously the defense was depleted with Graves and Severson gone. We asked kids to play a lot of minutes. They looked like kids on some nights, and it was what it was. The goaltending fell off a cliff. We missed the playoffs. Super unfortunate. Missing the playoffs after that record-setting season really stung. And then last year, finally, the Devils, despite falling off entirely in the second half of the season after a beautiful October, November, December, get back to the playoffs, kind of slide in, and then the Canes got us again. And so now this group revamped a little bit with the additions of Connor Brown, Dodonov. We have our Russian import, Gritsuk. How can you not love Grits in the lineup? And is this, with the team maturing, Jack another year older, Lukehughes a year more experienced, Shimo Nemitz a year older, with all of these intermoving parts, is this the year that our boys take that next step and win not only the first round, but win the second round and at least make it to the conference finals? And so far, and I'm going to keep saying it so I don't get attacked, small sample size early in the season, obviously, but so far, this team looks like they are the real deal, period. And if you are not fired up to watch this club tonight and what these feel like, obviously not the same, but I am near playoff level excitement because this is a huge year for this group, huge expectations within the room, huge expectations, nationwide media, I would say to some extent. And obviously the diehard fans like you guys are here watching this live right now, or will watch on replay perhaps, have high hopes and high dreams for this team. And my God, it looks like the boys might be up to the challenge. And it is hard, like I said, to not get super carried away, but riding a 4-game win streak for the first time in 33 calendar months since mid-January of 2023, the boys finally dispatched that, despite Jack saying, they don't really pay attention to all that and blah, blah, blah. And I believe that, but they had to be in the back of their mind at least a little bit. I mean, it's not, I can't believe they were completely unaware. But here we go. Looking to extend it to 5, and they need a win for Coach. We need this win for Keefe badly. Again, 2 loser points out of 6 possible points. It could be far worse. Obviously, 333 percentage hockey is not good, but it's better than 3 regulation losses and getting nothing. But winless, period. We are winless against this club in the Sheldon Keefe era, and it is time we go into Toronto and take these 2 points tonight. Extend the winning streak to 5. Get one in the bank for Kiefer and keep this thing rolling, guys. Coming back to the Rock tomorrow to host the Wild in the 25-26 Devils debut for Nico Dawes. That's a whole nother thing we'll talk about later and tomorrow, but Nico Dawes will be making his debut for the Devils this season tomorrow night at the Rock against the Wild. I have a lot of confidence in him, especially with this defense, but it would be phenomenal coming back home, riding a 5-game winning streak. It really would. And I expect this game to play out similar to a playoff game. I think it's going to be high intensity, high energy throughout. I'm expecting a little bit of fireworks. Obviously, I'm always rooting a little bit in the back of my mind for the fisticuffs, but let's go. Let's go, kids. And Jake Allen, we trust. Going to have to be a brick wall again tonight, and I think he will be. We talked about this last night on the live a little bit as well, coming from Amanda Stein. This was yesterday. Stefan Nason won't play in Toronto, but Sheldon Keefe did say that they will see about the second half of the back-to-back, referring to the Wednesday game tomorrow night at the Rock against the Wild. Says they'll check in with him after today's practice, see how he feels. Definitely not playing in Toronto, but we'll wait and see versus the Wild. And so, again, for a team that has been looking pretty good, to now get what's going to start off as a fourth line role for Nason. Again, I don't know what the ultimate plan is for him, if they plan on keeping him there. No one knows. But in his debut, he will be taking Hallinen's spot on the fourth line. And maybe that's just the ingredient that Paul Cotter needs to kind of pick it up a little bit. Love Paul Cotter, obviously love Nason. They are both they're in the wheelhouse, I would say, of, I'm going to put them in. They're both heavier, edgier, more violent. They are. They definitely are. Maybe not the most extreme example of that type of player, but they are certainly both heavier, edgier, more violent, and adding Nason gives us more kind of that sandpaper and skill in the lineup. What is he going to be able to do with Cotter? Hopefully he gets the best out of Cotter on that fourth line. And I'm excited for his debut. A very good-looking New Jersey Devils team at the moment will improve with Nason. Obviously, we have the whole Dodonov thing in the kind of looming in the background over all of this, waiting to see when he will return. What is that going to do to the lineup? Who's going to get pushed out? Who's going to get slotted where? But for now, Nason's potential return will be an upgrade for this team, and it's something to keep an eye on for. Will it be tomorrow night against the Wild? Would be absolutely phenomenal to see that. What else we got here? We get to New Jersey Devils. Also, reporter Sam Kassan, courtesy of him earlier today, there was an optional morning skate, and amongst the attendees we see here, Glendening, Bratter, Timo Meyer, Hallinan, Grits, Glass, Palat, Cotter, and on D, Dougie, Siegenthaler, Nemitz, Chalowski, and both goaltenders. And guys, you do not know how much I love to see this. And why I love to see this is, for those not aware, a lot of times on the day of games, and depending on the schedule, there's a lot, sometimes it's like a mandatory morning skate, but a lot of times they will be optional morning skates where it's up to the players. They don't have to show up, or they can. And to see this level of buy-in this early in the season, to me, because a lot of times you won't see this many guys, or it'll be more, scratches, and you won't see as many of the bigger names. When I see this amount of guys on the list, it gets me pumped, because these guys are putting in extra work. They imagine, I'm trying to make an analogy here. This would be like if you work as a waitress. This might be a horrible analogy, but I'm going off the cuff here, so bear with me. If you work as a waitress at a restaurant, you're obviously making money during your shift. It would be like if the owner of the restaurant was like, or the manager of the restaurant, I should say, we have an optional, you could come in and do some activity before your shift, which you are not required to do. You're not going to get any extra money for it, but you could come and do it. Who's doing that? This is technically extra work for these guys, and they are doing it on their own time. This is technically on their time. Optional skate, and to see some of the big boys in there, Bratter, Timo, obviously Grits looking to absorb all the information and kind of get all the reps in that he can in his rookie season. And then Glass, Palat, Cotter, love to see it. These guys are hungry to get better. They want to win. And when I saw this come out today, I was very, very pleased. And then obviously on D, you have half of the starting D core with Dougie, Siegenthaler, and Nemitz, and then both goalies. I mean, if that doesn't tell you where the mindset of this group is, this team is doing the extras to be competitive, stay sharp, and they want to win. And to see that many guys at a morning skate, including some of the names, I'm fired up. I'm fired up. And like I said, I have not been this fired up for a October game probably ever, because this season feels so important and there is just so much potential for this group. And I really feel it. I can't explain all of it. I've tried to, but it just has a different feeling. I like the swagger of this group a lot more. They seem a lot more focused on the mission. And I think, and Sheldon Keefe's never happy. He always wants to keep it pushing, which I love with the coach too. Is like, don't, get lackadaisical going, we're doing good. No, Sheldon Keefe is a taskmaster and he wants to keep pushing this team to get better. Courtesy of Christy Flannery. If you're not following her, definitely give her a follow on X. Great reporter for the Hockey News. Always tweeting good stuff and writing good articles at in stilettos _NHL. Sheldon Keefe, quote, "Through 5 games, we like our results, but our process, details, structure, and all those things have to get to another level if we want to be able to sustain our play." That is what we are talking about. Is Sheldon Keefe happy or content with where this group is at right now, despite being 4-1? Absolutely not. This man wants a cup. This man wants to take these boys to the mountaintop. And he's talking about they need to improve. Great. Everything's going pretty good right now, but we have another level to get to. And he's constantly talked about that at the start of the young season, and you love to see it. He is not going to accept mediocrity. He is going to try to get the best out of these guys. And what a quote. What an absolute quote from Sheldon Keefe. Also very inspiring. If you're a Devils fan that is desperate to see this team succeed like I am just fired up for this one, but we're going to get to some of your comments here, folks. How you doing, Mike? He says, rake up those leaves. Alan, I am more worried about the Wild tomorrow than I am about the Leafs tonight. I mean, I'm equally worried about all of them, but, you know, so far so good. Can this team clean up some things that Keefe is trying to hone in on? Can they keep the winning streak going? Tonight's a big test. This is a very good Maple Leafs team in a hostile environment, in a big, as big of a game could be at this juncture of the season, in my opinion. Another good litmus test and kind of see where this team is. A lot of people were like, oh, because the Panthers are struggling, trying to discredit the win. And obviously there's going to be people that look for any sort of negative they could pick out of anything, but you certainly will not take any of the shine off of any of these Devils victories, in my opinion. You cannot tell, you can't tell me nothing, because two massive wins on the road against good teams in Tampa and Columbus, and then to come home and beat the back-to-back Cup champs in the first game, and then to beat the back-to-back Cup runner-ups in the second game. I'm sorry, guys. You will not talk me off of this high right now. You absolutely will not. Your New Jersey Devils, my New Jersey Devils, our beloved New Jersey Devils are 4-1 with a real chance to make another statement tonight in Toronto, and I hope they do it. As far as the Wild goes, I mean, yeah, I'm not any more worried about them than the Leafs. I do think this team hopefully will start regularly playing better at home, maybe than we have seen in some other years. And the players have talked about, they want the Prudential Center to be a hard place for visiting teams to come into. And that comes down to a lot of things. Number one, you need to get your butt to a Devils game. If you've been thinking about going to a game and you're kind of on the fence, there's nothing to think about, guys. This is an exciting team. They look phenomenal. Go buy your tickets, get your ass to the Rock, and scream your face off. Show the boys some love, because that helps give the team a true home ice advantage. Your home ice advantage is only as good as your fans are. And if you guys are going to be whack fans, the home ice advantage isn't what it should be. The Prudential Center needs to really start kind of embracing this mentality that other teams need to feel it when they come here. They need to feel something come over them when they step into the Prudential Center taking on the New Jersey Devils. It needs to be an intimidating atmosphere, and hopefully the boys keep playing well. And I think, obviously, you know, with everything else, the best cure is winning. And as the team continues to win, hopefully more and more people come out and get rowdy, because we want that Prudential Center to be a hard place for teams to come into. And I think we're well on our way. Brandon says, Alan, you should be 100% more worried about the Leafs. We have historically been so bad against the Leafs. Yeah, I mean, I think we only have 3 wins in our last 10. I forget. I pulled it up last night. Only 3 wins in the last 10. And obviously, as I talked about a couple minutes ago, 0-1-2 last season, getting 2 out of a possible 6 points. But Alan says, I just have that feeling tonight is going to go our way. I certainly have that feeling too, but I've been having that feeling. I mean, I have a lot, obviously. It's a little bit of, you know, hope and optimism. But after the back-to-back games at the Rock to finish off the 4-game winning streak, I'm high on this team, guys. You guys already know. I am super high on this team, and you're not gonna knock me down a peg. I am just, again, early on in the season, yes, we saw last year they started off hot, they kind of fell off, but I don't think the DNA of this group is going to allow that to happen. I really don't. More veterans, guys kind of putting more responsibility on their shoulders. I do think that this team really has the makeups, to me, of a team that could be a true contender. I really do. Obviously, everyone talking about the Hurricanes, that's a down-the-line problem. That's one team that, for whatever reason, owns us, and we know some of them, but they will eventually have a solve, or at least a battle plan for the next time we play the Canes, and especially in the playoffs. But for now, we are going to give a lot of teams in this league a very difficult night on many nights. And I'm very curious to see what matchups the Leafs look to try to get tonight, because at home last game, Sheldon Keefe talked a lot about being able to use, you know, the glass line against Draisaitl, which gave Jack some freedom to kind of have exploit some mismatches on home ice. curious to see what matchups the Leafs try to get tonight with that advantage, but certainly something to keep an eye on. A lot of high-end skill on display tonight in the National Hockey League. You already know the Devils' weapons. Austonmatthews, Willie Nylander, you got Nyes. I mean, wow. So many talented players over there as well, and this one's going to be good. Husky Unchained says, contain yourself. It's hard. It is hard. Cody says, I think this is the year we build culture. I think so. I have a different feeling. I really do. This group with the start, especially, and just how the guys are carrying themselves and what they're saying, it feels different to me. And it feels like a team that has the makings to go on a run. It really does. Husky says, do it for Kiefer. Pressify, how about Jaromir Jagr still playing professional hockey at 53 years old? Guy is insane. There's nothing to say. Jaromir Jagr is one of the biggest legends in the history of the sport. It was an absolute treat to be able to see him don the red and black of the New Jersey Devils. I mean, if you were a fan back then, and especially if you're like, remotely close in age to me or have been a fan for that long, to see a guy that we all grew up watching, or, we watched him grow up, depending on how old you are, to see what he was able to accomplish with Mario Lemieux all those years in Pittsburgh, and then to just continue on and dominate, in Washington and have the career that he did, Flyers, Rangers, to then come to the Devils as a grizzled veteran, an old man, and lead the team in points. I mean, it's a shame. It would have been awesome if Jagr happened to cross paths and become a Devil in any of the seasons that we were a playoff team, because to see Jagr as a Devil in the playoffs would have seriously been next level. But, there were some tough seasons that he was here, and being able to watch him and Marty, two all-time greats of the game, like absolute legends. They're both top 10 players in NHL history on my list for sure. Marty and Jagr both. And to have them together on the Devils, it made the team a lot easier to watch on some nights when things weren't going our way and for stretches. But yeah, Jagr is absolutely a gem. Steven, hey Ace, how you doing? How you doing, Steven? Dyer Wolf says, prediction is a 4-2 Devils win. Grits gets his first. Nico, Brad, and Timo also score. Oh, that'd be nice. You're going with 3 of the core 4 in Grits. I did call Jack goals the last 2 games. This is a road game. I got to really think about it. But my predictions have been pretty close, and I've gotten goal scorers in the past 2. But they got to do it for Coach. They got to do it for Coach. If you haven't seen it, I will say, I meant to say this sooner, check out the Sheldon Keefe morning availability in Toronto. It was very good. A lot of good questions from the Toronto media, I thought. A lot of good questions from the Toronto media. So definitely check that out at some point. Very good sound bites from Coach early in the morning, but they got to do it for him. And hopefully put some money on the board. If you guys don't know about money on the board, it's just like, a little incentive, a little extra boost for maybe goals or whatever to try to really motivate people. You see that a lot when a coach or players return to a team that they had played for. Brandon, going to be a tough game tonight, but I think the Leafs are worse this year, so I got high hopes. I mean, they're doing very well right now. And again, when you have that level of talent, it's always going to be a tough one. But Jake Allen, we trust. What a brick wall he's been. Oh my goodness, we haven't been good against Toronto since the curse of the chicken fingers. 3 overturned goals against us, and then chicken started flying. Yeah, to end the 13-game heater, that was brutal. We talked about that last night. It is what it is. Hopefully we are not victimized by poor officiating tonight. And the boys just keep this thing going. Keep this thing going. But either way, you guys got to get to the Rock tomorrow night. Get loud. Our New Jersey Devils need your support. They need the home ice advantage, and tomorrow's another big one. Win or lose tonight, tomorrow is huge. Obviously, it's a little bit bigger probably if they win. They'll try to get 6. But huge game either way, and the Wild are no slouch. Wild are a very good team coming into the Rock, looking to stay undefeated at home. I'm trying to get through your chats here. Sorry, guys. I'm super chatty. Alexander, hi, Ace. Thank you for the fun lives. I'm excited right now as a lifelong Devils fan. We have to bear the Canes this year. I'm excited to see what this season holds. Yeah, appreciate you coming out, Alexander. And yeah, the Canes is a future problem, but for now, the business at hand is taking care of business in Toronto tonight. SST, how's that possible running talks that much and that fast? I'm all hopped up on the quick check, my friends. This is my second one of the day. I usually try to only drink 1, but if I drink 2, look out. I am off to the races. Robbie's because he's excited, SST. You wouldn't know what that feels like. Yeah, I know. Wild. Morgan says, hoping for a big showing tonight from DJ Paulie Kotz. Yeah, would love to see Cotter kind of activate himself. Again, it's just so unfortunate for him. He started off preseason looking like he was going to play with Grits on that third line, and Grits is so damn good, guys. I think he's gotten a little quiet over the past couple games, so hopefully we see him pick it up again and make some big-time plays. But the skill level is off the charts. Grits is going to make anyone he plays with look good and produce. And Paulie was the beneficiary early, and then Dodonov goes down, it gets shuffled up, and now Cotter's playing kind of more on a traditional fourth line. Hopefully the addition of Nason kind of ignites him. But I would love to see Cotter get it going tonight. And obviously Grits, again, looking for that first NHL goal. I think once he gets it, we're going to start seeing them go in more often. But we've seen the amazing, amazing hands from Grits setting guys up. And those assists to Connor Brown were just beautiful plays. Beautiful high-level hockey plays. AJ Stride says, I can't watch the Devils on Hulu or Amazon Prime. I live in central New Jersey, BS. Guys, I wish I could give you more advice with the cable stuff. It is annoying. And like, I'm an old man. I tell you guys, with the streaming, you need all the apps. For me, I didn't have the traditional Verizon Fios for a while and had the online stuff. And it just became such a headache that I was like, and also the streams are far behind, right? And there was many nights that I was in the chat with you guys during the game, and you guys would kind of ruin a play for me, not on purpose, but you would see the play before I did because the stream was so far behind. So I was like, I'm done with this. I need to be in as real time as possible. And so I got the Verizon Fios, and that's how I watch all the games. Then obviously there's the ESPN Plus or whatever other games nationally. Then I figured it out on a case-by-case basis. But tonight they are on one of the MSG networks. Yeah. AJ says the Devils should be treated like a national team, even if we aren't. If we play a team like the Leafs, the game should be readily available. Yeah, again, guys, it's all just, it's a big business. I get it. And there's all these different networks. It's kind of annoying. I do think the league-wide should try to figure something out to just make everything super easy and accessible and affordable, obviously, for fans to consume these games. For a sport that wants to continuously grow, and obviously you need long-term growth to sustain, the whole ecosystem of hockey. It would be nice if they somehow centralized this and made it super easy for everybody. But for now, you kind of got to navigate all these different platforms and whatever. It is what it is. AJ said, I work 6 days a week. I can't go to the Rock like I want to. The Devil fans should be treated better than the Rangers. Delusional by the league. More eyes on the Devils. Let's go. Yeah, the more eyes on the Devils, the better. Obviously, we're an exciting team. We do have, I think, the maximum amount of nationally televised games this season, which, if I'm being honest, I don't like the nationally televised games. I understand it's good. It's great exposure for the league and the team and everything. But I do like the MSG broadcast crew. I like hearing Dano and Sal and Rachel. Obviously, like hearing Don call the game. And so it does lose a lot of the... I'm a homer. Let's be honest. I'm a homer for the hometown everything. And we have our broadcast team, and I'd like to see them for every single game if possible. Once in a while on the national stage, you do get a little bit of a different perspective and maybe something that's kind of a positive of the overall thing. But, I would prefer our regular crew every game, but it is what it is. There's going to be nationally televised games, and you're not going to get the hometown crew every time. AJ says it's early, man. Why not us? Why not us? Why not us? This team, it looks really good, guys. It really does. I told you all summer I believed in our goaltending tandem. Jake the Snake looks like a monster. I have faith in Dawes. Hopefully he has a great showing tomorrow. The defense looking great like it did last year. The PK is on fire. Power play starting to warm up a little bit after a cold start. I am curious. Thank you. That's another point that I just kind of stumbled upon that I wanted to remember. It is interesting that the Devils have been tailoring their power play units based on the penalty kill style of the opponent. That is something we've seen in every game. Keefe has talked about, the power play one unit is not going to be the same every game. It is going to be kind of dependent on the PK style of the opponent. And so I'm curious to see what the optimized power play one unit is going to look like tonight against the Leafs. That's something excited to keep an eye on. And you guys obviously know that I am rooting for my boy Timo Meier on power play one because I just think he brings such a threat parked near that, just kind of hovering in that right circle on the power play. We will see. Tim says, can the Devils beat the Leafs and improve the record to 5-1? I certainly hope so. I am certainly rooting for that. And we're going to see. It's a big early season test, and it's going to be a good barometer of where this team is right now, because this is a very good team. And again, our October schedule, we got no favors. No favors were handed to our boys by the schedule makers, starting off 3 on the road against very good teams, and then you come home and have 2 games against the back-to-back cup winners and back-to-back cup finalists. On paper, it's a brutal October schedule, and so far the boys have navigated it beautifully, going 4-1, going into Toronto, looking for the 5-gamer. The 5-gamer. Tasha said, Yager had no loyalty. He played for like every team in the Metro, blew through all the rivalries, Pitt, Philly, New York, New Jersey. Well, some of them were trades. Some were free agent signings. But in the end, like Husky says, he's loyal to hockey. He is one of the I don't know hockey fandom without Jaromir Jagr. I became a fan in 1994. Jagr came into the league in 91, I believe. Drafted in that illustrious 1990 draft class alongside the GOAT, Martin Brodeur, and the Jagr and Marty rookie card photos are absolutely phenomenal. Just such great vintage, those photos and those scorecards. But he is a hockey immortal. I mean, what more can you say about Jaromir Jagr? Phil says, hope Allen can handle all these games. I'm not remotely worried about our boy Jake the Snake. He looked really good when Markey went down last year. And it hasn't been a crazy workload thus far. He's going to get the night off tomorrow when the Devils come back to the Rock. Dawes will be in there against the Wild, and wow. Tasha, I'm having a Timo goal, big night for Grits, and goalie goal. A goalie goal. Oh, boy, you're predicting a goalie goal? Justin says Hughes goal and Timo goal tonight. That would be nice. Husky says Grits goal. Listen, I don't really care where they come from. I just want them. I just want them in bunches. World's worst gamer for sure. Forget win-win for Keefe. I'm Ontario, Canada. I have to deal with Leafs fans. Win this game for me. Oh, we have another vested interest. World's worst gamer. Dire Wolf says, very impressed with your channel. The content is consistent and this year better than ever. I appreciate that, Dire. Thank you very much. I'm trying to step it up a little bit. Be really cool if you're able to snag an interview with Keefe at some point. I mean, obviously, I would love to do that. There's a ton of things I would love to do that I will try to do. You know, there's barriers in place for, a variety of things and a variety of reasons. I do hope over time to be able to, bring you guys. My goal for this channel, again, for those of you that know, I'll spare the whole backstory, but I never planned on being in videos whatsoever. I just put up a couple videos of things that were behind the scenes that I thought were cool. And then over time, it kind of became my mission. I just started thinking, like, how can I try to put out the best type of content that I would want to see as a fan? And I have very high standards. I love seeing behind the scenes stuff. I love seeing interviews. I always have since I was a kid. And so I just started trying to be able to, if possible, to create a cool community like we have here. We could all kind of congregate as fellow Devils fans, which obviously I love talking Devils hockey. Obviously I have for my whole life, and where I could possibly show things that I would want to see. And so that here we are, but I appreciate that, Dyer. I'm trying my best, and we'll see what I'm able to pull off in the near and not so near future. SST will run and reach 10K subs by the end of the season. That'd be nice. That would be nice. We'll see. We will see. Child of the Adams says, let's go Devils. Devil Heaven, what's going on? It's up there, says Rubberneck. DJ Paulie Mitts. Jay Snow, Grits was used as a shutdown line. Edmonton, he did a good job. Tasha said, I just realized Ace kind of looks like a slightly older and tanner Brett Pesci. Oh, Justin says everyone is excited except a few trolls. I mean, how can you not be excited, guys? This team is not last year's team, and it is looking like a special season. Tasha says, we didn't beat them once last season. Nope, just 2 loser points out of 6 possible. Jay Snow says, I'm sick of Toronto. Matthews kills us all the time. James, I miss the days when the games were only on cable TV. So sick and tired having to miss these games because of ESPN Plus through streaming. Yeah, I mean, listen, the league needs to make money. There's other things kind of intertwined with this. It's all marketing and blah, blah, blah. And hopefully it just helps grow hockey. But it is frustrating sometimes for sure to try to, grow the sport. You got to do some, let me see. World's worst gamer for sure says send the checking line out first and bully the Leafs early. Get them off their game right away. No reason our guys can't hit the slow-moving Leafs. Oh, we're going to see. We are going to see. Michael says, I hope the physicality keeps up. I noticed that was a huge shift last January when we just fell apart the second half of the season. they moved away from the grit and physicality. Let's go Devils. I mean, yeah, I do think the Devils have shown on many nights that they are capable of playing a rough and tumble kind of game, but it does not seem like the preferred game. It seems like they will reactively take their game to that place, but they would prefer, and it kind of makes sense, right? And to make like the fighting analogy, the Devils can play that game, but it obviously is physically taxing and a lot more tiring. So I think the Devils' kind of strategy is, can they play more of that skill game and get you to fall into it? A lot of teams will try to play a pond hockey type of game against the Devils. And because of the Devils' weapons and the personnel they have, more times than not, that is going to play right into the Devils' hands. And you want to play that a little bit of a more wide open, fast-paced kind of transition game, the Devils are going to catch you and make you pay more often than you will catch them. Now, obviously, that's not going to be the case on every night. But the smart teams like the Canes, they try to forecheck the crap out of them and do a bunch of things to clog up the middle and make the Devils play a different type of game. But the team did seem to be a lot more engaged when they were involved a lot more physically early on in the season last year. I have to agree with you. They looked like a much heavier, edgier, more violent team in October, November, December. At one point in those first few months, they did lead the NHL in fighting majors. And then whatever happened during that holiday break, we'll never know. No one will ever know. All I can say is hopefully it never happens again. We saw a much different team after the calendar hit 2025. Much different team, and they never kind of recaptured the mojo that we saw early on in the season. Hopefully we just see consistent 60-minute efforts from this club this year and consistent efforts from game to game, because if that is the case, this is going to be a very good team, guys. A very good team indeed. Phil says, how far out is the Donov? I wish I had that answer. No one knows. We'll find out when we find out. Injuries, baby. Keeping it tight to the vest like the CIA. Oh my goodness, there's still going to be weeks on Donov. He has a fracture. Yeah, so kind of getting away from this for a moment. My plan is I'm sorry, guys. I've talked about this before. People have been like, do a watch party. For the broadcasts, I am locked in for the entire pregame, the game, and the postgame. Some people have been like, oh, do a watch party. So I think my plan, I'm going to leave the game center kind of thing up. And this is going to be one kind of, that's why I call it the mega show, because this is the pre-pregame. There's going to be some random things throughout the game. I will pop in here. The game center will be on the screen, obviously. The chat will be going. Play nice in the chat. Don't be a jerk. Don't be a jerk. Channel rule number 1. Do not be a jerk. That's hard for some of you, I know, but what's the golden rule? Do unto others as you have them do unto you. Just be a respectful human being. I know it's asking for a lot from not a lot of you, from some of you. But I have an itchy band finger. So please play nice in the chat. I don't want to see any nonsense. But that'll be open, obviously, through the whole game. And then periodically, I will be jumping on, talking a little bit. But I cannot sit here for an entire game with the thing on and do all this. I'm so sorry. Maybe one day I could get myself to that level, but I don't think so. But the chat will be open. The game center will be on the screen. And I will periodically be appearing on the screen for some random reactions or commentary. And then obviously that will go right into the post game at the appropriate time. It's kind of a little explanation of the rundown of what my plan here is. Jason said Ryan Novo said Markey's out more for precaution reasons, so that's a good sign. Yeah, I mean, again, do we really know what's going on with him? No, but hopefully it's nothing serious and we see him back sooner than later. All right, so here's and it kills me to do this because I'm not like this person per se, but I will say if you guys want me to pull up your comment, I'm trying to be more, I think I'm pretty family friendly, but some of you guys are not. And so I do ask to not put in explicit language if you want me to pull your comment up on the screen, because now I am a little more aware. There are a bunch, after going to games and like little kids coming up to me, I have to be a little more responsible in kind of censoring. And I don't like doing any kind of censorship and stuff like that. Like, people are emotional and I get it. But in the interest of not, alienating children, because I am trying to make this a family show or keep it a family show, because I think it already kind of is, despite whatever the intentions were. There are kids that watch it and that, they come up to me at games and stuff. And so if you want your comment to come up on the screen, I can't put up the potty mouth language. So don't be offended if I don't put your thing up It probably is because it has some colorful language in it. I'll certainly try to get through as many comments like I can, as always, that don't have that in it. But I'm trying to be more aware of that. I apologize for any children or parents in the past if I put up something bad. Sometimes I don't even read them all, or I'm scanning it, and I'm a one-man symphony here, guys. I'm playing all the instruments here. Producer, the host, the this, the that, the sound engineer. It's a lot going on. I'm an old man. I'm trying to keep it all together. Appreciate all of you throughout this journey. And so I'm just giving that warning. I'm not alienating you on purpose or whatever. I always try to do my best with the sheer volume of comments. I cannot obviously show them all. And I'm trying not to, put up the vulgar ones because there's kids watching, guys. Be a little respectful, or at least just understand that I can't put it on the screen if it's got bad stuff in it. Appreciate you all. Thank you. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Jay Snow, they were down a goal. I think Carlo was trying to get the penalty. Danufi Hammer says the dog is getting his taste tonight. Oh, I would love to see Dawson go off tonight. Let's go. Top 6 Merce. Top 6 Merce. Let me just throw that out there, by the way. I forgot. How can I, for all the people, the apologies better be coming. I've given people ample time now. For all the detractors of Timo Meyer, my boy Mercer, this team after that first game that was disappointing, I understand, but some of you got carried away. Yo, those apologies better be coming, guys. I really want to see those apologies in the comments. I really do. I need to see those apologies. The Supreme says, who wins tonight? Come on, man. The Devils. The Devils. Dire Wolf says, an Ace Chico sit-down would also be epic, but thank you for making a great space for us diehard degenerates to congregate. Yeah, no, I appreciate all of you guys. None of this is possible without viewership, and so I appreciate all of you. Hopefully this is the start of great things to come. I've had a long-term vision for quite some time, and, despite me getting impatient and trying to rush things, and I am kind of that way by nature, because once I have a kind of a vision or a plan, I try to kind of get there as fast as possible. Sometimes it's to my benefit. Sometimes it is to my detriment. It depends on the situation. But I do have a long-term vision and goal. And by my timeline, it's been slower than I had hoped. But I appreciate everyone for helping in the progress we've made thus far as a community. And hopefully as this thing continues on into the future, that I'm able to do some really cool stuff and you guys could be a part of it. But yeah, Chico's obvious. Everybody's on my list, Dyer. Like, anyone you could think of is someone I would love to talk to. I am trying to get the stories and all of the all the information we could extract from these guys, because I think storytelling is a big part of our game, and I would love to be a part of being able to bring that to you guys. So thank you. And if you're interested in interviews, if you're newer to the channel or you haven't poked around, if you go on the channel, go to the interview tab. There's some interviews on there with some pretty big pretty decent name guys that have a lot to say. Lob says, all my friends are Rangers and Islander fans. The channel's like my escape place. Where do you live, Lobsty? Husky says, let's go Devils. Alex, why can't all the games be on one channel? That'd be too easy. Nick T, what's your prediction on how we get cap compliant when Kobe is healthy? Yeah, I don't know. I do not envy the decision makers behind that. There's obviously a lot of many ways. We've talked about it to death. I mean, salary has to go out somehow, some way. And we're going to see. We are going to see how they solve that. But again, that is a future problem that we don't need to worry about today, because today this team is going into Toronto looking to hand this Maple Leafs team a big loss on home ice. Husky says, need Timo to run the goalie after the drama they had last game. I always like to see Timo get involved physically. Antonino, how you doing? Says, praying Gotham works on the plane. Are you on a plane? I've never watched a game on a plane, actually. Now that I think about it, it is kind of, I would have thought by now I would have. I don't think I've ever been on a plane during a game. That is an interesting kind of situation to watch a game on a plane. Devil Heaven always got good food. We're doing grilled chicken wraps, garlic. I never know how to say this. Aioli, ripped through the garden side of homemade pasta salad. Unreal. Very nice. Phil said the girls on X are going after. I don't know anything about that. X. Follow me on X, by the way. Follow your boy out of X. What was this? Oh, Tasha, it's the mega show because it's everything rolled into one. I'm not going to do these that often, but we'll see how this goes. This is an experiment. People have asked for like the live watch thing. I'm giving an element of it. I'm not going to be on here the whole time. Again, the chat's going to be open. The game center that you could follow along with will be on the screen. I will be locked into the game, not on the screen, but I will periodically pop in to say hello, to comment on something or whatever. And this is kind of a beta test. So we're going to see how this goes. Yeah, it's something I've kind of had in the back of my mind forever. So we're going to see. We're going to see how this plays out. This is a test. So bear with me. We may have technical difficulties. We may have some issues along the way, but everything will be okay. I got 9 more minutes on here before MSG goes on the air. I'm pumped. Get excited, guys. This is a massive game in October for the New Jersey Devils, and a win tonight would be so nice. It would be so nice. Alex said, I just realized the chat on the screen is that new. I've been listening passively. Shout out to my boy Drew, who, I don't know. Do you guys like that or not, actually? That's a great, can you guys, tell me in the chat. I totally forgot about that. My buddy was telling me, he was like, you should have the thing on the screen. Oh, yeah, but I forgot about that too. Yeah, you guys, oh man, I forgot about that. Yeah, I don't know if I could leave it on the screen with your potty mouths. But what do you guys think of it being scrolling on the screen? My buddy was adamant about doing that. I don't know how I feel about it, actually. Dire Wolf says, I appreciate you being a show I can have on with my kid in the car. Oh, if you're only listening, you have nothing to worry about. It's the visual of the comments. That's true. If you can, the kids could listen, no problem. The only issue is the potential comments. But now if I take it off the screen, I have to see. If there's a lot of bad stuff, I can't leave it scrolling. I totally forgot about that. See, this is a work in progress, guys. I'm trying to figure this all out and navigate as I go. But you're certainly safe with the kids. Yeah, Dyer, I'm trying to be more responsible, man. I didn't plan for any of this. It's kind of been an evolution as I go on. And after going to games and having several kids come up to me, I'm like, oh, wow, like there's kids watching this. And so I have to be a little more cognizant of that. And it's mostly you people I have to police, not myself, because I'm, pretty behaved. Sometimes I get fired up, but I'm not saying anything crazy. This is a family show. It's a family show. Wait, Robbie's bench boss. What is agreed? No. Let me get back down. James says, I'm bringing my 2 nieces to a game in 2 weeks. Teaching them to say Rangers suck. Good or bad idea? Oh, I don't have kids. I'm a bad person to ask. I don't know. I could probably make the argument. It's probably better off to not teach them that, but what do I know? What do I know? When is the Ace call-out show? I'm giving people more time, guys. But the samurai sword's coming out. Kill Bill. It's gonna be phenomenal. Tasha, where he's coming with the Swiss jackknife and just hammering people. There's people that deserve it. Michael says, thoughts on Cotter reminding you of a player like Miles Wood, speed and hands, and they both got the script factor. Yeah, I could see you thinking that. I do think Cotter has even better hands and more offensive potential because, and I liked Miles Wood, but I do think if Paul Cotter was able to play with a guy like Grits, I think you would see Paul Cotter produce more than Miles Wood in that Miles Wood. Whoa, what a tongue twister. Miles Wood in the same spot. But I did like Miles Wood. But I do think Paul Cotter's offensive production ceiling is higher with a guy like Grits. Yeah, Michael says, last stream, someone asked if you take Matthews or Wilson. Come on now. Are the refs going to take away 3 goals from us tonight? No, hopefully they take away no goals. Like Sorrow says, no goals. No goals. Jay Snow, I don't think Mercer's an invaluable piece. He gets a huge boost from playing with Nico and Timo. I mean, are we going to hold that against him, though? We all kind of coming into the season, and I laid it out. Even coming into camp, it was like, is this going to be the year Dawson Mercer gets a shot in the top 6? We talked about this before it actually happened, right? Big year for Mercer. He's kind of a wild card on this team. We all thought he would be amongst the guys to get a true crack in the top 6, and he did, and he's made the most of it. And so is he getting a boost from playing with Nico and Timo? Absolutely. But guess what? No matter who was in that spot, they would be getting a boost from playing with Nico and Timo. That's just the reality of playing with 2 players of their caliber. And so I cannot hold that against him. He's making the most of his opportunity, and hopefully he continues to kill it. And those second and third lines look pretty good. I think the only tinkering you're going to see in the meantime is potentially the top line and the fourth line with guys coming back from injury or whatever it may be. I do think the second and third lines are looking very, very good. Lobsy says, I live in Monmouth County. There's a whole lot of Rags fans here. Hold on one second with me, guys. Yeah, I didn't realize how many Rangers fans there are in Monmouth County. I realized that kind of recently. World's Worst Gamer, Leafs fans are also generally Jays fans, and right now they are pumped. Need to get the first goal tonight and get it early. Signs them. Yeah, absolutely. Take the crowd out of it early. Anson says, Devils are better than Toronto. Ace is better than Steve Dangle. Well, thanks. Well, I don't know how many people would agree with that, the second part of that, but I certainly appreciate it. Evan, will be a great game to win tonight. Let's go Devils. Every game's a great game to win. Let's go. Let's go. Nico is king. We've lost 14 of 17. Oh, wow. I knew it was 7 of 10. I didn't go back even that far, but 14 of 17. My God. They've owned us almost as much as the Canes. It's got to change tonight. Absolutely. New season, new slate, new team, new look, New Jersey Devils. Let's give these Leafs a big loss on home ice. Aioli? That one's always giving me trouble. I don't know why. But that one's always giving me trouble. Kaylee says, have Devils won a game against Toronto since Keefe's arrival? Unfortunately not. Last year we were 0-1-2 against them. 3 losses. We got 2 loser points because we lost in overtime, but so far we have not beaten them in the 3 matchups during Keefe's time as Devils head coach, and we are hoping that all changes tonight. Wait, all right, I'm trying to get back to here. Tasha says, I'm impartial to the new screen thing. Alex says, take it off. Zach says, take it off. Yeah. All right, guys. You've spoken. I appreciate it. And voila, it's off. Sorry, Drew. Drew was pumped up for it. My buddy Drew really wanted it on there, but I think Devil Heaven wants it up, but everyone's saying take it off. Yeah. If it's on there is no moderating it because it's just in real time. So easy, Krungs. Easy, bro. Come on now. This is a family show. I know. Maybe there'll be a separate show, a late night separate show on non-game nights that we could put the parental advisory on, perhaps. Got to keep the game show clean. Oh, man. You guys are great. Oh, God. All right, guys. Appreciate you all for coming out. The pregame show is about to go on MSG, so that means your boy is out of here. I will be popping up randomly. To comment or, whatever. What's up to everybody who got here? Appreciate all of you. I'm just scanning the chat here. So yeah, I think this is, I got to make sure I'll be back in a little bit, but, Yeah, I'll be popping in and out, but some form of the game center will be on the screen the whole time, and I'll randomly be popping in and out throughout the game and in between periods. But you guys are all awesome. Thank you all so much. It's been a fun season thus far. Hopefully the boys keep it going tonight. I'm fired up for this season. And you guys are great. I will see you in a little bit. I'll be popping in and out, like I said. So keep it civil in the chat, please, if you can. And I'll be in and out. I got to double check on this little game tab too, but I'll be back in a little bit, in and out. Keep it clean in the chat. We'll be back. Oh, the pregame show is at a commercial. Your boy is back. I'm going to be popping in and out. And I will say, folks, I am working on something that some of the newer fans may enjoy, but it's definitely something way more geared towards the longtime fans. But if you are a longtime fan, something is coming that is phenomenal. Phenomenal. For the longtime fans, there is something coming that's truly special. I'll be back in a little bit. Gonna go position myself for the pregame. I'll be back. I'll be in and out all game, folks. Love you all. Love you all. Let's go. Let's go, Devils. Let's go. Let's go. We're like 20 minutes from puck drop, kids. Let's go. Let's go. Man, I'm jacked up. Anyone got any good predictions in the chat? Charlie says he's your first. Ooh, I would love the captain to get one. Listen, I'm not picky. I want to see whoever just pot some goals and get one. Get the first one and get it early. It would be beautiful. My predictions will be very angry if they embarrass Keefe again. I don't think it's going to happen. Zach, 4-3 Devils in overtime. Oof. I don't know if my cardiovascular system can handle an overtime session tonight. I would love to see this team win in regulation, but if it has to be an overtime, so be it. Rob says Luke is scoring tonight. I like it. I like it. A Luke goal? Is that 5-on-5 or is that going to be a power play variety? Yeah, I'm very excited to see what the first power play unit's going to be for this one. Something to keep an eye on. What is the first power play unit going to look like? What is that first power play? Snow Devil comes with a fourth line goal. Oh, I would love a fourth line goal. I feel like we're a little overdue for one. I would love to see Grits. I would love to see Grits get one. I guess if I could pick anyone, yeah, I'm with you, Zach. Would love to see Gritsy. Yeah, I think once Grits gets one, I think he's going to feel a little pressure relieved. Not to say that he's feeling the pressure, but I thought based on the preseason and everything, he would have probably got one by now. But would love to see him get it tonight. Timothy, my prediction is 3-1 Leafs, complete dominant performance. Horrible. That's ridiculous. Child of the Atom, tonight is Grits night. He's in Canada. He's going to feel more comfortable because it's foreign and he's going to bury one. Hopefully Grits gets on the board tonight. I would love to see it. We got a prediction by a Dougie power play clap bomb. I would like to see that too. Listen, like I said, I'm not picky. Give me anybody. Give me goals from anywhere. I don't really mind where they come from. I just need this team to win tonight and be flying absolutely sky high coming into the Rock tomorrow for the Wild. That would be just what a story. What a story that would be. Slur pre-win or lose. I can't do a pre. All right, I'll be back. I'm sliding back out. Pre-game's back on. I'll be in and out throughout the game, folks. Play nice in the chat. I'll be back. I'll be back. And we're back. Anyone got any other predictions? I think I'm going 4-2 Devils tonight. I think that's my official prediction. 4-2, our beloved New Jersey Devils, and we are just going to be riding a 5-game high. A 5-game high coming into the Rock tomorrow. Pre-game should have been a boxing match of Ace versus, oh boy. Devils fan 13 says, shut Willie down and the odds of winning skyrocket. Yeah, you gotta in fairness to Steve, we're definitely drastically different weight classes, so that's an unfair bout. But yeah, Nylander, Matthews, you got to keep the big guns in check. The Devils did a fairly good job of doing it against the Oilers. Obviously tasked with a very similar thing tonight, except we're on the road in a arena that's not easy to win in. Against a team that's played really well against us. So hopefully we see a big effort from the boys and they're able to keep the big dogs in check and our big dogs hopefully pop off. Would love to see it. World's Worst Gamer, if we win, it will be He's your first star. I think perimeter players will do nothing tonight. Oh, I like it. Rob says 4-2 Devils, all 4 lines score a goal. A very specific prediction. I'm going 4-2 Devils as well, but I'm not going to get too much into the I'm not, I was feeling Jack big time the last 2 games, which is why I predicted him. For whatever reason, I thought he was gonna come to life and do it big in the at the Prudential Center, which he did, and it was awesome. I would love to see him keep his goal scoring streak go. Jack getting one tonight would be big in a win. I would love to see it. Rob, Old Man Rob says, show the support. Y'all hit that like and yell out loud when we score. Appreciate that, Rob. Hit the thumbs up for your boy and for our New Jersey Devils on a 4-game winning streak, hoping to make it 5. Michael says, I'm calling an open ice layout by Timo on a Leaf. I would enjoy that. I love the heavier, edgier, more violent. Bring the boom. Bring the boom. Bring the boom. Bring the boom. All right, I'll be popping in and out. We need a big one. Luke says, let's go Devils. I would love some physicality though. Would love the rough stuff, as comes to no surprise for those of you that have been around for a while. I am a fan of the heavier, edgier, more violent type of game and would love to see it tonight. Impose our will on these guys. Would love to see us impose our will. Zach says Timo netting one would be great for his game. Would love to see Timo get one too. Yo, Stand, I just said I'm going 4-2. 4-2 New Jersey Devils tonight. Real big in Toronto. Let's go. Let's go. Popping in and out all night. Shout out to all of you. Play nice in the chat. Be back in a little bit. Be back. Trying to get the all right, see if that works. Be back, folks. Let's get the big dub tonight. Let's go, boys. Wow, guys. Cotter, we don't know. As Sal said on the MSG broadcast, we don't. I thought this would load on its own. We don't know if Cotter was out there intentionally or something happened, but Cotter looked great out there with the big boys. Obviously, grade A chance, robbed on the doorstep. But give me some more Cotter with the big guns. Cotter plus peanut butter and jelly. We might have something there. A lot of us have talked about that. Give our boy Paulie a chance in that top six. And maybe having him kind of get active in front of the net is the move. Cotter in front with peanut butter and jelly can be something to watch for. I'm hoping the next time they're out there, we see it. And it wasn't just kind of like a mix up in the, not a mix up, but, a prolonged shift or something that kind of led to that. I want to see it again. Give Cotter his chance with the big guns for a full game. And he was grade A chance right there, robbed on the doorstep. Unfortunate. I thought he was going to get one there. A beautiful chance, but maybe we'll see more of that unit. Jack Hughes, Jesper Bratt, Paul Cotter, give me it. That shift was generating a lot of momentum for sure. What a shift, man. I want to see Cotter get his chance, but Devils are getting their chances. I mean, you got to give it up to John Tavares. That's a Hall of Famer play right there. Shot comes in from the point, traffic in front, JT in front of the net. Rebound comes out and he bats it out of midair on the backhand. Like, tons of guys aren't going to make that play. I would have loved to see him get cleaned out of there, obviously. Don't let him camp out there, but it is what it is. You got to tip your cap sometimes. A great player made a great play, and he made one there. The boys just got to stay at it. They're generating chances. Jack off the post. That one hurt, obviously. Be back. We're back in game action. Be back. All right, guys, the boys are buzzing. That was a huge kill. huge kill, almost another shorthanded goal. I mean, they just got to get the next one. The boys really got to focus, buckle down, and get this next one, because I think if they do, all will be okay. They cannot afford to give up the next goal, but I'm hoping to see Cotter back out there. But yeah, wow. 2-on-1. I mean, the boys are looking good. They're really looking good right now, but they need that next one. The next one is absolutely massive, obviously. The next one is just, I can't stress enough. But back soon, maybe a little more in between the periods, but we'll be back. What a kill. What a kill for this Devils group. All right, guys. Obviously, I hope Pally's not injured, and hopefully we get him back soon or get some good news on Pally. But the reality is, right now, right here, right now, one of my favorite players and many of yours, Paulie Cotter, has the opportunity of a lifetime tonight, and so far in 2 shifts, they are buzzing with Paul Cotter, folks. I've called for this going back to last season. I'm not trying to do the old back pat, but I'm going to do it a little bit. Paul Cotter, so far, looks good with these guys. Cotter plus peanut butter and jelly, got to keep going. Cotter has multiple shots on goal already and looks like he's fitting in pretty well with them thus far. Hopefully, if we don't see Palat return in this game, which we don't know, maybe we'll find out after the period. Hopefully, everybody calm down in the chat. Hopefully they keep buzzing. Cotter, Jack, Jesper, so far so good. It's only a matter of time before Paulie buries one or creates one, but they look phenomenal thus far. And maybe this could be one of those unexpected blessings in disguise where now all of a sudden the top three are clicking. Nico, Timo, Mercer, the top line of peanut butter and jelly plus Cotter, third line of Glass, Grits, and Brown, leaving the fourth line to be determined. But I'll be back. Fingers crossed. I'm hoping my boy Paulie does it big tonight because he deserves it, and I think he's going to thrive. Let's go. Let's go. All right, folks. Wow. And we're back. First period in the books. I mean, the boys had their chances. Stolars, if not for Stolars, the Devils could have 2 or 3, I think, pretty easily. Pretty easily, the boys could be up in this one. They got to get the next one. The next one's big, but I mean, let's see. We'll do some little. Bear with me while I just load this up. We're doing this is in-game live production behind the scenes, folks. Like I said, you know, your boy's a one-man symphony. Shout out to everybody in here. Paulie Cotter with the big guns. Oh man, it's exciting. Hold on, let me clean some of this up. Paulie Cotter getting his chance with peanut butter and jelly. Does it pay dividends? Do they stick with it? They're generating chances. I always liked my guy Paulie to get a crack with the big guns. We might see it tonight. They didn't draw it up like that. Through the first period, Devils 10 shots on goal. Maple Leafs 7. Faceoffs close. Devils 7 of 15. Leafs 8 of 15. No power plays for the Devils. Leafs go 0 for 1. Big penalty kill for the boys. Almost scored shorthanded. 8 hits for the Devils, 6 for the Leafs, 4 block shots for the Devils, 3 for the Leafs, 9 giveaways for the Devils. Way too many. Got to clean that up. 3 for the Maple Leafs, 2 takeaways for the Devils, 1 for the Maple Leafs. And what a interesting period. I mean, Stolars is the story of the first period, obviously. I think, you know, with another goalie in there, the Devils could be up 2 or 3 to 1 right now. It is what it is. They got to just stick to their game and get the next one. They really do, but they've looked like the better team thus far for, you know, the majority of the period. Paulie Cotter thrust into the top line with peanut butter and jelly. What is our man going to do with the opportunity? Hopefully he makes the most of it, but there's your kind of tail of the tape. Jace knows some bad turnovers. Yeah, for sure. Riot and respect. I don't hate that period at all. If not for the JT Magician goal, I'd say the Devils look a ton better so far. They do. Absolutely. As like I said, tip your cap. What a play by JT. Parked out in front. He bats that thing out of midair. I mean, not a lot of guys in the league are going to make that play, but he's one of them that can. And it costs us. And the Devils are down 1 after 1, but they got to come back. They got to just keep playing. They're generating chances. Stolars will crack. Got to keep the pressure up on Stolars. Michael, actually a great period in terms of how they played. Sucks the outcome so far. Obviously, we're playing the refs too. Oregano dealer. Stolars will stand on his head because he called out his team. This is going to be a tough game with that guy. What's going on, Kane? They got to crack him. They got to just get one. Just get one, but Jack Hughes is flying out there tonight, kids. I think vintage Jack Hughes is in the building. He's picking up where he left off at the Rock, and wow, Jack is activated at a high level tonight. Jack is buzzing. Yeah, absolutely, Kane. Jack's look fast. He's awake right now. Devs fan Josh Cotter needs to bury that opportunity he got. I know it's hard to lift, but that's when he's going to want back. For sure, but I do think I got to see the replay again, but Stolars was in very good position. I don't know if it would have you know, even lifting it, I think there was a chance that's because Stolars was in such great position there. There's a chance he wouldn't have been able to do it. But wow, what a period in Toronto. What a period in Toronto. And I'm curious, Paulie's got his chance now, guys. Is he gonna make the most of it? So far, he's looked pretty good. He has to have at least 2 shots on goal. Let's see. Paulie Cotter, 5 shifts. He already has 3 shots. He's credited with 3 shots. 3 shots and a giveaway. They didn't give him any hits yet? I feel like he had a hit. Yeah, hits. Someone brought it up in the last live. Like, you never know what counts as a hit, right? And it varies from whatever you want to call them, like statisticians, from one to another. But, wow. Brigham Young, send him Young. What a negative person you are. Oh, my bad. Sorry, Brigham Young. I take it back. NJD sweeping Carolina in the first round this year. Book it. I read that backwards, and I was like, man, what a wet blanket. Jay Snow, need to get Jack a winger badly. Imagine what that line could be. It very well may be Paul Cotter, friends. I mean, let's be real. They're flying. According to Ace, the Leafs only have half the goals predicted. Keep the faith. Oh, I got the faith. Pally died so Paulie could fly. Hopefully Palat's good. Michael Shane, get under Stolar's skin, hang around the crease, pester him, need more net firm presence. Absolutely. Rattle him all you can. Justin T, they got Cotter on the first line. Palat may be injured. He wasn't on the bench from early on in the first period, and we saw Paulie Cotter with the big guns. Husky, give Cotter more than one game. All right, so I got the little scuffle. Domi and Glass. Oh. Great point, Kane. I meant to say that. Love seeing Hamilton lay the hits. Big hit on, I think, Domi. Love to see Dougie use that size. Maybe that's something Brian Shaw has kind of emphasized. Like, you're a huge dude. Start hammering people. We've already seen Dougie throw a couple big hits this season. Big one there as well. Oh, snap. I messed up my... Got to come out flying next period. JT, man. Big time play by Tavares. Great play. Devils Hall. I like what I'm seeing, but huge turnaround from game one. Absolutely. Yeah, Tavares, man. That play is nuts. Completely nuts. I made this joke before. I mean, that would be crazy if that's what it was. I'm waiting to hear on the in between the periods if Palat was injured. It happened super quick in the first period. I mean, there has been instances like this where a player was traded during a game, but I don't think that's what it is. I mean, I jokingly said that before, and I suppose it is a possibility. But wild stuff. PB&J with cottage cheese. Gritty, no shots and nothing. Still looking for his first. Would be nice to get it tonight. Yeah, Gritsuk. Let's see him get going. We need a power play. Devils need a power play. Levin Bradley's the body down. Look, the Devils are in better condition as far as cardio. Leafs look winded after 20. I mean, the Devils are pushing the pace. Man, now we're going to watch the Stolar's highlight reel. The Jack post. Dawson had that chance in front. Oh, my God. Before getting tackled. Cotter on the doorstep. Man, that Jack post. The defenseman got a piece of it. Kind of changed the direction of it. Jack's been buzzing now. Jack has been flying, which is great to see. This Jack to Cotter. Oh, God. Yeah, that was... The Cotter chance was crazy. Yeah, I wish we got a better shot off on shorthanded with the Bratter and Nico 2-on-1. I would have liked an in tighter chance. I mean, Nico shot it from a little far out. I mean, that's kind of how the play developed, but I thought we were going to get a little bit more of a quality shot there, but still great save by Stolarz. Haven't heard anything on Palat yet. Yeah. Tavares' contract, $4.38 million cap hit. Talk about team friendly. Winners want to win. Right, and respect. Stolarz just seems like the dude to get frustrated easily. Annoy him and get one in. More should follow. Kane says, I met Rachel Herzog last year during the playoffs. Such a nice person. That's cool. Ride and respect that or force Toronto to insulate him more. We got this as long as they keep doing what they're doing. That's kind of how I feel, but you never know. Like a fluky goal would really make it difficult. The next goal is huge. If the Devils get the next one, I'm feeling a lot better, obviously, than if they give up the next one. A power play would be nice. I would love to see what the first power play unit is going to be for the Devils. Wow. Noah says, I want to see Dilly smash someone. I do too. Would love to see Dilly crush somebody. This game definitely has the potential to get chippy. We've already seen a little bit of the rough stuff. Nothing crazy, but we've seen a little bit. Maybe tempers will flare and we'll see the bodies hit the floor. But Dilly crushing someone, always a nice thing to see. Get bodies in the blue paint. Yeah, I think you got to rattle Stolarz a little bit. He's a little too sharp right now. He's a little too sharp. I think it's time to start, putting a little pressure on him. Kane says, how often do you go live during the game? Feel like this is new. Win or lose, we booze, though. First time I've ever done it, actually. A lot of people have kind of wanted me to do, going back to last year, people have said I should do something during the game. And I said, I can't do like a traditional watch party because I need to be focused and I don't want to be on camera the whole game. But I was like, maybe it compromises to do something like this where I kind of wrapped the pregame with the during the game and the postgame all in one. And you guys could talk in the chat the whole time. I know a lot of people like that. And so I was like, maybe I'll try this out. So maybe this will be something I'll do more of in the future. I can never sit here and be on the camera the whole thing though. I have to run in and out. Like I need to be locked in. But like right now I have the game in my ear and I'm monitoring the pregame, the intermission report. But I think this might be something I can't do it every game because it's still a lot of stuff to do. But yeah, this is interesting. I do kind of like this, jumping on more like in-game kind of stuff. So we'll see. Hokic says, we gotten a good amount of shots with only a few being scary. Most just kind of meh. Husky hoping Cotter is our Nutella. Man, Cotter on the top line, if that gels, you're talking about not obviously nothing's ever in stone, but the top three lines would be fairly set in my opinion. Jack with Bratter and Cotter, if that works long-term, that could be a very, very good top line, obviously. Nico, Timo, Mercer, I love as the second line. I think that shouldn't change, barring any injuries, obviously, as all of this is. And then a third line with Glass, Grits, Connor Brown. Three nice lines. Then you got to figure out the fourth. But we'll see. Yeah, this is something new, Faye. I don't know how often I'm going to do it, but it is interesting. Yo, Stan, Cody Glass getting in tons of scrums this year. Yeah, he tried to fight Sam Iskevich on the Panthers. I meant to talk about that and forgot. That just crossed my mind. Yeah, he was shaking the mitts. He was looking for a fight, and the guy ran. Jersey Roots has got to keep running these game day streams, Ace. I mean, I go to a lot of the home games, so this would probably be almost an exclusive away game, a road game kind of thing. But we'll see how it plays out. If you guys like it, maybe it's something I'll try to do more often than not. But we'll see. Need a Dougie bomb. Would love to see that. Justin says, Dylan reminds me of Rocky. Snow, can't let Stolarz see everything cleanly. Run them holy. Devils really need a net front pest. Let's see Cotter get down there working it. Riot and respect. I think Allen's board pass behind the net looked a lot worse on TV than it probably did in person. Michael, I feel like they're going to open the floodgates in the second. They're playing too well so far. We will break them. Yeah, but the next goal is huge. Next goal is huge. SST says Marchand is in tears in Boston during a rapturous ovation. I'd imagine. I look forward to looking at those highlights long after this game tonight. Obviously, we have the post game coming up like we always do. Shout out to anyone new, by the way. Any newcomers, welcome aboard. Welcome aboard. Jason, I'd like to see a third line create some chances. I want to see Grits get one. Devils Holic, I am going to the game tomorrow night. Kane, I only go to a few games a year. Usually sit in section 2. Let me get you a drink when I visit. Yeah, hit me up. We'll see how my schedule is going to be going as far as attending games. But I'm an addict, guys. You guys know I love this team. This is my, obviously, pastime and hobby. This room would look like this whether I had this channel or not. And so I am all in on this New Jersey Devils club year in and year out. And obviously starts like this are much more fun to be a part of than, a team that's struggling. But wow. It looked good despite the scoreboard. Gotta bury one in this next period. Hopefully sooner than later. Next goal is huge. It could be, I'm not saying, definitely, but next goal could be, that could be a real big one. I think it is a real big one. I don't want to say next goal wins, but it's big. If the Devils tie this up, I think their crowd gets a little scared, and then maybe we get them to crack. Get them to crack. Poke just welcome aboard the SS Jersey Devil. Kane the Great, you could reach me on Instagram, X. You could email me. Oh, shit. John Fay, Grits needs a goal. He hasn't scored his first goal yet. No, I know. He has been a little quiet, but you guys had to realize he wasn't going to keep up the frenetic pace that he was at. I mean, it was a crazy pace he started at. I mean, it wasn't going to be sustainable. We talked about that, but what he showed was super promising. Would love to see him get it going. I want to see what these power play units are. If these refs ever give us a power play, I hope Timo's on the first unit and maybe Grits will get a crack on the second, or maybe Timo's on the second. Either way, we have great power play units. We are blessed to have the weapons that we do have. And the power play options are endless, and it's a beautiful thing to have. So hopefully we get one soon and we see a power play goal. I'll take I'll take anything. We almost had another shorty. I mean, getting another shorty would have been amazing. But wow, getting ready to gear back up in the all right, let's see what we got. Jay Snow, I want to see Timo start being a bull tonight. Yeah. Nico could have put that top shelf. Yeah, I mean, listen, there was a rush shot, 2-on-1. He wanted to make sure he got a shot off. Wow. But guys, keep an eye on our boy Paulie. 47. 47 looking to make some noise. 47's looking to make some noise, guys, but I'll be back running in and out. Let's go. Let's go, Devils. Be back. Be back. All right, folks. We still got the lead, but my God, what an offensive explosion for our beloved New Jersey Devils in the period. Jackie Boy continues his amazing play. What rips it upstairs. Beautiful shot by Jack. And then for whatever reason, the Toronto booth tells them to challenge it. One of the worst challenges I've ever seen, by the way. I guess they were counting on some home cooking. I don't really know what they saw there to make them believe they were going to win a challenge, but I'll take it. They challenge it. Gets obviously it doesn't get overturned. The goal stands. Devils go on the power play. Glass breaks through with one off the Timo blast. Obviously, free Timo. We need Timo. Is SST acting up? We need Timo on power play one. Free Timo. I don't know what we're doing, but maybe, I don't know. It doesn't seem like they change it up within games, and they'll maybe wait for another game. I don't know. But either way, cannon blast by Timo leads to the Glasser goal. And then we have a 4-on-1, and Dilly buries one. Shout out to Michael, who called the floodgates, I believe. What a start to the period. Obviously, we just gave one back on a couple bad plays. Nemitz with a kind of weak stick wag there, fanned on it, and Nylander makes him pay with a beautiful backhanded pass, wide open net. But wow, what a period! Got to get the next one. I want a 2-goal lead again. Shout out to everybody in here. Like I said earlier, I'll be popping in and out, but we need Timo on power play one, folks. But what a period thus far. I mean, I'll take it. Outscoring them 3-1 in the period, 3-2 with the lead. Back soon. We're in one. This is going to be a battle down the stretch. Be back. Let's go Devils. All right, just finish the period. Just get out of this period with the lead. Get out of the period with the lead and buckle down in the third. I mean, wow, what a game! That play would have been highlight reel stuff. Mercer couldn't. I mean, oh man, it was a little. That would have been just such an insane play. If that went, that was highlight reel stuff, like easily. But wow, we're in one, guys. We're in a battle tonight. This is a playoff level game. And the boys know that they haven't won one for Keefe. They're well aware. They may have claimed they were aware that we didn't have the 4-game winning streak, but they're certainly aware that Sheldon Keefe has not beaten his former club as the head coach of the New Jersey Devils, and we're looking to change that here tonight. And this one's going to be a battle down the stretch. This is going to be a battle down the stretch. Hopefully we don't start trading crazy chances with them, because we could lose that battle potentially. But wow. What a game. Two solid teams. This would be a fun playoff matchup, obviously, and the media would go crazy with the Keefe plot line, but a Devils Leafs playoff series would be pretty wild, and one that I'd imagine a lot of fans would be traveling for from both sides. Wow. But back soon. We got ourselves a contest here, kids. The Devils in a dogfight right now. We gotta get the next one. The next one's huge. Next one is huge. Be back soon. Boys got to do it. Got to do it for Coach. Oh, baby. Say it with me, kids. Say it with me. This year's team is not last year's team. This is not last year's team. And Jack Hughes is fully activated, my friends. Jack Hughes is on an absolute tear right now. And if this is the Jack Hughes we see all season, it is hard not to be on cloud 9 right now. Our New Jersey Devils, folks. Our New Jersey Devils. Down 1-0 after 1. We talked about it. Stick to the game plan. We are outplaying these boys. Stolars held down the fort in that first. And in the second, the boys opened up the floodgates. Jackie Boy with 2 goals. Glasser on the power play. Brendan Dillon converts on a 4-on-1. I mean, my God, I think Don LaGreca just said 10 different New Jersey Devils have a point in this one, and we still got at least another 20 minutes to go. Hopefully only 20 minutes. No overtime. The New Jersey Devils, folks, the 25-26 New Jersey Devils. This is a new look group. This is not last year's team, and I am fired up right now, and all of you should be. We are looking at prime-time Jack Hughes, folks. This is the heart-level winning play Jack Hughes that we all wanted to see. Who even knew Jack could take slap shots? I don't remember the last time I saw a Jack Hughes slap shot goal. We always see the fancy deeks or the wrist shots, maybe the backhander, but he just comes in on the wing and just rips a clapper right past Stolars. I mean, wow, guys. Jack Hughes, back-to-back 2-goal games. Hold on, Rachel's talking to Bratter. Let me listen for a minute. Wow. Guys. What a play by Grits, too, on that one goal. My God. Oh, man. Wow. One more period, boys. One more period. Lock it down. Lock it down. Jack showing Luke the breakaway clapper could be done. I mean, wow. Kyle, Glass, Grits, and Brown has been huge. I mean, this team, guys, this team is just, this is just such a different team from last year. Despite it not on paper seeming crazy different, Glass for a full season with the injection of Grits, with Connor Brown, and Dodonov's not even here yet. I mean, wow. Wow. Bratter with 2 assists. Grits with the beautiful assist on the Dilly goal leading to that 4-on-1. I mean, wow. Wow, oh, wow. Timo gets an assist. Nemo, Glendon. I mean, everybody just getting involved. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. This is... Alex says, like the vid for your sister. Like the vid for your boy. And like the vid for your New Jersey Devils looking to close this out. This is absolutely just hockey theater right now. Hockey theater, and I haven't been this fired up for October games ever. Ever. This is like, it's a new feeling. It's a whole new feeling. This team is dangerous. Face this, Nemitz is 100% getting bounced when Big Kobe returns. I mean, there's a lot of time between then and now. Michael, Grits, and Brown are legit difference makers for our lines. Yeah, that's 2/3 of a very good third line that were not here last year, obviously. That is why, you know, people are like, oh, we didn't get the top 6. I wanted a top 6 guy this summer too, or a 3C. I knew with the cap space it was going to be hard, but these were meaningful additions, and you're seeing it. 2/3 of a very good third line. Brian says, don't want to jinx it, but what a game by the boys. Yeah, I mean, listen, this team is a different team, and everyone just pouring on the love for Grits and Brown. I mean, wow. Grits and Brown light years better? Absolutely. Grits and Brown over Halla and Lazar for sure. Yeah, I mean, not to slander them, but this is a significant upgrade. Devils Holic, how you? This team is good. Kyle, we need to give a few first, and Nemo and Palaf. You guys are getting with the crazy trade proposals. James Rupp said Jack was better than Matthews. Everyone laughed. Well, I mean, guys, this is one. James, it's one game. Let's not get crazy. But when he is on, man, when Jack is on, he is next level. He is dialed in right now on a mission this season. Can't fall asleep. Got to stay in them. That's for sure. Brian, could it be 5 in a row? We're 20 minutes away, baby. We are 20 minutes away. No surf sides till after the game. No surf sides till after the game. It's a long day and night with some of these games. Wow. But we are 20 minutes away from, wow. Healthy bionic shoulder Jack is a problem. They've got to come out in the third and finish this game on a high note and put the nail in the coffin. I agree. Get one more and really kick them down. Of course, we blew leads for sure, but hopefully this is not last year's team. We need to, exactly. 20 minutes left, and Child Adam, this is not last year's team. They got to clamp down now. Clamp down, and let's go. Let's go. James, they look confident for sure. Legit title contender. Let's see if Fitz makes a big move. I mean, that's going to be the big question, right? But we're ways away from that. This team just has to sustain this. Sal's fired up in the booth, too. Kyle, Ace must be single. I want a Devil studio room. I am single, but I will say, even when I was not single, I did still have a very similar setup. This comes with your boy. This is part of the deal. Wow. Jack Hughes, folks. The Jack Hughes show went from Newark to Toronto. It's a traveling show. And hopefully the Jack Hughes show, it just rolls right back on to Newark tomorrow night. Coming off this one, we got to close this out, though. Yeah, but it's different, Brian. This is not last year's team. I never felt as high. I mean, I was high on them at points last season. If I'm being honest, I was not, even when we were playing really well, I was not as high on them as I am now on this year's team. It just feels different. It really feels different. What's it to you? Look at these boys out there breaking hearts in Toronto. Wow. I'm just watching these beautiful plays. Let's see the Timo clapper that leads to this power play. What a horrible challenge. What were they thinking? What were they thinking on that challenge? Yeah, Timo with that blast creates that whole glass goal. Timo just rips one on net. Dude, that's a cannon blast shot. How is that not out there on every power play? One. What's up, Rabid Monkeypox? Great play by Grits on this one, too. That Timo blast is beautiful. Timo on power play 1, my friends. Well, hopefully we see it, but we probably won't. But get him some more power play 2 time at least. Want him out there on 1. What a play by Grits. A little razzle-dazzle by Glendenning, and Dilly just fires it home. So happy for Dilly. You guys know I love Brendan Dillon. What a beautiful goal by Dilly. He's fired up. Man. Big goal for Dilly. What a play by Grits. What a play by Grits on that. Literal 4-on-1. And Dilly finishes it. What a monster. Dilly is an absolute unit. He is. Love me some Dilly. Comeback season. Listen, guys, I told you in the summer I was high on them coming into the year, and I was trying to, I wasn't just blindly being like, oh, it's going to be a big year. I just really felt through camp and even before camp started. But then once camp came along in preseason, it just looked like they had a different approach about them. Kyle says, Ace, I bought that Craft Sphere ice machine. I could be like you now. You like the ice, the balls of ice? It is a nice little fancy, drink situation. The Craft ice. You got to love it. Oh, here comes the Jackie clapper. What a nice. Oh, my God. What a beautiful play. They got to close this out. They got to close this out. I mean, this is wild. Child of Adam, all I want to do is buy some Devils merch right now. I'm getting a bottle of Moscato and a gallon of chocolate ice cream. That's quite the celebration. That is quite the celebration. We need to get Quinn. That solidifies this. Listen, if the Quinn thing happens, it happens. If not, I think this team is Quinn would be barbaric. This team is going to be in a position to push. This is a push year. They're looking good. Obviously, I think Quinn makes the team better, but so does a big power forward. A nice top six winger. DGS, I'm in 306 section, repping. Okay, go Devils. Nice. You're at the game. Dryer sheets. I stood up for that Dylan goal and cheered. So happy for him. Sick. Dilly on power play 1. Pato Tortuga, thank you for the super. Let's go. Thank you very much, Pato Tortuga. Let's go indeed. This team is not last year's team. Coming back when trailing, I mean, you love to see it. You love to see this team just battling. They've already faced some adversity early on in the season. And so far, I mean, this team is looking like it has the makings. It has the makings of something truly special. Jersey Roots, you know after the game, win or lose. Jay Snow says, I said blocker side, he's weak. Siegs has a major block too. Devs fan Josh, Ace, have you ever tried Angry Orchards? One of my favorite fall-time drinks that's not beer. That's like the apple cider, right? I haven't had one in a while. I've at this juncture of my life, I've pretty much tried all of these different concoctions of these different drinks and things. But I'm more of a the surf sides for me truly are really good because they just go down so smooth. There's no carbonation. Brian, Alex says he loves a good cider. Phil, Dilly, let's go. Number 5. Love Brendan Dillon. Love Brendan Dillon. Alexander says, Nico holding the cup is something I dream of. I could see it. I've visualized it many a times. And Bettman coming out on the ice. I'll spare you the impression. But I have visualized Nico and the boys passing the cup around. And hopefully we see it soon. Hopefully we see it in the not too distant future. Aaron, what's up, my man? Thank you, sir. Appreciate the super. Jack got 2 new shoulders and said, hold my beer. I mean, listen, if this guy stays healthy, which we're all hoping and praying he does, when Jack is at the top of his game, which he slightly slow start on the road, he comes to the Prudential Center and just fully activates into Jack Hughes, the wizard mode. Wizard mode Jack has been activated, and he brought that wizardry, the magic wand, traveled to Toronto, and he's looking for a Hattie in the third period. Can he get the Hattie in the third period would really put a final beautiful stamp on this one. A Jack Hattie would be phenomenal. But listen, I just want the dub. I don't care how it happens, how it comes, but they just got to keep it up, keep their foot on their throats, and close this one out and send the boys home on a 5-game winning streak. We got to get there, though. Michael, thank you for the super. Just sending to support our boy. Keep it up, Ace. This team feels special. Just saying. Thank you very much, Michael. Much appreciated. I've been saying it for a while, and then after that 4-game streak, again, it's super early. Anything can happen. You never know. But the fashion in which we were winning with the contributions for the guys that were contributing, bottom 6 fully looks like a new and improved unit that was on life support last year and barely did anything. We're seeing them get involved regularly early on in the season. And if this is a sign of things to come, guys, the 25-26 New Jersey Devils are going to give us some special, special moments. There are going to be special moments on the season, and just buckle up. If you are not fired up about this club, who are you? If you are in this room right now, whether you're watching on X or you're on YouTube, get fired up. This team is a special team. I feel it in my bones. I feel it in my bones. Whew. I want Jack to get this Hattie so bad. I want this Jack Hattie so, so bad. Alexander says, win or lose, we booze, ripping vanilla vodka with 0 sugar, A&W root beer. Oh, a little root beer float action? That's interesting. Michael Shane says, when Jack is on, he's exciting to watch as Kovalchuk. I mean, yeah, if you were a fan during the Kovalchuk era, then you know how truly special it was. The Kovy times will always be near and dear to my heart. A lot of people still don't forgive him for the, the way he left and all of that and everything. But in the end, guys, I mean, time heals all wounds, at least for me in terms of that. Like, who even knows? I think there was more behind the scenes than what meets the eye with the whole Kovalchuk thing. But in the end, Kovalchuk was much must-see TV. And when Jack Hughes is on, he can take over a game kind of single-handedly like Kobe could. Obviously, different types of players, but completely explosive offensive high-end talents. And Jack Hughes certainly fits the bill, and you're seeing it tonight. I want him to close out this game with a hattie so bad. So bad. Has Jack had a hattie? Yeah. He might have. He has 2 hat tricks, 2 career hat tricks. The first one was November 26th, 2022 against the Caps, and the second was December 16th, 2023. Looking to get his first hattie in almost 2 years, actually. Yeah, almost 2 calendar years. Jack would be back on the board with another hattie. Wow. What a game. Oh, Alex, don't talk to me about depth, Alex. The depth has already come into play across the board. We've seen it on defense. We've seen it in the net, obviously, with Jake the Snake having to come in there and take the reins from Markey. We've seen it up front with all the forward depth. We have tons of guys, I think, that could plug into the lineup right now, and the team could not skip a beat with the depth. I think Haminaho wouldn't, in a 4th-line role would be fine, as I think with Shane LaChance. We all forget about Zach McEwen. He looked phenomenal in his Devils debut. Grand opening, grand closing for McEwen. He gets hurt towards the end of the game. He's gone, but I really liked what we saw from him. I think he could be an exciting energy, size, gritty kind of 4th-line guy for us. He's hurt. Nason looks like he may return tomorrow. We may see the debuts of both Stefan Nason and Nico Dawes tomorrow at the Rock, as hopefully, fingers crossed, everything goes well in this game and the boys come back looking to make it 6 in a row. But let's close this one out first. You can't count the chickens before they hatch, as my grandmother would say. Unbelievable stuff from this club, and I am jacked. Michael, surfs are the best, no carbonation, not too sweet. Completely agree. They go down like water. Completely insane. Yeah, Doug, he has 2, looking for his 3rd tonight. Jack hat-trick on an empty net. I would like to see it with the goalie in, but I don't discriminate. I'll take it on the empty net as well. Don't get me wrong. Would love to see it in any fashion. Hokage, happy birthday. Jack DM'd me before the game saying he scored a goal for me since it's my birthday. So far, he's given me 2. I forgot. Happy birthday, Hokage. You're getting a nice gift tonight, and hopefully Jackie completes it. Hopefully he completes it in this 3rd period and gets another one for the hattie. It's true. I totally forgot about that. Great point, Traveling. Jack would have had the hattie in the 2nd if he didn't get that crossbar in the 1st. Jack just all over the place, looking like the dominant Jack Hughes we all know and love, and maybe this is going to be his real breakout season. Richard says huge 3rd. Frank, due to a series of mini disasters, I couldn't watch 1st and 2nd period. Had to listen to the Leafs radio feed. Brutal. Back home now. I'm ready to watch Don and company. Settle in. You're in for a treat, Frank. This 3rd period is going to be special. Special. Wow. Come on, boys. Don't let those efforts go to waste. Michael says, get me those chickens after they hatch and I'll fry up some cutlets. Oh, I love me a good cutlet. You guys know I love a cutlet. Husky says, time to nail it shut. All right, boys. I am jumping back into my game situation. I will be back very soon, and hopefully the boys close this out. I'll be back soon. I'm running in and out here. Let's go. Let's close this out. Do it for Sheldon, boys. Let's go. Oh, Jack got a look there, kids. Jack got a look. He got a look, but we're almost halfway through the period. Just got to hold on. This is phenomenal, phenomenal stuff. That fourth line just had an amazing shift. Glendening just created another chance. I mean, wow. That was a beautiful, that might be one of the better shifts for the fourth line on the season. Sustained pressure. They actually got Jack out there while the Leafs were pinned in their own end, gassed. And Jack was flying around out there too with the Leafs just completely depleted. What a great fourth line. And shout out to Glendening, as I said in the chat before. I mean, he won a couple battles. Not a super flashy guy, but serviceable veteran who could get the job done, is willing to do what it takes to win and grind out wins. And it's unbelievable. It's a beautiful thing to see, guys. I absolutely love this team. I am so jacked up. Never been this jacked up in October. Going back to my game station, I'll be back. I'm hoping this is a joyous post game, and we're 13 minutes away. I want to see the Jack Hattie. I'll be back. What a fourth line shift. What a fourth line. Glendening. Oh, baby. We're inching closer, kids. We are inching closer. I'm almost embarrassed of myself to be this excited for an October game. But like I said, guys, this season feels different. This team feels different. And right now, if you're not fired up about this club, I don't know what to tell you. I mean, wow. If you're in this room right now, whether you're watching on X or you're watching on YouTube, you're obviously a pretty big Devils fan if you're seeking out Devils content and you're here with us. Shout out to all of you for being here. Appreciate all of you. What a fun season it's been thus far. But my God, if you're not jacked up for this team, even the most negative person alive, SST, how could you not be fired up for what we're witnessing right now? I want to see Jack finish off the Hattie, but I'll take the win. But wow, we need to just close this out. I don't want any scary moments. No scary moments. Maintain the lead and let's close this thing out. I'll be back soon. What a game. What a night. Let's go Devils. Oh, Sieg's getting a little nasty there. I think it's going to be on him. They cut to the commercial right away. I think it's going to be on Siegs, and hopefully this doesn't get dicey, folks. It can never be easy. The Cardiac Kids, your New Jersey Devils, my New Jersey Devils, our beloved New Jersey Devils, going to need a big PK here to close this one out. And who knows, down 2. Maybe they even pull the goalie at some point on the back end of the power play to get the 6-on-4. Cross your fingers. PK's got to come up big. And Jake Allen, we trust. Got to kill this off, seal the win. Let's go, Devils. Be back. Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! Woo! Wow. And there it was, a sprinkle of the fisticuffs. My God. Oh, and he got jumped too. Hallinan was late to join the fracas. What an overhand right. Overhand right. Hallinan's eating shots, and then he just bonk. Woo! Woo! What a shot. Oh! Oh, baby. Oh, baby. All right, guys. I'm gonna have to go dark for a minute. I gotta go dark. I'll be back. I gotta go dark to make the preps get fired up. This is gonna be a post game for the ages. Ho, 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 ho. Ho, ho, ho.
And how about those Devils? How about those Devils?
What was that?
And how about those Devils? How about those Devils? And how about those Devils? How about those Devils?
How about those Devils? Welcome back, Devils fans. It is your host, Ace, here on Running with the Devils, where we are talking New Jersey Devils hockey all year long. Please hit that subscribe button, smash the like, share with a friend. Thank you very much. And the boys did it for Coach, your New Jersey Devils, my New Jersey Devils, our beloved New Jersey Devils, riding the first 4-game win streak in nearly 3 calendar years, looking to follow up the performance from the other night against the Oilers in Toronto. And your New Jersey Devils, my friends, my New Jersey Devils, our beloved New Jersey Devils, go into Toronto and beat the Maple Leafs by a score of 5-2. And I must ask, I must know,
Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained?
Are you not entertained? This team is for real. Anyone who doubted, fall in line. This New Jersey Devils club is not last year's New Jersey Devils club. There is so much to discuss about this game. An absolutely phenomenal performance on the road. Another gut check, another big test. The New Jersey Devils pass with flying colors. Woo! Woo! Folks, I got to calm down or I'm going to have a stroke live on the internet. Win or lose, we booze. We're going with, this is one of the last of my packs. We're going with the lemonade version tonight. Surfside, lemonade and vodka. And cheers to all of you. When it hits your lips, because victory drinks taste so much better than loser beverages. Cheers to all of you. What a phenomenal performance by our New Jersey Devils tonight. What a win. I have not been this fired up for an October game, probably ever. As I said to many of you in the pregame, shout out to everybody who's here. Thank you for everyone for the continued support. Awesome talking to you throughout the game when I was popping in. But this team is not last year's team, and it's not even close, guys. Well, let's just start. We're gonna just start with the goals here. I mean, wow. So first period, Devils looking like the better team. Let's be real. Devils come out, generate some chances early, and unfortunately, the Leafs make a great play. They throw it on net. Tavares is parked out in front. Would obviously like to see him cleared out in that scenario, but he makes a Hall of Famer, just all-time amazing play. There's not much you could do there. Rebound comes out, and he literally backhands it out of the air immediately past Allen. Like, there's not too many guys in the league that are going to pull that play off. JT is one of them. He makes us pay, unfortunately. Leafs up 1-0. The period ends 1-0. The New Jersey Devils were buzzing. They were looking like the better team for the whole period, but the scoreboard didn't reflect it. Stolarz stood on his head, and it was one of those nights where people were going, oh, we're going to get goalie, this, that, and the other thing. If it wasn't for Stolarz, we could have been up 2 or 3-1 after the first period. He was phenomenal in net for most of the night. I mean, a couple of them he probably wants back, but in the end, he gave his team a chance to win. But holds down the fort in the first period. Devils buzzing, and that Tavares goal is all we got in the first period. Second period, we see just the Jack Hughes absolute freight train continue. Jack Hughes picks up the puck and just while gliding and rips the shot. I mean, you love to see it. Jack is just playing on another level right now. Activating wizard mode, as I said before. He came back to the Rock. He got hot, and he's carried the magician wand of his. He brought it to Toronto, and he busted it out tonight. That first goal was amazing, and you saw early on Jack was everywhere. And guys, when Jack is on like he has been these past few games, he is a top 10 player in the league, hands down. And that is the guy we all want to see. That is a guy that is capable of winning a Hart Trophy. I fully believe that. If he can stay healthy and continues to play like this level of Jack Hughes gets you in the Hart conversation as MVP of the entire league. Again, very early in the year. So I'm going to keep repeating it. You're going to get sick of hearing. I keep saying with everything I'm saying and all the excitement, about the players, the team, everything. Obviously, super early in the year, anything could happen. But all we have to go on right now is the body of work of the first 6 games. And our New Jersey Devils are 5-1 and looking like an absolute juggernaut. Absolute juggernaut. Jack rips a beautiful shot, ties up the game at 1, and everyone's like, all right, we're back. We're back. That next goal was huge. Had the Maple Leafs scored and it took a 2-0 lead, the whole game could have taken a different trajectory, but that is not what happened. Devils on the power play. I'm a little upset I didn't see my boy Timo out there, obviously, as many of you are. I think Timo should always be out there on power play 1, but it is what it is. He will get his looks eventually, but he's not out there for power play 1 on the power play, but he is out there on power play 2. And with that, what does Timo do? He just rips a bomb. Again, Timo on the outside in the circle, he just has such a cannon shot, and he can get it off in a hurry. He blasts one on net, a little bit of a skirmish in front. The rebound's there, and Glass pops it in. What a... Cody Glass, his second of the season on the power play from Timo Meier, and Luke Hughes gives the Devils a 2-1 lead at 3:20. And at that point, I am now I'm really revving up. I am feeling it. I'm revving up. We now have silenced the crowd. We tied it. About 2 minutes later, we now take the 2-1 lead. And the boys weren't done in that period because that second period was a work of art. Not even a couple minutes later, at 4:54, Gritsuk makes a great little nudge play to get the puck ahead to Glendening. Glendening does what he's got to do, and the Devils end up coming in on a 4-on-1. A 4-on-1. All created by our rookie phenom, Arseny Gritsuk. Gets the puck going up the ice. Devils in a 4-on-1. Dilly gets the puck in a position to rip it, and Dilly wastes no time, rips it right past Stolars. Love to see my man Dilly, a throwback warrior. Absolutely love Dilly. And obviously a guy like him is not going to score a ton of goals. And so you feel so good for him when it goes in. He gets the puck in a perfect spot, wastes no time, rips it. And Brendan Dillon gives the Devils a 3-1 lead at 4:54 the second, assisted by Glendening and Gritsuk. And at that point, I am now like, I'm on one. I'm watching this game by myself, just going absolutely crazy. And maybe in the future, I don't want to set the precedent and do it all the time, but maybe one game I will be sitting in the chair the whole time. I do like to relax and hone in, but maybe my headphones, I got to see. It's going to require some logistics, but maybe I'll do that for one game. But I'm fired up now. Dilly gets one. Gritsuk is fourth assist on the season. Glendening gets a second. Devils up 3-1. And then a couple minutes later, a couple unfortunate plays lead to Nylander getting the puck, and he just does what he does. Makes a great play. Backhands a pass, kind of froze Jake Allen for the moment, and a wide open net. Maselli just buries it. Wide open net. I mean, there's nothing you're going to do there. Nylander, too much time and space. You give a guy like that kind of time, he's going to make something happen, and he does. Wide open net. Cuts the lead to 3-2, and at that point, we're like, oh, no. Still have the lead, obviously, but a lot of us are still working through PSD that we have suffered over the past couple seasons with some sort of epic meltdowns by this Devils club. But like I've been saying since the beginning of the season, this year's team is not last year's team. And I do believe we hopefully don't see too many of those, meltdown type games. But Maselli cuts it to 3-2, and you're like, all right, the Devils now got to answer back again. Can they answer back again and get that next one to recapture the 2-goal lead? And sure enough, at 16-17, Bratter gets the puck to Jack. He comes flying up the wing, and in a rare moment, we see Jackie just rip a clapper, a very rarely seen Jack Hughes slap shot right through Stolars. Beautiful shot. Jack's second of the game, 5th of the season, assisted by Bratter and Nemitz, gives the Devils the 4-2 lead. That is how the second period would end. And as those of you know that were in here before, after 2, I am now almost foaming at the mouth. A 2-goal lead on the road. We're like, this is not last year's team. We are going to lock this thing down and take home the dub. So tense. I'm pacing in the intermission. I came on here a couple times. We head to the third period. Devils had a couple chances. Leafs have a couple chances. Cheers to all you. What a game. What a game for these New Jersey Devils. Let me just calm down for a moment. Okay. So third period, obviously a little scare. The Maple Leafs go on the power play with like a few minutes left in the game. And at that point, I did think we would see Stolars yanked with the 2-goal deficit for the 6-on-4. For whatever reason, they decided not to do that. They never pulled him for the 6-on-4. So Devils PK once again, just absolutely stellar. What can we say about the special teams of this club? And I said it coming into the season, it wasn't a secret from last year. I believe it was a number 3 power play in the league and number 2 PK, if I'm not mistaken. And with the personnel we had coming back this year, we didn't lose any major pieces. You expect much of the same. And the power play got off to a slow start, but they cashed one tonight. They've rebounded after those first couple games. Power play looking to be trending in the right direction, obviously, producing regularly. And the PK is absolutely stellar. Absolutely stellar. The Devils kill off another big penalty late in the game with the 2-goal lead. You know, if you say you weren't nervous, you're a little bit of a liar, because it all started to creep back into everyone's frontal lobe. Let's be real. We've seen this before, but again, that was the old New Jersey Devils. This is a new look, new identity, New Jersey Devils club, and I really think they are going to buckle down and get it done and close out these games. But the Devils kill off the PK. Stolars eventually out of the net. Jack out there hunting on the empty net. And with 30 seconds left, he does it. His 6th of the season. Give it up for Jack Hughes. 3rd of the game for the Hattie. 6th of the season. I'm knocking the camera over. Jack Hughes, his 3rd career hat trick. I got to adjust the camera. I'm getting too excited. You absolutely love to see it. And what a game. Jack Hughes completes the Hattie on the empty net, capping off a beautiful night, a beautiful string of games for young Jack Hughes. And 8-6 is activated, my friends. He is activated in a big way. And if he can continue this, you are going to see a dominant player when this kid steps on the ice. All eyes on him, obviously. Superstar player in the league, franchise player, only 24 years old. A lot of pressure on the kid. Looking to make a big splash this year after obviously being injured last year, cutting his season short. But what is there to say about this kid right now? Jack Hughes is on one. He's on another level. And when he's playing that type of game, he's one of the best players in the league. And he's been showing it the last couple games. And what a treat, guys. Just enjoy this kid. Hopefully he stays healthy. We just continue to see this. I don't want anything to change. I don't want any lineup change. Honestly, I don't want to tinker with anything. We're going to see some lineup changes with guys coming back and stuff, but this team is looking like a 4-line, well-oiled machine. I'm going to stroke out here. I mean, this is what we've all been waiting for. Is this the season that this group puts it all together? And again, I'm trying to stay composed right now. I'm trying to stay composed for the outlook of this club, but right now this team looks like they are straight up filthy nasty. We go to the game stats. Got to check out the game stats, right? The Devils 35 shots on goal. Maple Leafs 25. Faceoffs very close. Devils going 27 to 55, 49.1% to the Leafs 50.9%. They literally won one more faceoff. 27.5. You can't win half a faceoff, so they won one more faceoff than us. The New Jersey Devils power play goes 1 for 2. You absolutely love to see it. And the PK, a perfect 2 for 2. Leafs go 0 for 2 on the power play. Another amazing night at the office for special teams. Going 1 for 2 on the power play and killing both penalties. You love to see it. And again, special teams is going to be a strength and a pillar of this 25-26 New Jersey Devils club. You absolutely need it. The penalty kill was crucial in closing out the game tonight. And they are just on another level. They are on another. I wish I could have seen what the reaction was after the game. The boys must have been fired up. It took a little bit for Jack to come out as well as Keefe. But we get to the hits. Devils 21 hits. Toronto 22 hits. Devils 17 block shots. Maple Leafs with 16. Very close in a lot of these stats here. Devils 25 giveaways. Got to clean that up, obviously. 25 giveaways, no bueno. But Maple Leafs 17 giveaways. Devils with 6 takeaways. And the Leafs with 7 takeaways. And let me catch my breath, guys. I mean, this is just what a night to be a Devils fan. You were lucky enough to be alive as a New Jersey Devils fan during the Jack Hughes era, and I appreciate everyone hitting the super chats. I have a little bit of ADD, so I'm going to get to them, and I really appreciate it. I'm going to get there momentarily, but I just got to go through my progressions here. Otherwise, I'm going to get sidetracked, and it's all going to go awry. But I'll get there soon. I appreciate all of you for being here. Appreciate the supers. You guys are awesome. We get to the player stats, and Cody Glass. What a big-time goal for Cody Glass. On the power play, Cody gets one. He has 3 shots. Love to see it. Nico Heischer, a little bit of a quiet night, but, the captain's not going to pull all the weight every night, taking some big assignments, playing defensively responsible. Luke Glendening, what can we talk about this guy? This fourth line with Glendening is not a flashy guy. He's not going to wow you with highlight reel stuff, but he's doing the little things. A couple great shifts by that fourth line. Late in the game, Glendening made some good plays. I mean, he's got that dog in him a little bit, and he's a crafty veteran. He has been an amazing addition to this club as well. I do not want that to be lost in the sauce of all the excitement that the role players like Glendening, he obviously is not going to be as big of a contributor offensively as Connor Brown, but for a guy that came in here on a PTO, and listen, he did get a little lucky as well. We had other guys injured. Lamico, I do think the team was high on, and they thought he could be the 4C. A couple other guys in camp, but the way it all plays out, Glendening plays his ass off in camp, has a good preseason, and he's here from PTO to contract, and he is your 4C, and he is getting it done. Some really good shifts, including a dominant one by the fourth line in that third period, and they got Jack out there. We had them pinned, and Jack came out with fresh legs with a gassed Toronto D that were just chasing their tails. You absolutely love to see it. Whenever the New Jersey Devils can get sustained pressure like that and then have a change, we saw that in the Blackhawks game last year when I said shift of the year. That was one where I forget what line started on the ice, but they had the Blackhawks on their heels and gassed, and we got almost, I think it was a full change by the end. Have them pinned, we get a change, and it led to a goal. I thought we were going to see something similar tonight, but shout out to the fourth line, including Glendening. I do not want to gloss over his contributions in this game, as well as his contributions on the season. This guy has been a great addition as well. And like I said, just veterans being sprinkled in. Glendening, you got Brown, the Donov, whenever we see him again, the kid in Gritsuk. It has that feeling, and I don't want to get ahead of myself, and I'm going to keep saying it. Only 6 games in the season, but the boys are on a 5-game heater, and this team smells like, and it's very early, but it smells like they could be the real deal and a team that can go on a run. They really smell like it to me, and I'm loving what I'm seeing. But shout out to Glendening. A little bit of a quieter night for Brown in terms of offense. Pally made a couple nice little plays that are going to go kind of underappreciated. Timo with a big assist on that power play off his blaster. He had a hit. Paulie Cotter. Oh, man, Paulie Cotter got teased once again. Playing the first period on the big boy line with Jack and Bratter because Pally had some sort of injury where he was in the room pretty much the whole period. And Cotter, and I think that may have planted a seed. Keep in mind, I'm all over the place. There's so much to talk about here. I cannot wait to get to the comments. But Paulie Cotter slots up top with peanut butter and jelly, and they had a couple great shifts. He got robbed on the doorstep. Paulie Cotter was absolutely buzzing with the big dogs. And your boy has been calling for Cotter to get his chance with them from last season. We've seen a few shifts of it. We've never seen a whole game of it, and we probably never will unless there is injuries. I do think they love having Pally up there with them. But Paul Cotter, in the few shifts he had with the big boys, he looked phenomenal, and they were buzzing. Hallinan, we're going to get to Hallinan in a little bit. Bratter with a 3-assist night. Jesper Bratt just getting it done per usual. 3 assists and 2 hits for Bratter. Grits with a big assist. 2 shots and a hit for Grits. And Jack Hughes, the franchise, with the hat trick. 3 goals, +3 on the night. 6 shots and a block. You'd love to see it. Let's get to the D-men real quick. Dilly with a big goal. 2 shots, a block, and a hit for Dilly. Love to see that. Dougie Hamilton buried somebody early in the game. And is this the year we're going to see Dougie Hamilton just hammering people and using that big body? Absolutely love to see it. For years, I'm like, you're so big, just use it. He's been using it this season. I think it was Domi he crushed. Maybe it was in the second period. I forget what period it was. But Dougie throwing the body, you absolutely love to see that. 6 shots for Dougie. Again, for the people that were kind of on the fence about Dougie or Dougie detractor, he generates a lot of offense. He's cool, calm, and collected back there. I love Dougie. I've defended him, been a big Dougie fan forever. 6 shots, 3 blocks, and 3 hits. Let's give it up for Dougie Hamilton. No points, but 6 shots, 3 blocks, and 3 hits is a big stat line for him. Shimo Nemitz with an assist and a block. Brett Pesce, another assist for him tonight. 3 blocks for him. Luke Hughes with an assist. 2 shots, a block. Jonas Siegenthaler with 3 blocks. And Jake the Snake Allen standing tall in net once again. Cannot say enough about Allen coming in there, thrust right into the starter spot after Markey goes down. 23 saves on 25 shots for a beautiful little A little 920 save percentage for Jake the Snake Allen. And wow, what a night for our New Jersey Devils, guys. I'm not going to be able to go to sleep tonight. I'm not going to be able to go to sleep tonight at all. We get to the, and we'll just show, sorry, more Jack love. The Jack trick. This season, 6 games, he has 6 goals, 3 assists, and 26 shots. You love to see it. Maintaining a 1.5. He's on pace for 123 points right now. I, again, would love to see him do it all season, but I think this is the year both him and Bratter may eclipse 100 points. And if they both do, I believe that would be one of the many telltale signs on the season of just an absolute wagon of a Devils club, where we might have 2 guys cross the century mark for the first time in the same season. I would love these 2 kids to do it together. I love Jack. I love Brat. I love New Jersey Devils hockey. I love all of you. This is a phenomenal night. 3 goals for Jack, 3rd career hat trick, 27th career multi-goal game, 4th most in Devils history. And as the career goes on, just expect Jack to just keep just climbing up the charts in so many franchise statistics. This kid has all the talent in the world, and he's looking to take his game to the next level this season, and we may see it. The maturation of Jack Hughes may all just come full circle, and we may see just a start-to-finish dominant year for Jack. And it's phenomenal, guys. It's absolutely phenomenal, and obviously we have to get to the 3 stars of the game. 3 stars of the game. The 3rd star with 3 apples on the evening, Jesper Bratt. 3 apples, number 63. Bratter is just the man. They give the 2nd star to JT. Just getting it done his whole career. 1 goal and 1 assist for 2 points. And the 1st star of the game, to nobody's surprise, number 86, Jack Hughes. An absolute dog. Just what a game for Jack. Flying everywhere. And guys, he is on one right now, and he is feeling himself. And that is the Jack Hughes we want to see. Cheers to all of you. We want Jack buzzing and flying. Buzzing and flying Jack is what we've seen. Hopefully, again, we all know the curse of the 2nd game of the back-to-backs. The team has struggled in those games historically over the past couple seasons. We need the boys to come out flying tomorrow, looking to make it 6 in a row. But what a beautiful win in Toronto. Finally got the first win for Keefe against his former club. We were 0-1-2 from last season. Leafs 3-0 against the Devils. And he even joked in the press conference when they asked him how good it felt. He said, we are about a year overdue for it, which is true, but better late than never. But obviously, I couldn't continue on, guys, without giving the props. As a guy who certainly loves heavier, edgier, more violent, can we give it up for another 4th liner right now and Mr. Brian Hallinan in the closing seconds of the game? Benoit wants to get froggy. Hallinan's like, let's do this. Benoit kind of got the jump on him. I believe his gloves got off first, and he kind of grabbed him up first. So whenever someone gets the jump on you on the ice or in the streets, you always want to get off first, because he who throws the first punch in a lot of fights will end up winning it. The element of surprise. Hallinan knew it was coming, but, Benoit sheds the mitts, grabs him real quick. Hallinan is kind of in there battling, looking to get his position. And early on, you're like, oh, come on, Hallinan, do something. Do something here. But I could tell he was kind of jockeying. He loads up that right and just comes over the top. El Smacko, bang, lands the overhand flush right and sits Benoit down. One of the best Devils knockdowns that I can remember in quite some time. And at that stage of the game where we just put the punctuation mark following Jack's Hattie on the road for Coach Keefe, and Hallinan's like, I got this. Hold my beer. Whack. Flash knockdown. What a dub for the game for the Devils, punctuated by Hallinan with an overhand haymaker, sending Benoit to the ice. Guys, our New Jersey Devils just, I don't even know where to, I mean, it's just unbelievable. 4 lines that are gelling, and it's going to improve, and it sucks. Hallinan, that might be his last play as a Devil for some time, because it is seeming like there is a good chance we will see the 25-26 debut of Stefan Nason tomorrow night on that 4th line, which would mean Hallinan is out. Filled in admirably. Again, not a flashy guy. Been a minor leaguer most of his career. He's had a couple cups of coffee in the league, looking to kind of force his way onto an NHL roster. And because of the injuries, he got his crack, and I thought he filled in admirably. Again, not a guy that's going to wow you or really, he's not going to have stats that jump off the page, but filled in admirably in that 4th line role, along with Glendening and Paulie Cotter when he was there. And they had some great shifts tonight. They did what they had to do. This team has 4 nice lines that they could roll out, and depending on the opponent, they could really expose some people with matchups. And this team is just, it's an unbelievable team, guys. I have not been this excited about an October game in my entire life. And if I'm being honest, and I'm trying to contain myself, my outlook on this season right now is just the sky is the limit. The sky is the limit. It's all coming together. Special teams are fierce. The top dogs are the top dogs. The bottom six is producing. Special teams is killing it. You absolutely love to see it. You absolutely love to see it. And the team's going to get better with Nason. That's a lot more skill. And no offense to Hallinan. Love Hallinan in his game. Gritty player. But Hallinan on that fourth line is a pretty significant upgrade in terms of offensive capabilities. And hopefully that gets Paulie Cotter humming. Paulie got a taste tonight, and I really wish he could have buried that one when he was out there with Jack and Bratter. Robbed on the doorstep. It would have been phenomenal for him to bury that. I really wanted that for him. Unfortunately, it didn't happen. But I'm going to get to your comments in a minute. But real quick, some quick housekeeping. Follow your boy on... I'm trying to get more involved on these other platforms in my quest to bring you guys some excellent Devils coverage. Follow your boy on X. I'm going to put the description in the chat at runninwithNJD. RunninwithNJD is the handle on X, also known as Twitter. I just dropped the link in the chat. Would certainly appreciate that. Follow your boy there. I'm getting more active there, interacting with people on that, as well as the old Instagrams. I'm on the Instagrams as well. Follow your boy on that. That handle is Running with the NJDevils. It's not easy to get the just clean name that I want, so everything's a little slightly different, slight variation. But link for the Instagram in the chat. Follow your boy as we together venture on this path of a beautiful 25-26 New Jersey Devils season. I am fired up. My voice hurts. My body hurts. But my soul is smiling. Our New Jersey Devils are looking like an absolute force. And now I'm going to dive into the chat. Let me get to the supers first. Appreciate all of you for being here. Appreciate the supers. Ride and respect. They freaking battled for 60 minutes. The effort, PK, forecheck, board battles, energy, all of it. Let's go Devils. Really appreciate it. Ride and respect. And what can you say? The effort was there from top to bottom. All the lines chipping in their own way. Board battles, forecheck, like you're saying. Penalty kill, power play. The team just playing at a high pace, high intensity. And I think some of you could feel what I've been trying to relay over the past couple weeks. This team has a different swagger and a different feel to it. And I feel like going into every game that they're going to win. And I hope they continue this level of play, because if it is going to be a special, special season. But thank you very much, Riot and Respect. Much appreciated. Reversion, thank you very much for your super. No comment there. We get to Sue's Wall. Thank you very much. Sue's Wall, Jumpin' Jack Flash. It's a gas. The third career Hattie for our boy Jack. You absolutely love to see it. And I want Wizard Mode Jack for the rest of the season. If Jack continues this, the sky is the limit. I mean, as we all know, he's not necessarily the entire team, but his offense drives a lot of the machine. And the team will go as Jack goes. And if he continues to play at this pace, it's only going to elevate everybody else. The sky is the limit. This team is phenomenal. You are all phenomenal. And Jumpin' Jack Flash, thank you very much, Sueswall. Really appreciate it. Bobby, thank you, sir. What's up, Ace? The boys look locked and loaded tonight. In my opinion, a true test for this team will be when we have to face the Avs. My thing cut out here. Face the Avs. The second goal was bad, though. Yeah, I mean, listen. Sometimes they're going to get caught. They're not, sometimes there's going to be a breakdown, and Nylander made us pay. One of the best players in the league. I mean, listen. Luckily, it didn't come back to haunt us. The team buckled down and won the game. No harm, no foul. Obviously, you don't want to see plays like that, but locked and loaded, they looked. I mean, this was a true test. A very good team that will be in the playoffs, looking to make a deep run of their own. And we went into a hostile environment. Everybody all hopped up off the Blue Jays World Series berth. And we went in there and we layeth the smacketh down, led by 86, Jackie Boy with the Hattie. What a performance for him. What a performance for this team. Thank you, Risky Biscuits. Appreciate it. Hallinan playing Punch-Out was awesome. I mean, you guys know I am Mr. Heavier, edgier, more violent, and it does not get much more exciting than that. Seeing a guy take no prisoners, take no BS. The game was over. Jackie put the punctuation mark on it with his hat trick on the empty net. They wanted to get a little froggy, and Hallinan was like, have no fear. I will gladly drop the mitts with you, and scores a beautiful knockdown with a just devastating, bone-crunching overhand right. I mean, what a scrap for Hallinan, man. The boys must have been so fired up after this one. I can't imagine. It took Jack a while to come out and talk to Sal and Rachel, as well as Keefe. And Blackatron, thank you for your super, sir. This team is so much fun to watch. I would say that that's an understatement. I mean, this team has me feeling absolutely euphoric right now. There's no other words to describe it. This team is not last year's team. They are looking solid from top to bottom. I mean, and the crazy part is, for as thrilled as many of us are, and I am included with this club, guess who's not going to be thrilled? Sheldon Keefe. Sheldon Keefe is not going to be thrilled because he's looking to keep it pushing, keep the bar going higher and higher. And he's been preaching the whole time, like, there's still stuff we have to clean up. There's still things, our game still has to grow and blah, blah, blah. And it's like unbelievable. We're on a 5-game heater beating great teams, and he's not satisfied. And you'd love to see it. He's not satisfied. He wants more. He is not satisfied, and he wants more. I couldn't be more pleased. I've liked Keefe for a while. I've defended him against some of the people as well. I think Keefe did a phenomenal job with a subpar roster for most of last season. He made the best of the hand he was dealt. And here we are this year, a lot of people with a lot of question marks after that first game, but your boy told everybody, I said, listen up, folks. This is one game. I am not going to get too high or low after one game. And the same thing, I am getting overly high after 6 games. Let's be real, but I can't contain it. This team is just everything you want to see. Bottom 6 scoring arrived. Guys playing a little chippy when we have to arrived. The top dogs being the top dogs arrived. Special teams dominating. Thank you, Blackatron. Really appreciate it. There's not much, and again, Keefe is going to find those little idiosyncrasies and things in the game that he wants to see improved, which is going to keep this team, pushing the bar higher and higher. But how can you not be thrilled? 4 beautiful lines. The defense is sick. Goaltending has been phenomenal. Jake Allen just standing tall in there. Contributions from everyone. And I mean, wow. I'm just trying to recover right now. And now I'm going to start diving into these comments. Shout out to everybody who was here. Curious about the feedback of the mega show. I'm not always going to do a pregame, but I thought today I was like, oh, I'm so fired up. We have the streak. Maybe I'll do a pregame. And then I just kind of went all in with a mega show, and it was combined all in one. I know a lot of you like to be active in the chat. So I figured to do the, the mega show all in one. This has been like a marathon stream, and maybe I'll do some of these here and there aside from just the post-game live. But guys, I don't even know what to say at this point. It almost doesn't feel real. It obviously is real, but I mean, this is just, if you're not completely fired up and you're in this room and me screaming like a maniac doesn't get you fired up after the game we just saw, check your vitals, because this is the most exciting October, maybe for me, in New Jersey Devils hockey history, my 30-year fandom. Like I said, during the old guard, we were spoiled. We were like, we're going to the playoffs. Let's see how far we could go. But this team is kind of like that. It's like almost like a redemption season, almost in a way. And this team is just firing on all cylinders. Ryder64 says, called it first on Brad and Jack 100. Much love. I believe you did mention that a while back. I'm a believer. And if Jack stays healthy, look out NHL, because this team is a unit, an absolute unit. Army says Quinn must be dying to get to Newark. Yeah, I'm sure he's watching from a distance and kind of seeing what his brothers and the rest of the New Jersey Devils are doing right now. And it is nothing short of astonishing. Tasha says, I love NJD hockey. I think we all do. How you doing, Stanislav? How are you? What's up? What a game. What a game indeed. Jack says the kid's pretty good. I think that would be an understatement. How I got here, Jeremy Proper says Dougie has arrived. I love Dougie. You guys know how I feel about Dougie. I do believe we are a much better team, and more specifically defensive core with him. Love Dougie, and I think people are starting to come around on him. We want to see him put some bombs in the net soon, but I'm a Dougie guy, as many of you know. Oregano Dealer says, I've never been loved before. Well, you're loved now, sir. Steve says, tell me we're drinking Surfsides. Oh, Oh, yeah, I still have a bunch from the summer. This is my official summer drink. As the fall and winter come on with hockey season, I typically start morphing to a little bit of the harder variety stuff. But this is unbelievable. This I've had a lot of surf sides that taste delicious this summer. Whether it was at concerts or on the beach, in the rock. But this one right now might be one of the best surf sides I've ever had. Victory drinks. Always better than loser beverages, baby. Yo Home says the Doomers are running scared like the cockroaches they are. This is a positive place, folks. This is a positive place for us all to either commiserate, obviously, after some tough losses. We'll come here and console each other. Little pat on the back. It'll be okay, pal. Or celebrate. And right now, I am on one. This is a celebration. No dooming. This team, if you find something to complain about, anyone outside of Sheldon Keefe looking to nitpick anything on this team's performance, get lost. You're in the wrong place. This is positivity central, and I am flying high right now. John Fay says, I will say that JT goal was actually a thing of beauty, I must admit. I mean, it was. What a beautiful batted out of the air backhand in a split second. The puck popped up, and he's a boop right in. I mean, that's a big-time play by a big-time player. All you could do is tip your cap to him and hope that someone clears him out of that spot sooner next time. It is what it is. It's a footnote on the history of this game because the New Jersey Devils get it done. Husky Unchained says way too early, Ace. No, it is. Listen. We all saw what happened last year. I fully agree. It is too excited to start planning the parade. And I'm not planning a parade, but if you're not excited about the potential of this group, and according to Coach Sheldon Keefe, we're not even at top level yet, folks. We haven't even unlocked top tier play from this group. There is still room for improvement. I got goosebumps right now. You're telling me the team that just ripped off 5 in a row against five very good teams. So many of you were dooming so hard, and I shamed all of you after the Carolina game. And we were in that one despite being outplayed for most of the game. Let's be real, we were. It was a tie. It was a 3-3 hockey game late, and then it all fell apart late. But people are talking all kinds of smack, and I had to come out here and take the stab wounds and kind of counter punch and come back on some of you. And I said, I believe in this group. This is a team that has historically given us trouble. We're in their barn for the first game of the year. It obviously was a terrible thing that the schedule makers did to us. And they sent us on the road for 2 more after that. But what do? The Devils go into Tampa, get a big win. They go to Columbus, get a big win. And then they come home against 2 more good teams. Back-to-back cup winners, back-to-back cup runner-up. Victory over the Panthers on opening night. Absolute movie. If you haven't seen my vlogs, check out the playlist. My phone is blowing up right now. Shout out to everybody blowing me up. All my friends, my boys, Brian, Steve, some other people. Check out the vlogs on the channel. Go to the playlist vlogs. One from opening night. Absolutely phenomenal scene. Red carpet, all the hoopla. Devils get a big win. And then obviously the debut of Press Box Ace for the Edmonton game. And we beat the cup runner-ups. Give them a nice thrashing on the ice of the Prudential Center. Check out that vlog as well. There's some cool stuff in there. And what a 2-game homestand for the boys. And then they go on the road in hostile territory looking to win one for Coach. And they bust out a big one tonight. 5 in a row. 5 in a row. I don't know if this is good for my cardiac health. I really do not know. And it's way too early for me to be getting this amped up. But this is kind of the culmination of everything I was hoping to see. And it's still so early. And again, we saw it last year. Yes. Last year, we started off hot, and then the holiday break came, and it all went to hell. But this is not last year's team. And I really believe, even though some of the names weren't the names people were hoping for, looking for top 6 and a 3C, and people wanted the big, sexy names, we go out and get Connor Brown, we get the Donov. Grits comes in from the KHL. Glenn Denning, I got to keep giving love to Glenn Denning. That's an off-the-radar one that we don't talk about enough. What a game for him. And what a role he's been playing on this club, taking some of the face-off pressure off of Jack, and he comes in and plays a big role in this one tonight, and that fourth line had some great shifts. I mean, guys, this is just, we're seeing the culmination of everything that we want to see. It's finally happening. So I know it's a little early, Husky, but it's hard for me not to get super jacked up because these boys look like they're on a mission. They look like they're on a mission. Pato Tortuga, thank you for the super. Thanks to the Mega Show, dog. What a team buzzing. Thank you very much, Pato. Appreciate it. The Mega Show was interesting. I'm going to try to do more of these. I can't do them all the time. It does require a lot of things on my part, but it was fun for the debut. Luckily, we had no, well, I don't want to jinx it. We had no tech-related issues which is kind of surprising given how long this marathon stream was. But guys, get fired up. This Devils club is filthy. They are absolutely filthy. But thank you very much, Pato Tortuga. We dive back into the comments here. Wow. I mean, Tasha, buzzing, flying, but most of all, we want Jack healthy. Absolutely. Jack got to stay healthy. And if he does, this team is going to be dangerous. Devils Fan 13 Metro Division is on fire to start the season. Yeah, a lot of teams surprising people. And like I've said forever, there's no easy wins in this league. Every single team in this league has at least a couple players that, I mean, this is the best league in the world, guys. Every team has good players, but most teams have two guys that are like, you know, a notch above. And on an off night, any team can beat any team in this league. The parity is real. The disparity between the best team in the league and the worst team in the league on any given night, the best team could lose. And that's what makes this beautiful. One of the many things about our beautiful game is that any team can win on any given night. But the Metro definitely off to a much different kind of look. What many people were, envisioning. And Sidney Crosby and the Penguins are looking to get back to the playoffs. That's an interesting kind of side plot. Army, Jack definitely seeing red, has that killer instinct. Back with playing hard in all aspects. Whole team looks next level right now. Yeah, they do. They do. And again, Coach Keefe he's not sitting back on his laurels being like, yeah, no, he's not happy. He's going to be pointing out things that they're going to keep improving on. And guys, maybe, just maybe, it's too early to say, but maybe the addition of Brian Shaw to this coaching staff, there's something more than maybe surface level. There might be something deeply kind of woven within the fabric of this team, the DNA of this team, whatever it is. This team has a different feel and look about them, despite it being largely the same team we saw last year. It largely is the same team, but Connor Brown, massive addition. Glendening, huge addition. Dodonov, we'll see. He's injured. But Connor Brown, Glendening, and obviously Gritsuk, those three pieces alone, swapping them in for some of the guys that did not get re-signed by the Devils, while on paper, I told everyone I thought there was a pretty good upgrade. It's played out on the ice to be a significant upgrade. The machine is humming. Tasha says, love Pesci. What an absolute animal. My third favorite player. Love Pesci. Love Pesci. Stanislav says, what a night. John Fay, one punch Hallinan. All right, I fell behind again. You guys already know. I start getting excited and I got to skip. Selected boy Brian Hallinan with the Holyfield right hand. I mean, wow. What a shot there. The old haymaker. The graphics game is good. I'm trying to keep pushing. I'm trying to improve in every measurable way, guys. I always like the suggestions, whatever you got, throw it out there. But I'm trying to continue building on what we've all built here together. I appreciate you. This whole kind of running with the Devils project is nothing without the support of the fans. And I appreciate all of you, whether you're, first-time viewer today or you've been here from the very beginning or somewhere along the middle. I'm trying to make a very fun and inviting environment for all Devils fans to congregate. And nights like tonight are all time. Nights like tonight are all time. I will never forget the Jack Hughes hat trick and Coach Keefe's first win in Toronto in October, where I almost had a heart attack on the camera, on live. I'll never forget this night. Collect records as I pick belongs in an evidence locker. Boom. You guys are so chatty. Like I've always said, the big wins or big losses always gets everyone super chatty. Traveling, what's going on? Hallinan went out the bang. Ritter Engine Nason will probably be rusty, a bit nervous. Yeah, but hopefully he settles in pretty quickly. I'm excited to see. I hope it's tomorrow night. I will be at the game. I am hoping to see Stefan Nason make his debut. We're going to see Nico Dawes in net. Again, I fully in the summer thought he was going to be our tandem goalie with Markey. Turns out Jake Allen is an absolute legend, signed the team-friendly deal, and came back to this New Jersey Devils club. But Nico Dawes is going to get his shot tomorrow in his first start for the Devils on the 25-26 season, and it is going to be something. Hopefully the defense locks it down for him, and we get a solid start out of Dawes. Hopefully we don't see any nervousness or any cobwebs, and we keep this thing going and get it to 6. But right now the Devils riding high in a 5-game win streak. True Patriot, we won everything tonight. Fights, game, jack trick, and 5 in a row. Yeah. What a game for your New Jersey Devils, folks. What a game. What a night. Two Cats. I can't wait for the Rangers to play the Devils. You guys are going to sweep us 4-0, and every score will be 7-0 or 8-0. The Rangers team is so bad. I hate my life. They only play 3 times this season. Another kind of miscue by the league, in my opinion. And we don't play them for the first time until March 7th. These are things that make you go, huh? Like, I have no idea what the schedule makers are thinking. But it is what it is. And hopefully the Rangers are out of playoff contention and maybe in the McKenna sweepstakes. Now, I never think they'll be that bad. But who knows? Maybe they'll be really desperately looking to hang on to a playoff spot when we play in March. Hopefully we're competing for the division. I would love to see this team win a division, but just give us solid 60-minute efforts and give us just consistency. And this team is dangerous. Completely dangerous. Dubs is like says they are home tomorrow. They said he might crack the lineup. Yeah, I'm hoping we see. But if not, Hallinan will be out there again. And what a game for Hallinan. Oregano dealer, guys like Hallinan and LeChance waiting in the wings is exactly what the Devils need to make it far. Yeah, the depth. We cannot talk about the depth enough. Jake Allen, right? Our tandem goalie, bang, you're a starter, and he should be 4-0 right now. But he is 3-0 because Markey stole that win from him when he let up the goal. Crazy one in Columbus. But Jake Allen has come in and been a brick wall for this club. And what a legend. I'll talk about it every time I bring up Jake Allen. Legend. Signs for $1.8 million times 5 to stay in New Jersey. It is phenomenal. It is absolutely phenomenal. And that goalie depth has paid dividends immediately to start the season. Obviously, we're on a 5-game heater here. That pays dividends. We haven't really skipped a beat defensively with Kovacevic down. Even when Pesci was hurt for a little bit in the preseason, it looked like Casey was going to be the guy potentially. But the defensive depth is crazy. We have Casey waiting in the wings right now, I believe is an NHL caliber defenseman. Chalowski has shown he could fill in and eat some minutes for us on the blue line. I do believe Edwards is, if not ready, close to ready. And maybe with a little more seasoning in the AHL with Utica, he could be ready. And so the defensive depth obviously is our deepest strength of the roster, but we have it at every position. And in net, we have Big Mike Yegorov at BU looking to continue developing until he's ready to take a role full-time with the Devils. Jakub Malik in Utica. I mean, Utica's had a rough start thus far, but hopefully he kind of gets it together. There's hats everywhere. What a time to be alive. What a time to be a Devils fan. And I can't wait to see LeChance make his debut. I would love to see that at some point in the near future as well. Traveling. Oh, come on. I mean, that was a brutal one for Bastian. Devils fan 13 says, Ace, I got you with the SST Woodson comment on yesterday. Yeah, it was pretty funny. Man, what a wild time to be a Devils fan. This is the most excited I've ever been in October. And if you're not as excited as me or close to it, like I said, check your pulse because this team is ridiculous. Indefinite Rage, I think losing to Carolina in the opener rubbed them the wrong way. They wanted to prove it to the league that they're ready. Long season to go, but love to see it. Of course. Super early in the season, and I'm not going to get, I keep saying that it's early and blah, 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 but the reality is what we've seen so far is nothing short of just completely inspiring. I mean, this team really has a chance to bring us all on a wild ride this year. I really believe that this team is special. I really do. And again, I'm not going to say that they're a definitive cup contender, but it certainly feels to me, and again, largely in part because of the veterans that were added, but then to see kind of how it's all coming together, it's hard for me not to draw certain parallels, not completely, but it's hard not to draw certain parallels to some of the cup teams that us longtime fans have seen. Because, like I said, a good mixture of veterans, rookies, guys in their prime. It's hard not to get super excited. It really has that feel to me. Now, obviously, I want to see it, for a longer stretch of games, but it is exciting. It is exciting, and it is giving me some eerily similar feelings to some of those Devils teams. And we look at this stat brought to you by my boy Jordan, who just texted me this. I'm going to give Jordan the shout out. It is pretty funny. We look at the wins. There's Jake Allen. 4 games played and 3 wins for Jake Allen. Obviously, that Columbus one I referenced, he doesn't have a loss on the season. But we look at some former New Jersey Devil goaltenders on the list, and what do you know? Franchise legend Akira Schmid out in Vegas has played 4 games, started 2, and has had to come in relief. And Akira Schmid has 4 wins on the year, folks. For everyone that counted this man out, you guys know I was an Akira believer. I pumped his tires endlessly because of that New York Rangers series. He literally took the Devils off life support. We were down 2-0 in the series, heading to the Garden. Rangers fans trolling us, saying they're getting their brooms ready. And Akira Schmid goes in there and gets 2 massive wins in Madison Square Garden before posting another big victory in Game 5 back at the Rock. But Akira Schmid, don't look now. 4-0 for the Vegas Golden Knights, and another New Jersey Devil from years past, Scott Wedgwood with the Avalanche. And we're going to see him in one of these 2 games, whether it's, we have a home and away with the Avs coming up, one in New Jersey, one in Denver. Scott Wedgwood, 6 games played and is 5-0. And there you have it, folks. Jake Allen being a stud, and 2 former Devils also being studs in net for their respective teams out west. Akira Schmid with Vegas and Scott Wedgwood with the Colorado Avalanche. Who would have thunk it? Who would have thunk it? We get to another super. Kieran, thank you. Ace, love the optimism warranted. Let's go Devils. Yeah, I think for me, the optimism is warranted 1,000%. This team, in every measurable way, is looking like a team that is capable and maybe even destined to go on a run. And this is a huge year for this club. Some of these guys individually. Again, Jack looking to have a big bounce back year after the injury. And I would love to see him and Bratter just completely go off and finish with like 110 points each. First 100-point scores in Devils history and have 2 of them in the same year. But thank you, Kieran. My optimism is off the charts right now, and it'll stay that way until I have a reason not to. Reversion, thank you for the super. Been thinking of getting a Devils tat for some time now. I just hit up an artist for an appointment. Let's go Devils. That is amazing. What is the tattoo going to be? Just the logo? Or do you have something, intricate in mind? Do you have a design? I'm so curious to know what your exact Devils tattoo is going to be. But guys, wow. But thank you, Reversion. I really appreciate the super. All right, we get back into the comments. I mean, guys, how can you not be excited about this club? RME, there's nothing for me in life. Again, I care about this team entirely too much. I've told you all this for years. I've been a hardcore fan for 30 years. A good portion of the vacations or trips that I have been on in the past, years as an adult have been based around New Jersey Devils hockey. Most of my free time is spent consuming, reading, watching Devils something in some way, articles, video, whatever it is. I cannot get enough. Like many of you here, you're just straight up hockey junkies. I love you all. And for the team to look like they are turning the corner and elevating to the team that we all believe they could be coming out of that 22-23 season, it almost brings a tear to your eye. It really does. These boys are growing up right before our eyes. Nico continues to just age and become more of that veteran leader. Bratter, Jack, Timo, obviously. I mean, we got the youth infusion with Grits and Luke. But nothing is more exciting for me as a hobby or pastime or whatever you want to call it than watching our beloved New Jersey Devils live and in the flesh. And guys, if you're in the area and you weren't planning on going to the game tomorrow, I hope you've already procured your tickets. Go online, go on the Devils site, buy your tickets now, get in the building and get loud. This team needs us. This team needs us. All of us, we have as fans, obviously, we have no impact on the on-ice product. That is up to management, ownership, the team themselves. But the one and only thing that we can do, the one and only thing we can do as Devils fans is give the boys a true home ice advantage at the Rock, get loud, get rowdy, and make it a difficult place for teams to come in and win. Period. That is your assignment. That is my assignment. That is all of your assignments. If you go to a game, make sure you do your part to give the boys the biggest home ice advantage we could have. We talked about Carolina, one of the loudest, most rowdy buildings in the league. And I believe it was in the players, it was a players poll of some kind, I believe, that it was voted by the players as the toughest place to play. And that's because they're all nuts down there and their barn is jumping. We need to get as close to that level as we can. Now, with no disrespect to our fans, I don't know that we'll be able to get on that level, but we need to push to get as close as we can because Timo and a bunch of the other players have talked about it. We want the Rock to be a house of horrors for other teams, for them to dread facing that team on the ice, facing our crowd. I do have so many ideas. It would be hard for me to kind of pull them off without the involvement of the team. But like I always thought, for those that watch football, like what do they call it? The black hole where the Raiders play. Like it would be cool if we could kind of mimic and have our own version of something like that to really rattle the opposition. But yes, RME, I could not be more ready to go. And it is going to be a scene. Get your tickets and get your butt to the Rock and lose your voice, lose your head, because the boys are looking for a 6-game win streak tomorrow. 6-game. Reversion, thank you again. Logo on the wrist, I think without the circle like on your hat. Very interesting. A lot of people do like what I call the jailbroken Devils logo. They like this kind of new, more modern thing without. I like them both. I never want to see the circle fully go away, but I do enjoy kind of some alternates or whatever you want to call this without the circle, with just the Devils logo. It is a super clean look. But that's an interesting one. Logo on the wrist without the circle. Just bought some club seats as well for tomorrow. Let's make it 6. Let's go. Welcome to the group of attending fans, and be inspired, folks. Reversion just bought some tickets. Go buy tickets. What are you waiting for? October games are normally not this significant. This team is looking like a juggernaut. We are looking to extend the winning streak to 6. The boys need all of us in the building. I've got my tickets. Reversion got his. Maybe see some of you there, but go buy your tickets and get your butt in the building, because this is the start of a special season. A special, special season indeed. Getting back into the comments here, but thank you very much for the super. Devils fan 13 is an old Shani Garin Gianta fan. Glenn Denning is making me proud. Pure professional. Shout out to the number 14s of the past. Obviously, Brendan Shanahan, an all-time NHL great who began his career at the Devils, drafted by the Devils, and then at the tail end of his career as an elder statesman of the league and bona fide Hall of Famer already at that point, finished up with the Devils. Love to see that. Oh, no. Darren was 12. I don't know. Billy G was 12, but love Garen as well. Brian Gianta, 14, and Glenn Denning, another 14. So many legendary Devils over the years, guys. Us long-term fans are very spoiled, but this team might be bringing us on a run like those old boys did. Daniel says Nico's clutch anytime we need him. Yeah, the captain, guys. He's the captain for a reason. A leader, a warrior in his own right, and you got to love Nico Hischier. NJ Devil's Blood says winning can take these guys to the next level. I mean, listen, let's just keep the good times rolling. Let's keep them rolling. We're looking for 6 at the Rock. Go buy your tickets. How I got here, Jeremy Proper, Chief Keefe was so happy in the postgame. Yeah, winless against them last year. He finally gets a win against his former club in his second season as the Devils head coach. Hopefully this is just the standard now. We just continue to beat on the Leafs. Love to see it. Taylor says, Jack is absolutely insane. The slap shot on the breakaway is crazy. Yeah, I wasn't expecting that. And I think he knew that he would catch Stolars off guard by that. I think everyone was expecting maybe for him to handle the puck for a little bit longer and try to get in a little bit tighter, or maybe let go of a wrist shot. But just out of nowhere, Jack uncorks a slapper and it gets right through Hallinan. I mean, it was unbelievable. M. Sharp says Hallinan pushed the guy in front of his own bench before dropping him. Savage. Tassa says there's trouble in Leafland now. Dire Wolf, the East is wide open. Why not us? We are contenders. I mean, as it stands right now, again, I'm going to keep saying it, keep pounding it into the pavement. I don't want to get too ahead of myself, and I'm not proclaiming anything. All I'm proclaiming is that this team looks damn good. And if we see anywhere near this level of play for the entire season, it is going to be a special year for the boys, and it is going to be a special year for all of us as they take us on a wild journey of hopefully competing for a Stanley Cup. I mean, Man. What an October. Nico's King says, let's rock the rock tomorrow night and keep the heater going. Oh man, a win tomorrow. And it would be kind of not exercising the demons. Obviously, you have to do it more than once, but winning the second game of a back-to-back would be a beautiful thing. On the journey of the 25-26 season. Devils fan says, correction, we have 5 regulation wins. Carolina has 3. David chimes. Oh, I love these, David. You know I love these. On a scale of 1 to 10, being a Claude Lemieux investigation following by turtling, and a 10 being Crowder knocking out Probert in a home opener, how would you score Hallinen's fight? It's got to be at least an 8.25, David. Anytime you could load up an overhand shot like that and then immediately knock a man down, you're in the 8+ stratosphere on my fight scale. I think that's like an 8.25. How I got here, Jeremy Proper. If we could beat former tenders, we are for real. We can never beat our formers. That changes. Yeah, we've seen some trouble wagon. We've seen some trouble facing old goalies coming back to haunt us in the past. Obviously, I think Wedgwood did it, I think, when he was on the Predators. And did he do it on the Avalanche as well? And there was what was the other one last year? We had some trouble solving the old goaltenders. And Blackwood got us one as well. Frank, 4 points in the defense tonight. Yeah, contributions from everywhere. You love to see it. Jack says Keefe is a better coach than people give him credit for. I mean, completely agree. His regular season success speaks for itself. I mean, how many 100+ point seasons has he had in his career with the Leafs? I think it may have been almost every year, if not all. And I believe the stat was even going to juniors. He's made the playoffs everywhere he's ever coached for years and years. Playoffs every single year. Obviously won a Calder Cup with the Marlies in the AHL, and now he's looking to win the big prize with the New Jersey Devils, hoping to become a Stanley Cup champion. And I would love nothing more than to see it. I'd love to. I could picture Keefe with the cup too. I mean, God, I could picture all these guys hoisting a cup as members of the Devils, and it would be phenomenal, man. I could totally see it, and I think he is the right coach for this team. He's got them looking like a team on a mission. Collect record, Stoke, they finally got one for Keefe in Toronto. The media up there is going to melt down tomorrow. Let them melt down. Not our problem. Onward and upward, the New Jersey Devils are on a 5-game winning streak, looking to make it 6. Oh, I'm super far behind. I apologize, folks. I'm going to skip ahead here. You need to hydrate some more with another victory drink, Ace. Captain THC. Okay, you said, I dig your recent videos from The Rock. One piece of advice, please stop eating on camera. No one wants to see that. Interesting. I did it once a while back, and people liked it. So I'm curious. Let me know in the chat. I think Captain THC, if I was a betting man, which I'm not really a betting man that much. Once in a while, I'm a betting man. I did take Grits to win Calder of the Year at 50-1. Thanks for coming. I'm curious. I do think Captain THC is going to be in the minority here, but I'm curious. Tell me in the chat. Do you want to see the food reviews or not? Captain THC is obviously against it, and I am a man of the people. And if you don't want to see the food, I will gladly eat it off camera. But it seemed like you guys liked it, so that's why I kind of kept it going. But I'm curious. Tell me in the chat. True Patriot, what's going on? We were so spoiled being older fans, but man, I long for some playoff hockey in my soul. Yeah, April can't come soon enough, but I am going to enjoy this regular season while it unfolds right before our very eyes. Ryan respects the victory drinks are always better. Always. All right, I'm trying to skip ahead here. I apologize. I'm trying to get to as many comments as I can. This beautiful 5-game winning streak has all of you fine folks just super talkative in the chat. And I'm trying to get close, but I want to know about the food, because if no one wants to see it, it's all good. I will gladly forego it. NJ Albo, like the hat. Where'd you grab it? So unfortunately, you can't buy this. This was a gift at a team event over the summer. It is a pretty sweet hat. I do like it. Yo, Holmes said Chico tonight called Brat and Jack bread and butter. That's pretty funny. Love Chico. What a legend. What a legend Chico is. Pyro, what's going on? So happy, Ace. I know there'll be downs, but loving what I'm seeing Makes me excited. Devils fan 13 says, Shawsy, I'm telling you, Keefe's comments about him the other day or today were golden. Yeah, I think he really could be a kind of Wizard of Oz kind of behind the curtain that really is playing a big part in this. I'm going to try to investigate into this a little bit more to see what I could find out. Louis says we need to get Pasha on the channel again. I've been thinking about that. I've been thinking about trying to get Pasha on again. There's going to be a bunch of guests coming up relatively soon. Just stay tuned, guys. I'm trying to do a lot of cool stuff. Like I said, it's not all going to happen, but if even a fraction of it happens, there's going to be some really cool stuff happening throughout the season. All right, I'm scrolling ahead here. Sorry, guys. I fell way behind. Captain THC is Shaw the difference? That's more credit Fitz deserves for his all-season moves or lack thereof. 100%. 100%. And I believe there's got to be something there for sure. P-Funk says, Devils are on a roll, Ace. Whole team effort, lights out, defense. Snake is a stalwart. Jack Hughes is the best player in hockey, and Grits is winning the Calder. Love it. Love it. Love it. Randall says, caught your content a few times, first time active in the chat. Welcome, Randall. Welcome. Everyone be nice to Randall and be nice to each other. Most everyone here is super friendly. We have a couple people that kind of get testy, and you'll see pile-ons from everybody else. But for the most part, we have a group here spanning from very new fans to very old fans and everything in between. And I just want this to be a fun community for all of us to interact. And like I said, either, console each other after terrible losses or celebrate on nights like tonight where, dude, my adrenaline is through the roof right now. And I drank a ton of iced coffee. I am wide, like I am so wide awake. It feels like I just woke up. I may need to get prescription sedatives to be able to knock myself out after games like this because I am just flying high. Flying high. Louis says, I'm looking forward to the Steve Dangle recap. I haven't watched any of his stuff in a minute, but this one I might check out. P-Funk, that one punch KO is beautiful. Reminded me of the old 90s Devils. Yeah. Heavier, edgier, more violent. What an amazing era of hockey. Justin Smith, much respect to you, Ace, for doing this every game. I appreciate it, Justin. And appreciate you coming out and everyone else who's here. There is no show without you guys. There's none of this. So I appreciate the continued support. Like I said, the community has been fun. There's been a lot of cool stuff that I've hopefully, or at least what I think is cool that I've been able to share with you guys. And yeah, what a time to be a Devils fan. It really is. Yanko says we need a run with the Devils meetup at the Rock one game. I'm exploring some things for this. This has been kind of on the agenda since last season. Stay tuned. I'm hoping to figure that out soon, but I'm only one person and I only have so much bandwidth. And right now, at any particular moment, the special projects division of Running with the Devils is working beyond overtime and trying to break through barriers and remove red tape and get things done to give you guys a great experience, which I hope in the not too distant future spills into what as the kids would say, in real life, IRL, in real life, beyond the computer screen or the phone or the TV or whatever you guys are watching on here. To bring it into a real life realm at some point soon. Working on it. All right, I'm trying to get ahead here. I mean, the comments, like I said, you guys are chatty. How I got a Jeremy Proper Allen, best contract in the National. Pyro says, if we keep on like this, we're getting a, for those of you doubting Fitzgerald, deposit your apologies in the chat. We might be close. Justin says, let's bring Lord Stanley back to New Jersey. Oh, man. Lord Stanley back in New Jersey would be, it belongs. It's been too long. By the time this year's playoff rolls around, it will be 23 long years. Good point there, Devils fan. Breland back on the bench maybe is a good luck charm for us. Maybe. Whatever it is, or more than likely it's a culmination of things, but it's probably, just the group maturing as a group, the new additions all over the place. Shaw probably playing a part in this. I mean, wow. Pyro says, I talked to a Vegas fan about Akira. They like him. Taj says, love Schmid. They can never make me hate you. Never. Akira is a franchise legend. Franchise legend. Yo, Holmes says, I saw 2 Devils games in less than 2 weeks, and Wedgwood played for 2 different teams. Yeah, it was the Preds and the Avs, right? Yeah. Pyro says, want to get a Devils tattoo, too. I was going to get it next summer. Johnny Two-Tone says, Nason also coming will be huge. All right, I'm trying to Nico is king, so hyped for tomorrow. First time going to the Rock this season. Let's get crazy. Let's get loud. Justin, get loud at the Rock. Let's go. Amagi, I got a row 3 seat in the hundreds for tomorrow. Costs less than a beer at the Rock. That's sad, but you know, love to see everyone just getting excited and getting out to the Rock. It's gonna be it should be electric tomorrow. The atmosphere in the Rock should be, everyone owes this team that their best fan performance to give this club the best possible home ice advantage at the Rock, and it starts tomorrow. David Ryan, 20 of you need to hit the like button. Thanks. Hit the like button for your boy. Hit the like button for your boy. Captain says, dude, I don't know how to go to a game without being loud. Been loud since Continental Airlines Arena in the 90s. Very good. We'll inspire the people around you to follow suit. Not everybody, you know, takes that approach. And obviously not all the fans in a building are going to be that type of fan, and that's fine. But we need the people that are capable of bringing in an energy performance to do it. M. Sharp says the players are giving it their all. The least we could do is go nuts at the games. Absolutely. This thing's bothering me. I don't know, the shadow. That's why I rock the backwards hat a lot. I do wear them both ways, but I don't know. I'm getting the Steven stare tattooed on my eyelids. Oh, man, you're next. You're next. Ralston and Henrique for 14. Those are two very memorable number 14s, obviously. Many of the younger fans will probably remember Roley as number 12, I believe, when he came back the second time. But his original stint when he was a 95 Cup champ he was number 14. You guys didn't get back to me about the food here. Do I cut the food out? Nico's King says, Keefe shout out Howland in his post-game speech. You can tell the scrap got the boys fired up. I mean, yeah. What a punctuation on a game. You think the punctuation is the Jack Hughes hat trick on the empty net, but we're like, oh no, wait, there's more. Hallidan's going to knock a man down with an overhand right from just, what a beautiful, and then LaGreca, yeah, love LaGreca, put a pitchfork in this one. I mean, love Don. Man, what an exciting year, guys. And maybe Don's part of the good luck charm as well. Maybe Donnie Pucks is, all right, so now we're getting to the people weighing in on the food, I think. Devils fan 13 says, second time tenure coaches have the best percentage of winning a cup. Okay. Matt says, put the house on Luke to score Friday against the Sharks. I would love to see Luke score whenever, but like I said, I'm not picky. Give me goals from anywhere. Pyro says he's in for the food. I want to see Ace eat on camera. David says, eat all you want. John Fay, it looks like this. I thought this was going to be a drowning in terms of the vote, because that's kind of why I started doing more food stuff, because I just did it once and a lot of you commented on it. So I suspected, was it Captain? I think it was Captain THC that said not to eat. But John Fay says, what's wrong with watching Ace judge and give us a food opinion of food at the Rock? You can't eat. It's chili. Riot says, I like them. Steven says, eat all you want. Jack says, food review. Jack says, food review is important. We have another vote for no food. Ben says, don't eat. Don't talk with your mouth full. Gen X old school. Pyro says, Ace, I want to see you expand on food reviews. I'd love to see you do a little culinary tour of New Jersey. I have a plan for something Devils related to food, and I tried to get it off the ground in the summer, but again, like I said, limited bandwidth. But I am exploring something along those lines, Pyro, and hopefully I get to do some of it this year as well. Nico's King says, I like seeing what kind of food they have in the suites. Looks a lot better than the regular stuff. And I want to show some food in the regular areas as well. I'm trying to show you all the food. Brendan says, I like the food reviews. John Faces gives a real respect of what food is like in the lounges. Justin Smith, I love food. Was my favorite subject in school was lunch. Captain says, food reviews are fine. Eating food close up on camera. I mean, if I'm a one-man show, though. I can only get so far away. Brandon says, I don't mind food reviews as long as you eat quietly. I have to go back and rewatch it. I didn't think it was loud. The most recent one was desserts, which there's no like crunch or anything. And man, I don't know. I have to go back. Now you guys are making me self-conscious. That's it. There's no more food reviews. You could blame all the people talking about it. There's no more food reviews. I'm shutting it down. Army, food reviews are okay, but if you could get Chico to join it, it'd be a highlight. That'd be nice. David says, is it April yet? Ryder, I come here for hockey coverage, not food coverage. No disrespect. I mean, in my defense, tons of people like the food coverage. And it is such a small percentage of the thing, but I get it. M. Sharp says, Florian, food reviews is interesting Europeans to watch. Jared is thumbs up on the food reviews. Love the chicken tenders and fry and the burger. Amagi, I bought the UFC Devils hat very cheap today. Hope it fits my noggin. If it fits my head, I think it'll fit yours. Daniel says we're winning while you're eating and keep chowing down. Paul likes the food reviews. Randall says there's a YouTuber reviewed the food. Ryder, once again, says I come here for fandom and hockey coverage, not food coverage. But it's not just random food. It is within the arena, which is kind of important, I think, to some people. But I think you're in the minority, Ryder. I mean, I have to go with majority rules here. What is a trash can man account? David says, come for the hockey talk, stay for the food. Pyro, new gang here. A lot of old timers. I think we even have some pre-Brodeur Stevens fans here too. For sure. There's some. Yeah, there it is. Richard, old school. Randall fan. Welcome, Randall. Fan since 86. Richard, a long, long time fan. Randall says, heavier, edgier, more violent. Hell yeah, number 4 made me a fan. No better than Scott Stevens. Pyro says, press pass for Ace. See, that would be nice, right? I appreciate that support. Whistler, pre-Stevens. Shoot, I remember when Don Lever was captain. Oh, yeah. So you guys got me beat. Some of you got me beat by a lot. I'm a 94 fan. And that's pretty long-term, in my opinion. Some of you guys got me crushed. Husky says, I don't mind Ace's food reviews as long as it doesn't wander into... Amagi says Ace is going to make a running with the Devils Discord when he gets his first cane. All right, we'll have to talk about that, Amagi. I know you've been pushing this for a while. This is interesting, Army. I forgot about this. The new owner should let the Diablos supporter section come back and get them all. How do you say that? I don't even know if you spelled it right, but I know what you're talking about. Those like horns, vuvuzelas, for the PK. I don't know how I felt about those. There was a period of time that I was kind of annoyed by it, and I think a lot of other people were as well. And because it was so high up, I don't know how much that adds to the atmosphere in terms of making it a difficult building for other teams to play. But I do know that people were very into that Diablo section. I didn't fully hate it, but I do think there was lots of people at the games that did hate it, if I'm being honest. But that's another interesting one, actually. I totally forgot about the Diablo section. That was in the 100 level, right? It was like it wasn't in the hundreds. Ryder, just keep doing what you're doing, Ace. If food isn't for everyone that thinks it's cool, but your channel keeps growing and that rocks, hit the like, you heathens. Thanks, Ryder. I appreciate it. Hit the like. Seth, Ace, what do you think of Bob Myers, president of the Devils? I don't think it's technically president of the Devils. I forget what his technical role is, but he's high up on the food chain for the ownership group. And based on his resume, I mean, how can you not like it? Again, what that really means for the day-to-day operations or the overall kind of outlook for the Devils, I don't necessarily know, but this guy's going to be involved in a lot of different things under the Harris Blitzer umbrella. And he has a track record of winning. You know, he did a lot with the Warriors, and I am curious to hear more about this at some point. Paul says, Ace is Nicolas Cage level of caffeinated. You're not lying, man. I really am. John faces 200 or what? I believe 200 people in here. Hit the like for your boy Ace, the New Jersey Devils on a 5-game win streak. You bums. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Where do we get the Gen Pop hats? Which hats? Ryan Fisher, how do you think lines 3 and 4 go once Nason is back? Well, in the beginning, it's going to be exactly what you saw. I do believe there'll be no changes. And maybe it's something that's tinkered with and explored down the line. But I fully expect the third line of Glass, Grits, Brown to stay intact. And I think the fourth line is now going to be Glendening, centering Paul Cotter and Nason. And hopefully that's a nice recipe to ignite some production out of Paulie and Nason. I think that could be an interesting fourth line. Paul, can't make the game tomorrow, but I've got tickets for Friday. Very nice. Very nice. Every time they score, play Rock and Roll Part 2 on your phone. That's hilarious. Ralston is what I was thinking of. Okay. I'll let that one slide, Devils fan 13. Morgan Williams, going to the Avs game this weekend, wanting to see McKinnon, McCarr in person and the boys winning their 7th in a row. That would be phenomenal. And again, anytime you could get to the Rock and see Devils hockey live, it is a special treat. And whenever you could see top-end talent like McKinnon and McCarr live, I always enjoy that as well. And that would be something if the Devils are looking to win their 7th in a row at that point. I mean, wow. Wow. My man, Brian Ace, I love watching you eat online. It makes me feel better about myself. Yeah, I bet it does because I'm eating 12 times the amount of you. Also, I think you should have your buddy Brian guest host one time so you get more lady viewers. There might be something to that. There might be something to that, Brian. We're going to have to look into that. Captain, once again, food reviews are fine. Eating. Oh, man. Ben Jam says, meet you at Ruts. Just jump on 21. Yeah, it's unfortunate. Ruts being open late night was one of the casualties of COVID, unfortunately. Once COVID came, it used to be a late night spot, an all-time classic. Many of you longtime Devils fans or New Jersey residents are aware of the legend of Ruts Hut, the absolute greatest hot dogs. I believe that one year they were voted maybe best hot dogs in America. Cannot go wrong with the classic Ripper with some chili and cheese if you so dare. But used to like going there late night, and it's not open late night anymore. A catastrophic loss to the New Jersey food community, in my opinion. Pyro says, Ace, tastier, crunchier, and more delicious. Bring back the food reviews. Devils fan says, let's be real. If you're a fan and go to the games, the food reviews are clutch. I mean, that's kind of what I thought. Crumb says, keep doing the food reviews. Culture at the Rock is important. I mean, food is a big part of my everyday, obviously, too much so. And it's it's a fairly big element for a lot of people at the game as well. I know there's people that are like, oh, I'll never eat at the Rock. But I mean, you know, a good portion of the fan experience for many, obviously, aside from the product on the ice, is the food and snack game at the arena. I have to agree. Robbie's bench toss bringing up an old slogan like "Eat it, breathe it." 2003 New Jersey Devils, keep the food. Ben says, does X still have an audio chat? You should look into that. If so, Ace. What do you mean by that more specifically, Ben? I'm still kind of wet behind the ears on X, and I'm slowly kind of acclimating to the tools and features on there. So I don't really, I know that, I mean, this is streaming right now live on X. Shout out to anyone watching on X, as well as YouTube. And typically the X folks don't comment too much. Most of the comments seem like they are coming in here from YouTube. But this is streaming on X, the video, just like you see it on YouTube. Snow Devil says, whoever doesn't like the food vlogs doesn't have to watch them, especially if you make separate food vlogs. I mean, making a whole separate food vlog, I think, is a little excessive. Typically, they're just kind of a couple little segments here and there within the main vlog of the game. Matt, the phone lines are coming back soon, I promise. Call-in shows will be happening regularly. I'm just trying to tweak some technology on my end so that it is a better, more seamless experience for everybody. But look for the call-in shows coming back soon because they will be returning with a vengeance very soon. My man Tim, what's up? Wagon season. Live bet the Jack goal for the Hattie. Drinks on me. Wow. What were the odds for that, Tim? After he had two, what were the odds to take him to get another one? And that's also bad news for me because I'm trying not to look at that sort of stuff. Once upon a time, I had an addiction, Tim. I was on those types of things way too often. Ritter says, bring Casey up and send Nemitz down. I don't think you're going to see that. It seems a little excessive. But Dan says, moved from NJ to Arizona as a young kid, ended up a Yotes fan, spent last season away from the NHL mourning the Yotes. Back to the league this year to watch the Devils. I love this team already. Dan, welcome, Bobby. We'll get to you in a minute, Bobby. Dan, welcome back. I understand sometimes geography and a move will make you change alliances, and I'm not going to fault you for that. We are welcoming you back with open arms, Dan. Welcome back to the Devils community. It is nice to have you back. This is a fun team, and it is a great year for you to be making your return to the New Jersey Devils faithful. Bobby says, Ace skipping my questions. Now I'm offended. Bro, I'm trying my best, man. There's a million things. Put your thing in there again. Put in there again. Seth says, you think Quinn Hughes will be a Devil at the trade deadline or before the deadline? That's entirely dependent on what the Canucks do this year. If they just go into a free fall at any point and they're like way out of the playoffs, then maybe the chatter gets louder. Maybe Quinn tries to expedite his exodus out of there and to New Jersey. But I think as long as the Canucks are in the thick of it, I do think that they are going to hold on to Quinn Hughes with both hands for dear life and hope to convince him to sign there long term. I do think that is their play. I can't see any other world where they just willingly trade him unless they're a dumpster fire. If they're a complete mess, they might, and Quinn gives the inclination or just straight up tells them, I'm not re-signing here. Like, do what you will with that information. And there's still no guarantee, even at that point, that they trade him. But I think in a culmination of the team being horrible and Quinn airing his frustrations out to management, you could see it. But if I had to bet on this one, I would say it does not happen this year. I don't think he gets dealt, but we'll see. If the Canucks are bad, you never know. You won $5K with Jack getting a Hattie? My God. Tim, plus 550? Wow. I would have definitely taken that, Tim, if I knew that, because obviously you knew that there was a very good chance of an empty net situation and that they'd be trying to feed Jack. Great bet, Tim. I hope you hammered it. Eric says back-to-back from Toronto, guaranteed L. I don't think so. I don't think that it, again, this Devils team is not last year's Devils team. I believe that we have enough veteran leadership, a little more veteran leadership in the room now than last year, to where I just can't see this team coming out flat or just kind of laying down and dying within a game. This team has fight in them. We saw them come back from a 1-goal deficit tonight. We saw it in the last game. They were down. Oh, not that game. What game did they I have a brain fart here. What game did they? The Panthers game. Panthers game, they trailed 1-0 as well and stuck to the game plan, clawed back, and won the game. Coming back from behind. Another nice element of this New Jersey Devils club that we have seen in the past few seasons is that because of the firepower they have, they are able to dig themselves out of deficits. Luckily, they haven't had to have to dig out of a big one this year, but 1-0, no problem. Yeah, I forgot about Casey still hurt, but I think, didn't they say he's almost ready to come back? I thought I heard something about that the other day. All these injuries are hard to keep track of. Seamus Casey. Captain says Quinn won't be in New Jersey until he becomes a free agent in 2 years. Yeah, I mean, I've talked about this, Captain. I do believe there is a tremendous value to getting him 2 years sooner. With the core we have in place, those are 2 big years of, again, the window being wide open, in my opinion. 2 big years for this Devils club to really compete. But I won't be devastated if we don't trade for him and we wait till he's a free agent and sign him for nothing. I mean, that's obviously ideal, but the time to win is now. And if there's a sensible offer on the table to get him without creating another hole on this roster, again, just hypotheticals, if they took like an extraneous defenseman, maybe another prospect and like multiple first-round picks, I certainly would be intrigued. I would certainly be intrigued, but I'm also not going to be devastated if we have to wait until he's a free agent. Bobby, I'm curious how things will shake up when Nason comes back. Trust me, I want him back, but Hallinnen's doing great for us. I like Hallinnen, but anytime you could, upgrade Hallinnen to Nason on your fourth line, I mean, there's not much to think about here. But I am always, very kind of cautious or I'm not going to say nervous, but weary of, tinkering with a lineup that has been just coasting right now. I do believe there was some hats on the ice. There was some Devils fans in attendance. Bobby says it's a complete fantasy. If we had someone like Pasta flanking Jack, would be a certified wagon. I don't know that it would even need to be him. I mean, Pasta, obviously top end talent, but Tuck, there's a bunch of other guys. I mean, listen, Jack and Bratt will do their damage and perform on a nightly basis, no matter who's out there with them. But if we could get a big time scritty winger to play with them, obviously I think it's ideal. Now, it may be Palat all year, and that's okay. I'm fine with that. It's not ideal, but it could be ideal for the group that we have right now. And that's okay. I have no complaints. The boys are rolling, and you love to see it. Tim says Nico stuffed Matthews in his back pocket tonight. Yeah, very quiet night for Auston Matthews. And the captain, what can we say about the captain? Just getting it done in the defensive end and just being a complete monster. Nico Hischier, folks. I think he's finally going to get a Selke nom. I really do. I don't know if he's going to win it, but I think he gets the nomination. And Auston Matthews on the evening was a -2, 3 shots, 2 blocks, and a hit for him. Not a good game for Austin. Great result for the New Jersey Devils. David said, didn't see any hats on the ice. I thought they threw some. Captain says, our D is loaded. Why give up players? Fitz is obviously a patient man. No, he is, but the time to truly win is now. And if you can get Quinn here, I think, again, without gutting the roster in any way, I think you have to explore it. But I am perfectly fine with waiting. Carlos, I was only able to watch the third period, but the constant pressure the Devils put on Toronto and all 3 zones was really impressive. Even when Toronto pressed, they didn't have much space to execute. No, this was an intense Devils team, and they were all over the place, playing with a little fire. Captain says, Tage Thompson come on to New Jersey. I mean, I think it's such a pipe dream, but I mean, my God. Tage Thompson on this team would be ridiculous. Completely ridiculous. Tim says Buffalo and Tuck tabled their contract extension talks. Yeah. We're going to see where that all ends up. Obviously, if Buffalo's in a free fall, we are going to hear just rampant rumors, probably half the league will be rumored to Tuck. And I wouldn't blame half the league for trying. If you're a contender and you have the chips to be able to land a guy like Tuck, I mean, you would be an irresponsible GM if you weren't dropping the phone call to Buffalo. Zane says Matthews is zesty, easy to shut him down. Eric, the Metro is the best division currently, extremely tight. Again, very early on in the season, guys. But you have to love, you have to love what we've seen from this Devils group in the last 5 games on the young season. It's a 5-game win streak. I mean, this is absolutely beautiful. Looking for 6. Tomorrow night against the Minnesota Wild at the Rock, and buy your tickets and get loud. Get extremely loud. If Bobby says work your I wish I had that kind of magic to get Pasta here. Bobby says Tage is a center. You're going to replace Jack or Nico with Tage as a center? No way. Tage has played wing. I would put him on the wing with Jack and Bratter. Jack centering Bratter and Tage would be insane. Completely insane. Yeah, Tage plays wing too, and that's where we would put him. That's where we would put that, man. What a top line that would be. But that is kind of pipe dreamy stuff, guys. A little pipe dreamy. Devils' all-time win streak number is 13, I believe, is the record. They tied in the 22-23 season. They tied, I forget what year it was, the 2000-2001 team. Yeah, 13 games. Devils have done it twice. The 2000-2001 Devils, for those longtime fans who remember, that team was loaded and on paper probably better than the 2000 team that won the Cup the year before. 2001, we were loaded to the gills, and we were so close to being back-to-back Cup champs. Obviously, I've talked about it several times this week, but that devastating Game 7 loss in the 2001 finals at the hands of Ray Bourque, Patty Waugh, the Avalanche, terrible, terrible flashbacks. And that season, the Devils had a 13-game win streak, and they also had that 13-game win streak, which tied the record in that magical 22-23 season, which saw the Devils set a franchise record with 112 points before beating the New York Rangers in that beautiful 7-game first-round series. So, I mean, that's an insane streak for any team. Tim Wood, Tage mostly played wing last season, was better there. Oh, by the way, shout out to you, Tim. I was going to text you, but I thought, isn't it past your bedtime, Tim? Don't you have a Microsoft Teams to be on in the morning? But I read your I was going to text you, but it was super late, and I don't want to be that person. It was late. I was up super late last night. I read your latest Puckers article was really good, Tim. I enjoyed that. And I meant to text you today, but I forgot. I was going to text you last night as I read it, but Tim does some really good work for, he's been on the program before. You guys have seen him on here. He does some really good articles and work for All About the Jersey. And he also does, he appears in video. Does videos as well with Uncle Pucker. I'm tongue tied, man. Uncle Puckers. A lot of you are familiar with them. Check them out. Longtime fans covering the team as well. I can't find the article, but somewhere on their website. My computer's in a meltdown right now. But check out Tim's latest article on the Uncle Puckers blog. Funny stuff and very thorough and very well researched. Tim is a big X's and O's analytics kind of guy, and it's a good read. And check him out on Puckers as well. If we're going dream scenarios, why not get McDavid? Well, the difference is McDavid's not going anywhere, whereas there is a slightly. Or I would say significantly, yeah. I mean, there's no chance Connor McDavid's leaving the Oilers anytime soon. Versus if the Sabres continue to free fall, the rumors are never going to stop. So he could get moved. Amagi says, Ace, you're Italian, right? You're obligated to review those garlic knots on the goalie helmet. Mamma mia. I'll eventually get there. That's on my hit list. Mac McCard. Last thing, where's Keefe eating at in New Jersey? I don't know. I would love to do a food review with Coach. That'd be great. I would love to do a food review with everybody, honestly. Everyone likes food, man. There's a reason why there's so many big food accounts on all the different social media platforms, whether TikTok, Instagram, X, whatever, YouTube. Food is a common denominator for the entire world. Everyone, you need to eat. You need to eat food. Obviously, some people like food way better than others. I am super into food. I would consider myself a borderline foodie, but there's a reason why it's such a big kind of thing on the internet, because people love watching or seeing things about food, especially good food. Tim's a bedtime pop to say hi. You're the best. Tell these maniacs to come watch the Puckers. Yeah, show some love to the Uncle Puckers. Maybe not kid friendly, all the time, but longtime fans with some great coverage. So check them out. Tim says thanks. Okay. Kane the Great, I was at the Devils versus Leafs game back in 22 where the refs calls the ceramic plate throwing, chicken tenders on ice, beer throwing, callbacks on goals would have beaten the record. Yeah, we've talked about that several times over the last couple of days where, yeah, it was 3 goals, right? 3 goals got waved off by the refs. I mean, it was insane. And the fans at the Rock lost their minds. Dude. Everyone was throwing everything, and obviously that's a terrible thing to do, and you should never do that. Just boo the refs. I do think there's been situations where teams have been penalized for their home fans throwing crap on the ice, so definitely don't do that. But that was a funny visual. I remember vividly watching that game and watching all the crap come over the glass. I think a Devils player may have gotten hit with debris. Jack says, let's see how this team does with their first back-to-back tomorrow. Yeah, it's going to be a big test, obviously. Again, looking to push the winning streak and a back-to-back with travel. Obviously, the boys are, well, how long we've been on here for now? They're probably almost back at the Rock, I would say. The plane may have already landed. If not, they're probably close to being back. And they're right back at it tomorrow night. At our barn, looking to push it to 6 in a row, looking to have a good showing in the second half of a back-to-back. It's wild. Yeah, Bobby, I still have that McLeod jersey from a while back that you're asking about. If we had Lazar, he would have been eating the chicken tenders. Krungs, if I recall correctly, Flyers fan got a penalty, for throwing bracelets they were given on the ice. Yeah, they could penalize the home team. Kane said I was covered in beer. I had a 4-hour drive home. Brutal. Where do you live, Kane? You were at the game where they robbed us of all the goals? Jack, team looks very strong in all aspects. Offense, defense, and net minding all clicking. All they need to do is stay healthy. Completely agree. Just want to see this team keep on rolling. Michael, did you get a chance to see Marchand's return to Boston? He was cutting onions. No, I have seen nothing. I will have to catch up on everything non-New Jersey Devils hockey after I catch up on everything Devils when I eventually get off of here. But I am fired up. A lot of you are fired up. I didn't see Coach's speech in the locker room yet. That should be an all-time classic. Haven't had a chance to watch that yet. I haven't had a chance to watch that yet. So I will definitely catch up on that, and then I will watch my daily night, or I guess nightly / wee hours of the morning routine of watching NHL on the fly to get caught up on league stuff around the league. And I'm sure that was a very emotional return for Marchand. Goes out and wins a cup. I mean, wow. Albany, New York. Okay, that's a little bit of a hike. How long have you been a fan for, Kane? Were you a Devils fan when the River Rats played there? Bobby says Rangers might be looking to move Laffy if they continue to slide. Could be a good pickup. Bobby, the Rangers are not going to trade us anybody. Devils-Rangers trades are super rare. I think there may have been I'm trying to think what the last one was. Husky says, tear rolling down my cheek as you're talking about the 0-1 Devils. It will forever be, because it's always going to be the toughest one for me as well, because there's no topping it. It's the most devastating of losses. It's a Game 7 in a series where the Devils had a 3-2 lead. Game 6 at Continental Airlines Arena, the cup in the building, in the back, just waiting to be unboxed and presented to the Devils. They laid an egg in that game, lost Game 6 at home. I was at the game. I'm sure many of you were. Thought I was going to see the Devils win the cup that night, hoping and praying that I would see it. It did not happen. And they lost that game, and they went out west and lost in Denver, and that was it. Failed bid to be back-to-back cup champs, which would have been awesome. A head-to-head cup for Marty versus Patrick Roy. That one's there's so many subplot lines to that where it could never be as devastating as that. And I agree with you, Husky. The 0-1 Devils will forever be just the one that got away, and the one that I'll never, the pain will never subside. Ever. I remember vividly being in the building and watching the team lose Game 6, and just how bad it felt, afterwards. And then obviously watching Game 7, hoping for them to salvage the series win, and the stupid 16W and Ray Bourque and everything. It was just an unfortunate circumstance. And again, people, that gave Patrick Roy his 4th cup. And in the grand scheme of how it all played out in their careers, Roy finished with 4 cups, Marty with 3. Had Marty and the Devils won that series, Marty would have finished with 4, and Roy would have finished with 3. Again, not a huge deal, but the head-to-head matchup in the cup and to give Marty the edge there would have been nice. It really would have been, but it just, fate was not on our side there, and the Ray Bourque thing was huge. Jack says, once Nason's in tomorrow, that leaves Dadonov as the only injury to a main player outside of Kovacevic. Once healthy, where does he fit in the lineup and at whose expense? I said this, and again, all these things bleed together to me because I'm constantly engaged in conversations or talking with a bunch of you and people on all these other platforms, so I can't remember exactly where it was. But I did say, and I think some people are going to patently disagree, but if the team is looking like they are right now, I'm not in a hurry to boot somebody out for Dadonov. I understand why we signed him, and I think he could be a nice piece for this team. But in the end, I am always on board with if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Now, obviously, with the Nason in for Howland, I think that one's a very clear upgrade that should not disrupt chemistry and just kind of be like a perfect one-for-one swap. That's an improvement. But if you're now talking about possibly, moving someone out for Dadonov, I am not 1,000% sold on the idea of pulling someone out of the lineup for him. And again, these are great problems to have. Shout out to my buddy Matt texting me right now. I can't say that I'm definitive. Nason for me is that's a snap decision. Yes, Nason's coming in for Howland, and this is an upgrade. This is good. I'm not worried about any sort of disruption, and this team should just continue rolling on. If you now start talking about pulling someone else out for Dadonov, then you start looking at the lineup and you're like, okay, who's it going to be? And is it going to be just you pluck someone out and plug him in there? Or is this going to be a multi-piece move? People have been talking about moving Mercer to center, which I think would be psychotic. I think touching that second line would be an absolute travesty, and I don't believe the coaching staff would even consider it. I think we're all ecstatic from what we've seen from that second line with Nico, Timo, Mercer. I don't want to see anything touched there. So then you start looking at the third line looks great. We don't want to mess with that. So it's like, okay, are you going to sit Cotter? Cotter's my boy. I love Paul Cotter. Heavier, edgier, more violent. We saw him really get activated today. on those few shifts with Jack and Bratter. I do think he has some high-end talent. He does have some skill. Would love to see him start chipping in a little bit offensively, but he's always going to smash guys, and he's always going to bring that heart and soul to the bottom six if that's where he's playing. And I don't want to see him come out. And so when you look at the roster, you're like, wait, and I don't want to start moving other guys to center. Some people have suggested Glendening come out and maybe put Cotter at center. Now, I wouldn't be totally opposed to that, but he's been great in the faceoffs, and he's really just been a great veteran presence. Like, for me personally, I am not thrusting Dadonov into the lineup right away. I'm not. So I don't know. A lot of people think it's crazy, but the way this team has looked, why are we trying to shake up the world? I just would love to, like I said, the Nason for Hallinan 1-for-1, and then just kind of see how it plays out. And then maybe, just maybe, like we talked about last night, occasionally resting some guys and kind of using a rotation of a few guys. So maybe it is Cotter that comes out one night. Maybe it's Palat. And maybe you experiment in game with a couple other different options. But outside of that, like, for me to just be like, this guy is out of the lineup now. I mean, guys, this team is looking like a juggernaut. I am not in any sort of rush to bring Dadonov back into the lineup coming off the injury when this team is looking so good. Michael says that 0-1 summer was rough. It broke my young heart. Same here. I was 15, about to turn 16. And it's one of those things I'll never forget, being in the building. What made it even worse was I was in the building for Game 5 of the 2000 Cup Finals the year before. 1 year before, Game 5, Cup in the building, Devils up 3-1, chance to skate the Cup, and they blew that game in triple overtime, 1-0, Mike Modano. Another scarring moment of my sports fandom Devils life. Luckily, the Devils went out and got it done in Game 6. Shout out to, you can't really see him, right here, Jason Arnott getting it done. Arnie getting it done in double overtime against Belfour in Game 6, getting the Devils that 2000 Cup. So while I didn't see the Cup in 2000 live, they did win it on the road. All is fine. Would have loved to see it in Game 5 at home, but that wasn't in the cards. They won it in Game 6. But with the chance to see the Cup 2 years in a row foiled, and which made obviously 0-1 worse, is not only did I not see the Cup at home, they lost the Cup, period, in that Game 7. Painful stuff. Completely painful stuff. Guys, I'm never going to sleep tonight. Other people are texting me. They're all fired up too. Shout out to Matt. Shout out to Tim. This is that type of win. Longtime fans, both Matt and Tim, longtime fans, are fired up, and they're feeling the same way I am, and that this team does have those Cup team vibes. The mixture of just youth, guys in their prime, the veterans there, playing well in all the zones, special teams, monster, strong goaltending, strong D, classic signature strengths of the Cup year New Jersey Devils. Great defense, great goaltending. The wise Lou Lamoriello said you build a team from the net out, and all of those teams, obviously with the great Martin Brodeur and net, a pillar of strength behind a just ridiculous defense anchored by Scotty Stevens, Scott Niedermayer, and Mr. Devil, Ken Danico, all those years. And this team, again, I'm not going to say there are those teams or whatever, but they have that kind, they're giving us those vibes. And I know I'm not crazy because the other old school fans are texting me the same thing. Other people that have been around for those teams, they're saying, yeah, I'm getting that spidey sense from those Cup years also. Again, very premature. I'm going to keep saying that. But if I'm just being real in the moment with the body of work through the 6 games, it feels that way. It really does. Kane the Great, I've been a fan since the 90s because of the Utica Devils, where I was born only old enough to see the 2000s Cups. Okay. 2000 and 2003. What great. Bobby, we didn't trade Holik to the Rangers. He signed there in free agency and signed I believe it was at the time, ridiculous money at the time. Pre-salary cap era. 5 years, $45 million. Good for Bobby Holik. He got the bag. He didn't even get the bag. He got the truck. He got the Brinks truck. This was in, what year was that? Was it, let's see. Was that 02? Yeah, it was July of 02. Bobby Holik signs 5 years, $45 million. Unbelievable. Yeah, he did leave in free agency. Devils fan 13, that game 6-7 killed me. The Bork glitch. Yeah, man, I hated it. Captain, you were there too? Oh, man, brutal. Brutal stuff. 2 years in a row. could have seen the cup and I didn't. But luckily, I finally saw the cup in 03. What a night. One of the greatest nights of my life, for sure. Husky Unchained, good show. Ace, good night, all. Let's go, Devils. Good night, Husky. Randall, Ace, you're right. Don't mess with it. Yeah, I mean, listen. Krung said I could see a Dodonov, Cotter, Nason line. I could see it, too, and I'm not opposed to maybe giving Glendening a rest. But he has really played a nice depth role. The crafty veteran coming off a PTO. I mean, wow. I like Glendening. I'm a big Glendening guy. You cannot win without the depth role player guys. He's been filling it well. And I am in no hurry to take him out of the lineup now. If they're going to, kind of do a rotation to kind of see where the dust settles and what's the most optimized lineup, I'm not opposed to seeing this with Cotter at center. But he hasn't played much of it as of late. And I'm a little fearful to start tinkering with stuff too much, but I'm not opposed to it. Reaper says, Dangle not going to be happy about this one. Kane says, do not sit Cotter. Snow Devil says, what does Nason's return do to the power play? Another interesting question, right? Does he play on unit 1 or 2? I do think for the time being, we may not see him get any power play time especially in the beginning, as he works himself back into kind of game speed and game shape. It's going to be a little bit of an adjustment for him. And I think he's going to slowly kind of acclimate as he starts off in that fourth line. And again, who knows? Maybe they have a grand plan for him in a couple weeks from now, or maybe they don't. Maybe they're just going to play it by ear. They're going to say, we're throwing on this fourth line, see if he could get that line buzzing a little bit and kind of see where they go from there. But depth, guys, like Fitz said, there's competition and it's beautiful. This team has options in terms of how they want to make the lines, how they want to make power play units look. I mean, there's just options galore, and you absolutely love to see it. Randall says, Paulie is my boy. Can't move him out. I love Paul Cotter too. Yeah, it's just it's a stiff competition for bottom 6 playing time. It's going to become a very competitive situation. Still can't get over the Howland roll and the knockdown. What a perfect way to end the game. Completely. Yeah, the Arnott goal was great. Damien, what's up? Late to the game, had hockey practice. My boy Jack with the hat. He loved to see it. As for Nason and Dodonov, I don't mind Cotter, Dodonov, Nason, fourth line. Yeah, it's possible. Snow Devil says, I'm liking Glendening. Good for the PK. Yeah, he could kill penalties. He's taking faceoffs. That's why, for me, I wouldn't take him out. He's been a pretty nice 4C for us. You're going to have to figure out who's coming out on the wing if you want to throw him in there. But for me, I'm not thrusting Dodonov back in immediately right away. It's a beautiful thing to see, the bottom 6. Yeah, it's a real NHL bottom 6, not an AHL bottom 6. Jack says, Cotter, Glendening, Nason can be a tremendous fourth line. Love it. Nasty defensive and can score. Yeah, that very well may be what we see tomorrow. If Nason does return to the lineup, maybe that is exactly what we see. A lot of love for Glendening in the chat, as you should be getting. Captain, I'm hitting the hay ace. Thanks for good times. Nighty night. Let's go Devils. Good night, Captain. Krungs, I'm really high in Glendening too. I guess is a good problem to have. Yeah. Whenever you have agonizing roster decisions, and I would say this is fairly agonizing. I don't envy the coaching staff having to make these decisions. If they're like, all right, Dodonov's ready to come back, I'm like, wow. But again, it's a beautiful problem to have that you have to sit there and labor over. Oh my God, like we're looking pretty damn good right now. Who do I want to take out? Who do I want to plug in? And it's a beautiful problem to have. You much rather have that problem than not. Sheldon Keefe would have sawed off one of his legs to have this problem last year. Instead, the cupboard was bare. We were decimated with injuries. And as a result, we can never let it be forgotten that due to desperation in games last January, or at least one game, I don't think it was more than one, Sheldon Keefe experimented with Nate Bastian on the first line. Let that sink in, guys. Sheldon Keefe is not an insane person. He is a very good coach. He's been around the game his entire life, a brilliant hockey mind. And with the roster he had, he looked at it with his coaching staff, and they were like, our best bet here is to try Nate Bastian on the first line. Let that sink in. That was our reality last year due to proper forward depth and a bottom 6 that couldn't score at all. And now we're sitting here talking about who comes out with several good options. And we're not even talking about calling up a LeChance or Haminaho yet. It's a beautiful problem to have. You love to see it. And fired up. Krung's also a Cotter, Glendening, Nason line is going to be nasty when Nason is up and running. For sure. I hope it's tomorrow. The meat line version, too, I do like that. Brandon, trying to find room on power play 1 for both Nason and Timo. Sheesh. Well, don't forget, as of, most of the games so far, it's been Dawson Mercer out there. They like Mercer on that power play 1, which listen, as long as the power play keeps producing, I don't really care too much. I'm not going to get too picky. Like I said, I'm not anyone outside of Sheldon Keefe complaining about anything within these games needs to, take a seat and have some perspective on where this team is compared to where a lot of people thought after that first game. But a lot of guys vying for power play time. And again, another beautiful problem to have. Obviously, I like to see Grits on that second unit, made a big play today. And I do like Timo on power play 1. Nason, great net front guy. There's a lot of different options here. There is a lot of different options here for this Devils club to roll out no matter what, we're going to have 2 lethal power play lines, which you'd love to see. Some teams, spread it out a little bit thinner over 2 units, or they'll try to, stack, really overload the top unit. Like we could probably put out a second power play unit that will be better than some team's first unit. Like that is the high level elite snipers that we have on this club. Like our second unit, it could be lethal. And so these are just beautiful problems to have, agonizing over who are we going to put on power play 1? Who are we going to put on power play 2? Good luck to the opposing penalty killers on the other teams, because this team is just, wow. Wow. The gated shift. All right, sorry, folks. I mean, it was inevitable, right? We're nearly 7 hours into this thing, and the mic went out. Can someone confirm you could hear me in the chat? On my end, it's showing that the sound is working. Someone just confirm. Yeah, I crushed it, Krungs. I hit it with my hand. I'm surprised I didn't sooner. Can someone confirm that you could hear me? All right, perfect. All right. Sorry about that. Temporary outage here, but all right. So I wonder if there's a longer-term plan here. When Kobe is back, there'll be cap problems. Obviously, perhaps Fitz has a trade blueprint and still have depth all over the roster. Yeah, we've talked about this forever. I'm not going to get too caught up in the weeds on this, but obviously there's a bunch of different levers that could be kind of flipped to become cap compliant when Kovacevic comes back. Obviously, there's the Palat thing. There's obviously another defenseman being moved out. There are ways to go about it, and we're just going to have to see what happens. Maybe someone else gets injured before then, and there's more money kind of freed up that way. That this is going to be a problem that Fitz will have to figure out down the line. And I imagine he kind of has a loose framework in mind for how he will become cap compliant, but that's a futures problem. And I'm sure he has a good kind of grip on the multiple different ways he could go about it. Michael says, whenever you mention Bastion on the top line, I think about that lineup card you post. Yeah, I got to dig out some. I have a few more of those somewhere, and I'm going to dig them out from other seasons. Oh, I got to be cognizant to not rock this thing again. But we've come a long way. Be thankful, guys. Be thankful. There was some dark years in this franchise in recent history. Yeah, no shade to Dowling. He did okay, but for him to play that many games for this club last year was an indictment. Yeah, that's a red flag. Yeah, Mike is cooked. Michael says, Ace was press box 2 games ago. They're getting wise to our... Oh, I just lost my spot. Bear with me. The tech is all crumbling on me now. All right, wait. So, all right, he's getting good looks. Matter of time. Dude beat his goal record by 3. I don't know what that's about. Randall, not to mention 60 games of Dowling, way too much. Kane, MSG should offer you a spot someday with your knowledge and dedication. Yeah, I mean, that would be interesting. Definitely not an aspiration of mine, but if MSG comes calling, I won't hang up on him. I'm not holding my breath for that one, though. Michael, anyone complaining are likely SST and Wood. Dowling had 10 minutes of great play last season, and people are like, yeah, he's a good 4C. I mean, listen, he wasn't a massive liability, but he wasn't bringing much. I mean, he was eating minutes on some nights. I mean, listen, Brandon, Cotter's a utility player as far as if we ever get into a shootout, each player on the bottom brings different value for different situations, and it's perfect to balance playing time. All right, now I'm getting more current times here. Snow Devil says Ace's audio is still better than the Devil's media. It's hard, though, in the setting they're in. I mean, I do think they could do a better job of it, but they're dealing with a lot of elements to try to make it all work. Selected boy, peace out. Let's go Devils. Let's try for 6 wins. Would love to see it. Krung says, no way that Fitz doesn't have a solid plan to deal with the cap. He's made some poor decisions, but he knows what he's doing with money. Yeah, I'm sure they have a bunch of different roadmaps to become cap compliant. I'm not really concerned about it whatsoever. He'll figure it out one way or another. Randall, he doesn't have a choice to fix it or end up with a roster like John Mack's coach season. Yeah, oof. Brutal. David says, in all fairness to Bastion, I think he was playing well the time he was temporarily elevated to the first line. Well, but again, if you have Bastion playing on your top line, like that's a sign that something is not right. Or I should say some things are not right. That there's a lot that's not really what it should be. If you're tempted to put him on your top line, and that's no disrespect to Bastion. He was a good soldier for a while, and then we needed to shake it up a little bit. But if you're tempted to put him on your top line, that means you don't have enough pieces available to you, and that was the case last year. And we saw a bunch of guys kind of swapped in and out on the bottom 6 throughout the year, and it wasn't pretty. But that is last year's problem. This year's New Jersey Devils are a different team, and they have beautiful depth everywhere. And we still haven't even seen, we're still, again, just to talk about the depth that we haven't even seen yet. Hami Naho and LaChance. Zach McEwen, again, he looked great, I thought, on the 4th line in that one game. And then he was injured, and then that was it. And it was like, whoa, that was a great little sneak peek we saw of him. He could be in the mix when he returns. I don't know that we've heard an update on what his injury is, but I liked him. Big body, big energy, throws the weight a little bit. I thought he could be a great 4th line piece. And we could make, realistically, when everyone's healthy, like the Devils could have a 5th line on paper that's pretty solid. It could be like a LaChance, McEwen, Dodonov, or whether it's LaChance, McEwen, and Glendening. Like, we should have a full line of guys, at least 3 guys that we would all be very comfortable with coming into the lineup at any point. And it's a beautiful luxury to have. And this team has just got me fired up. Beyond belief. Michael says, with that mistype, I am out. Smash the like for your boy. Appreciate that. Hit the thumbs up for your boy if you haven't already. Randall says, I do want to see LeChance at some point. Yeah, I've been begging to see LeChance. But I think he will get his chance eventually. LeChance will get his chance at some point. Probably going to take another injury or two for it to happen, but I've wanted to. Yeah, what has he been doing in Utica? Does he have anything going on? Utica's been struggling. I've been so tied up with a bunch of stuff as of late that man, these AHL sites are brutal. Like, where are the stats, bro? Yeah, horrible. I can't even find stats on the AHL right now. I mean, he looked really good in the preseason. He looked good in the prospects tournament before training camp, and he looked good in Devils development camp as well. Complete beast. Michael, great fight by Hallen there at the end. Does Benoit have to clear waivers to come back from the shadow realm? I mean, he got rocked. That was a straight up Rockington. What a shot. Like I said, beautiful punctuation mark on the game. Just when we thought the jack trick into the empty net was the punctuation mark. No. Brian Hallen said, hold on, I have one more final one. Boom! Down goes Benoit. What a beautiful shot. It looked like Hallen may have been on his way to a loss there. But no. He knew what he was doing. He's like, no, I got this. Let me load this up real quick and just come over the top. Wonk. Massive shot. Massive shot. And delivering the knockdown. All right, guys, it's almost that time. I'm going to use the bathroom real quick. Comments, questions, suggestions. This one might take a long one to wrap up. There's still a bunch of you here. Shout out to all of you. I'm going to use the bathroom real quick. Comments, thoughts, questions, throw it all out there in the chat. I will slowly start winding down. I'm not in any hurry, particularly to get off here, but, you know, I'm a little – my body's like – I don't even know. I don't know how I'm going to go to sleep tonight, guys. Like, I'm not kidding. I am that excited. I'm that caffeinated. What did someone say? I was Nicolas Cage level caffeinated. It just seems like it's all coming together at the right time, and the right time being this 25-26 season for the Devils. I'm fired up. But any thoughts, questions, comments, anything, you throw it out there in the chat. I'll start winding it down when I come back from the bathroom. Oh, shout out to my boy Amagi for the shirt. He gave this to me at the last game. He gave it to me at the Edmonton game, I think. Totally forgot to mention that. I don't even know if he could see it. Thanks, Amagi. Appreciate you, dog. Wearing the t-shirt. Maybe this is a good luck t-shirt, too. I'm going to have to I don't remember what t-shirt I had under my jersey at the game. At the first game. And then I had the suit. Yeah, I don't know. I'm a little superstitious. But I'll be right back, guys. I'm fired up. Comment. I like the suggestions. If you have any suggestions that aren't ridiculous, throw them out there. I'm always looking to do new and interesting things or improve upon things that I do that maybe you guys think could be better. I'm always looking for criticism. I don't need people. I have thick skin. If you haven't figured it out by now, I have very thick skin. I don't get offended and I don't get in my feelings when people say that. You can tell me you think my show sucks and I suck, and that's fine. There's tons of people that think that, I'm sure. I appreciate all of you that don't think that. But in the end, always looking for criticism, and I will never be salty about it in any way. I may disagree with it, depending on what it is, but I'm never going to be whatever about it. Always just trying to give everyone the best experience and best whatever you're hoping to get out of this. So I look forward to seeing some of those. And, yeah, like someone said today about the food. I thought everyone liked the food, and someone said don't do the food anymore, and I put it out there to the vote. And you guys overwhelmingly said do the food. So – you know, I listen to the people. If the people don't want the food, I won't do the food. If people want the food, I'll do the food. I'm obviously going to be doing the food, you know, shoveling it in, but I don't need to video it if you don't want to see it. But it seems like more people, they want to see the food reviews. It's part of the in-game culture. I agree, which is why I started doing it to begin with. All right, I got to go to the bathroom. I drank several Surfsides, iced coffees, water, and I gotta use the bathroom. But I'll be back. Thoughts, comments, questions, concerns. Eventually, we'll start winding this down. I don't know how I'm going to go to sleep tonight, guys. I really don't. I am fired up, but I'll be right back. Be right back. Throw it out there in the comments. Look forward to reading it when I come back. Oh, man. Yeah, I have a problem, guys. I don't know how I'm going to go to sleep tonight. I'm gonna need to get some prescribed elephant tranquilizers to put me out, because this New Jersey Devils team has me hopped up on so much adrenaline right now. I feel like I am wide. It feels like a 6:30 a.m. and I just rose out of the bed. I feel crispy fresh, and I don't know how I'm gonna come down off of this adrenaline rush. I know many of you are still on here with me. Is that possible? Whoa, there's a lot. So, I'm just checking some numbers here. I didn't realize I could see this on here. I mean, wow. Shout out to all the people on X. It's showing that there's, I guess, 98 people, it says on YouTube, and 347 on X. That's wild. No one really comments on X. I'm curious. What's up? If you're out there on X, no one comments from X. It's interesting. I mean, you don't need to comment, but I'm just curious. It's just so many people on X, more than YouTube, and they're not commenting. Interesting. Randall says if they knew what's best, they'd have the show. I mean, that's a fair point. I guess. Or, a lot of people don't want to do this. And again, I've talked about this before. I never planned on doing this. I just put up some videos, and it's funny. I mentioned this before as well a while back. I did have a YouTube channel like 15 years ago that was crappy. The pre-camera phone days. For some of you younger people, you don't even know a world without camera phones, but I had a digital camera that I would go to Devils events and Devils games and Devils things with, my digital camera with extra charged up batteries and memory cards because they'd fill up quick. And I would roll video on my digital camera and put it on the internet on YouTube, and people liked it. And then I got busy with like jobs and things in my young 20s, and I kind of just gave up on it. And then I eventually got locked out of it and couldn't get it back. And so I had that channel, and I kicked myself. It's one of my big life regrets is not sticking with it, because had I stayed, like, this is like 2010, I believe it was, is pretty much, very much, maybe not the beginning of YouTube, but it's the infancy of YouTube. Think about 15 years ago. Yeah, I'm filming crap with a digital camera. Not everyone had a camera in their pocket at all times. And I wish I stayed with it. But like I said, life got busy with jobs and women and all these things, and I let it go, and then I got locked out. And so long story short, for this channel, the birth of it was, many of you know the story here, the Luke Hughes NHL debut. I put up a bunch of videos, and people liked them. And then, through talking to some of my friends and stuff, they were like, well, you complain about Devils coverage and all these things. Like, why don't you try to do it? And I was like, I didn't really care to do it. It is a huge time investment, obviously. And I didn't really know if people would watch. That wasn't the hugest deterrent, but I just had no desire to do it. And then I started doing it, and it kind of became fun, and people seem to enjoy it. So here we are, folks. Appreciate all of you who've been along for the journey at any point. Alex says the food review is cash money you're passionate about. I love to see you skipping the veggie and fruit trays. Oh, man. I mean, listen, I am almost the bottomless pit, but at some point you have to tap out. And so I cannot use any of the precious space in here for fruit and veggies. That is not why we came to the lounge. We came to feast proper. Carving station, burgers, hot dogs. Occasionally there's some wild card stuff, but I got to save all the room for that. I can't be wasting precious room on veggie and fruit trays. Not for me. Yeah, even again, Haminaho pushing for spot in Lamico. Keep forgetting about Lamico. I mean, there's just so many pieces in the cupboard right now, folks. This team is super deep. Super, super deep. Alex, I think Nemo should be the odd man out. I like him, but we don't have room and could package him for something legit. And that very well may be the plan. We will find out, but this is a problem for down the line. Maybe he is the odd man out. I do like Nemo. I think he's going to get better as he gets older. He's super young. He's going to keep maturing and getting better, but maybe the team does decide he is the odd man out. We will find out. And St. Pollock, Ace, could it be that we finally don't have McGill, the last major piece of what's left from Ruff's tenure, that we finally see him putting it together? I mean, listen, it could play a part in it. I can't blame, disappointing seasons entirely on that. Could it be one of many little things kind of adding to it? It certainly could be. Snow Devil says, coming into the season, we all thought our depth was excessive. Turns out that our boys just like spending time in the hospital. Does RWJ Barnabas have attractive nurses or something? Man. Devs fan says, hit the emoji reactions too, peeps. That helps Ace out too. Oh, thank you. I didn't even know that. Yeah, do whatever Devils fan 13 says. Hit the thumbs up, hit the reactions, hit whatever you want, folks. This is the New Jersey Devils on a 5-game winning streak, looking to make it 6 tomorrow at the Rock. Anthony says, I hope we keep Nemitz. Personally, I do too. But, you know, at some point, you can't keep everyone forever. And that's a part, you know, you fall in love with these guys on your teams, and not everyone makes it to the finish line, and we'll figure out how it goes. Davidson, what's a digital camera? Yeah, the kids don't know how it was. I literally had to have multiple batteries and memory cards because they filled up quick. This is early technology. Snow Devil, I'm disappointed every time Ace skips the healthy stuff. I eat junk as well, but I also eat some of the healthy stuff. Maybe I'll eat a couple carrot sticks for some of you guys. But Chance has no points through 4 games, 1 penalty. Okay. And then, to be fair, Utica's a dumpster fire, which is crazy. Hopefully they turn it around. Nelson, not to be the pessimist. What's up, Nelson? Not to be the pessimist here, but part of me thinks this is too good to be true. I worry that the Devils are a good pre-January team, but fall apart later. All this is probably PTSD. Yeah, completely fair point. And like I keep saying, it's only 6 games. We saw what happened last year. But in the end, I firmly believe I have seen enough to definitively declare for myself, with Shaw here, with the new pieces, with everything we've kind of been talking about, I do believe that this team will never fall apart like last year's team. This year's team is not last year's team, and I do think they will be a much more resilient group overall. And I firmly believe that. I really do. I think this team will, you know, there will be some rough patches at points. It's inevitable. Every team goes through it. At some point in the season, you might hit a rough patch where you maybe lose, 3 of 4 or something like that. But as long as you can prevent it from a free fall where you lose like 7 of 9 or something like that, or 6 in a row, like you can't have extended slides. And I think this team is going to be insulated from that. I do believe this team, again, will have their little rough patches, but there won't be any major like free fall bottom outs. And with the team playing consistently, playing like we've seen, they'll be able to withstand a couple little dips here and there. It's not always going to be, sunshines and rainbows and straight to the top. There's going to be rough patches. And hopefully the Doomers don't come out in full force because I'll shame them for it. But, wow. Good night, traveling. Graham says, how's this man still alive? Straight adrenaline in my veins from this New Jersey Devils 5-game winning streak, this new look 25-26 New Jersey Devils, and also about 60 to 70 ounces of iced coffee throughout the day. They've all come together to have me just wired right now. Wired. Devils fan 13, 7 shots through 4 games. The whole team is struggling. Haminaho only has 2 games played with 0 points. Yeah. I mean, Bobby, to be fair, this team looks light years ahead of the team last year, 6 games in. This is the most excited I've been about Devils hockey in a while, in terms of regular season. Anson says, Ace, you're going to dress up for Halloween broadcast when we play the Sharks October 30th. Let me see. Let me pull up the schedule. Come on. Ooh, that's a late night edition too. Yeah, those are going to be some late nights. I can't wait to see which one of you, which groups of you crazy warriors are out here. The West Coast trips separate the men from the boys because the West Coast lives start at crazy times. And who knows, maybe I'll try to do mega shows for those too. I don't know. It's all a kind of play it by ear, but those could be interesting to do. Those could potentially be interesting to do mega shows for too, but it's possible. It's possible you get a Halloween get up on the 30th. Yeah, wow. Get ready, folks. Get the coffee on, baby. We got Tuesday the 28th at the Avalanche, a 9:00 game. Thursday the 30th at San Jose at 10:00. And then another 9:00 with the Kings on Saturday. That's a Saturday night, so that could be a lively one. Saturday, November 1st at LA. I expect that could be a rowdy group for sure. Saturday night. Okay, that could be interesting. And then we have Sunday, back-to-back, or 8 p.m. at the Ducks, which is nowhere near the 9 or 10. 9 or 10 starts pushing some people to the brink. I've been there, where you got to, hold the eyelids and really try to keep it going. Aaron says, just commented on X2, but as a New York Jets fan, I'm so grateful to have the Devils to watch. Years of wasted money and time on Jets season tickets. It should have been Devils season tickets. Listen, I'm a hardcore New Jersey Devils fan, as you all know. I casually like other sports, but there's nothing that's even remotely in the stratosphere of New Jersey Devils hockey for me. And so, Aaron, you're going to, your logo is a little Jet guy on the profile picture, the Jets logo, but, New Jersey Devils season tickets are a much better investment than Jets season tickets. And I would say that even if the Jets were good, there's nothing like NHL hockey. Randall says I'm normally up till 3 or 4 a.m. Alex, you deserve everything coming to you in this channel, bro. Ain't no way talking heads are putting in the hours that you are for this team. I appreciate that, Alex. And I appreciate all of you. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Like I said, none of this is possible without all of your continued support with the, talking chats in the chat and watching the videos and all that stuff. It's been a fun ride. We'll see where we could bring this thing. Randall's going to be unfazed by the West Coast schedule. I love it. Devils fan 13's Vancouver can have Casey. One of the many pieces we would need to send over to finally get Quinn here and complete the Hughes trifecta. Alex, I think one of our D-men would look nice in a Buffalo sweater. Devils fan 13, I heard this as well. I love that Nemo admitted today is boxing out as a weakness. Kid's going to learn. Yeah, he was getting peppered with some questions. I think it was by Sam Kassan and the Toronto media. He was one of the guys that spoke earlier this afternoon. I did watch those media availabilities. And, I heard Nemo talk about that as well. And that he said, he's trying to, he said the most noticeable thing from his training was that the speed, he feels faster. And then he was asked about a weakness or something he wants to work on or improve. And he mentioned boxing out for sure. Toronto media is a crafty bunch. I mean, there's a lot of them. They always have good questions to ask. And it's the difference between like a frenetic hockey market in Canada versus what you see in a lot of smaller markets. It's just very hockey driven. Snow Devil, when's the last time we won 6 in a row? Answer quick, because in 21 hours, the answer will be October 2025. 6 in a row? I'm not sure. We won the January of 23. The streak ended at 5. So I don't know, actually, when was the last time we hit the 6 in a row. I know, obviously, the 22-23 season, we had the 13-game heater, so that's the longest it could have been. Did we get another 6-game after that? Let's see. Now you're going to make me look. We had the 13-game heater in 22-23. What a beautiful heater it was. Then we won 3 in a row, 2 in a row. Oh, my God. I totally forgot. That season, we lost 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in a row. We lost 6 in a row that same season. I don't know why I don't remember that. I probably suppressed it deep in my memory banks. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then we had another 5-game streak that season. There's a 3-game. There's a 2-game. 3-game losing. No, so there was no 6-game winning streak in 22-23 after the 13-game heater. (23-24). Yeah, no. So the last time we had a 6-game winning streak was during the 13-game winning streak in 22-23. Skip me again. Bobby, there's 5 million. You got to stop being so sensitive, Bobby. You do get a little sensitive. I've probably shown overall as a percentage of the comments, probably 1 out of every 10 or maybe even less. Like 10% of the comments get shown. So you can't get offended if a comment gets missed because the majority of the comments are not being shown. That's how many comments there are. Randall says if it brings us Quinn, they could have Nemo too. I mean, listen, again, I'm not wishing anyone off this roster. I love this team completely as is. But I do think that in a potential Quinn deal, if we are making a deal before waiting for free agency to sign him, there's a good chance that Nemo would be a part of it, I'd imagine. He would probably be a very appetizing piece for the Canucks to ask for. Randall, outside Makar, Quinn best D-man in the league, for sure. Yeah, number 2. Makar is ridiculous. Insane Pollock. I'm going to go laugh at Dangle. See you tomorrow night. Take care. Have a good one. Devils fan 13. If this year's team could play last year's team, if that were humanly possible, this year's team would crush them. Completely. Randall says, too bad I work Friday and Saturday till 11 or so. How old are you, Bobby? I'm not giving shit. I'm not offended you, boomer. I don't think I'm a boomer. No, I'm definitely not a boomer. I think no, yeah, boomers are super old. I would be considered, which I think is weird. I would have never considered myself a millennial, but I think, yeah, I mean, this one definition of millennials, it says millennials are between 29 and 44. You were born between 81 and 96. So that, even though I feel like that's a huge range, like how does it, yeah, I'm vastly different than someone born in 1996. All right, hold on. Here's another one. Millennials versus Gen Z. Oh, no. Gen Z is, yeah, no. Gen Z is, no. What is, there's nothing between boomers and millennials. I can't keep track of all this terminology. Gen X is 1965. Yeah, why are they broken up into 15 years? They have boomers 1, boomers 2. Gen X as 1965 to 1980, which is before me. And then millennials, 81 to 96. And then Gen Z, 97 to 2012. What's after Gen Z? Brandon, if we want Quinn, we probably lose Nemo anyways due to salary constraints. Or obviously the Dougie Hamilton move, Brandon. That's, I think, kind of tied to that as well. That could be a situation where we see Dougie. But I love Dougie, and I'm not really I want Dougie. I like Dougie a lot. Bobby's 35. Okay, I'm only a little bit older than you, Bobby. We're in the same generation, 15 years. Anson, Fitz must be pleased like Emperor in Star Wars Devil's Empire. Jerome says, if you're all you're thinking about right now is Quinn, you're a Star fan, not a fan. I made the disclaimer earlier, for those that may have missed it. I'm now more aware that there are children watching this, so I'm not going to put up comments with bad language. So don't be offended. If your comment has profanity in it, I can't put it up on the screen because I don't want to offend the parents of these kids, man. I didn't realize how many kids watch, but shout out to all the kids watch. I'm sure there's probably none right now. Maybe they'll watch it on the replay. But several kids have come up to me at games and said that they watch the videos and stuff. So I know kids are watching, so I got to be, we can't be putting up some of your potty mouth comments out here. Randall, crazy. I'm a millennial at 41. Yeah, I don't know. I guess that's what they're calling us, right, Randall? So we're millennials, I guess. David, let's wrap it up. I want to watch an episode of Scorsese on Apple. All right, I'll take that, Randall. Interesting. All right, guys, that's it. David wants to go. David wants to go watch Mr. Scorsese. I did see that clip, but
how about those Devils? How about those Devils?
How about those Devils? We are riding high on a 5-game winning streak, looking to make it 6 in a row tomorrow night at the Rock against the Wild. I will be there. I will be yelling. If you are not planning on going, maybe you should plan on it. Go on the Devils website, buy some tickets, get there, get loud, get rowdy. The boys need home ice advantage. It is our duty. The fans, the only influence we have on a game whatsoever, the only one single thing we can influence is screaming your faces off and showing the boys the love and support that they deserve. The building should be at a fever pitch tomorrow. If you weren't planning on going, go. This is the biggest October game at the Rock possibly ever in the history of the Prudential Center. Possibly the biggest October game for the New Jersey Devils. They deserve everyone to be there. Get loud, get rowdy, give them the home ice advantage, and hopefully we send the Wild packing with a loss and looking to extend it to 6. I'm fired up. I may pull an all-nighter and never go to sleep. I don't know. Maybe I'll be delirious at the game tomorrow, holding my eyelids open because I was all fired up from this one. But the boys do it big for Keefe tonight. We see a jack trick. We see a Hallen and KO. The Bratter with 3 apples. This was a phenomenal night to be a New Jersey Devils fan, period. Snow Devils has 7-hour mega show. Still, it's not near the longest live. It's the new record. I feel like we almost have to count deadline day out. Like deadline day almost shouldn't count. That's an animal of its own. Deadline day will always be the longest lives, but this is the longest game live for sure, I believe. All right, that's it, guys. New Jersey Devils. New Jersey Devils hockey is just a sight to see right now. Going into Toronto, bag up the Leafs 5-2. You love to see it. I am fired up. I love all of you. Thank you all for the support. Thank you for coming out tonight. And get your tickets if you're local. Get to the game tomorrow. Scream your face off. Home ice advantage. Let's do it. The boys need it. And that's it. I'll be back soon. Thank you all for watching. I love you all. Like, comment, subscribe, and all that jazz. Until next time, friends, let's go Devils.